Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, what do we do in classrooms?
Yeah.
Good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for being here. Sorry to stop the conversation, but we do need to get going with our Board of Regents meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. Leanne, can you please take the roll?
Chair Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Rogers.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Bao.
He's excused.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Dylan Clapmeyer on behalf of Governor Gianforte.
Here.
Superintendent Arntzen. Good morning. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Leanne. Well, welcome to the September Board of Regents meeting. I appreciate that we're in Butte, and it was somewhere around 30-ish degrees this morning, so it reminded us of the altitude and the beauty of the location. So again, thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you for hosting us, Chancellor Cook. We're looking forward to hearing more from you in just a few minutes. We know that you have many exciting things to share with us about what's happening here at Montana Tech. Earlier this morning, we met with representatives from the Montana University System Faculty Association. We call it MUSFAR. MUSFAR represents and serves as the voice of faculty across the university system. We deeply appreciate their work and always enjoy hearing from the faculty representatives on important issues impacting their work and on academic affairs. To that end, I'd like to welcome Scott Risser. Did I get that right, Scott? Perfect. Scott's a professor of psychology here at Tech, and he's at the table this morning. We'll have some additional additional faculty members joining us in rotation throughout the meeting. This afternoon, Lauren Fern, who I had the pleasure of having breakfast with this morning, a faculty member, will be here. And then tomorrow morning, Scott Rosenthal, Associate Professor of Mining Engineering, will also attend the meeting. And we appreciate all of the good work that our faculty bring, including those here at Tech. I'd also like to welcome President Sangre Billy from Stonechild College. I'm not, oh, sorry. I looked this direction. Yes, thank you for joining us. We know you're incredibly busy, but we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Our tribal college partnerships continue to be incredibly important, and we have many shared interests. As chair, I'm committed to building upon the great work we've done to support our Native American students across all campuses, as well as providing a seamless transition for tribal college students who would like to attend an MUS campus. We're continuing our efforts in these areas, and I really look forward to continuing to partner. So again, thank you for joining us. Turning to our agenda, we do have a lot to cover over the next 2 days. In a minute, we'll hear from Commissioner Christian, as well as Dylan Clapmeyer and Superintendent Arntzen. As I've greeted you both, thanks for joining this morning. Also, we'll hear from the Budget Administration and Audit Committee as we look at fiscal year 2024 system operating budgets. We'll also be considering several facility items. This afternoon, the two-year and Community College Committee will lead a discussion of the high school to college and career pipeline, a primary component of which is dual enrollment. We are also fortunate to have Sarah Swanson, the new Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Industry. Sarah is a key partner with Labor and Industry as we continue to focus on the value of higher ed and the critical role workforce plays in communicating their value to students, as well as our industry collaborators. Tomorrow, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee will feature a request to change the School of Mines and Engineering from a school to a college and name the college the Lance College of Mines and Engineering. We will also consider several requests to plan, a request for awarding of an honorary doctorate, and we'll hear a report on academic priorities and planning. We have a lot of great business to get through and looking forward to it. So before we jump into that formal business, I want to turn it over to you, Chancellor Cook, for an update on what's happening here at Montana Tech.
And I should turn on the microphone, I guess. But I think everybody probably heard that. I have my voice carries. So we're really excited to have you here on this beautiful day. It's a little brisk out there, but I think we were anticipating rain. Maybe that's to come later. But it's really incredible to have you here. We have a lot in store for you, and I know that it's going to be a really productive couple of days. So our mission here at Montana Tech is to prepare students in the STEM fields to go out and do incredible things in society. And last week was a really awesome week, I think, that embraces all of that. We had our homecoming was last week. We also had career fair. We celebrated 50 years of environmental engineering being at Montana Tech. And we also celebrated our distinguished alumni. And so if you take all of those things in totality and think about what the mission is here at Montana Tech, from the students that walk in the doors to the education that they get in the classrooms, in the labs, the hands-on learning experiences that they have, and then walking through career fair with the smiles on their face and being in demand by all of those employers, it's pretty phenomenal what we do. And then being able to celebrate our alumni in an event like the Distinguished Alumni event. So it's all of these examples that I think bring our mission to life every day at Montana Tech. Our Montana Tech family, our faculty and staff, and our students, and the support of all of you have us poised to continue to do some really exciting things and a very bright future. So our vision is to be the institution of opportunity and innovation. And we have been focused the last few years on enhancing the success of our students, doing more to tell our story, to get the word out about the good work that happens at Montana Tech and the return on investments of our students that come here and go out into the workforce, as well as positioning Montana Tech for the future. Our goals here at Montana Tech, we have three of them: student success, programs of distinction, and a healthy and vibrant campus ecosystem. And I'm happy to report that our enrollment looks really solid this fall. Our retention right now is equal to the highest that it's ever been at 81% from first to second year for our students. And I think that all of our institutions were concerned when COVID hit a few years ago and test scores went away. I know that we were deeply concerned about that, but because we have students that would ordinarily apply here, and we might have them redirect them to Highlands to get some of their basic courses out of the way. We did not do that once COVID hit because they all came here. And so for us to be able to get those students and keep them here at 81% without test scores, I think has been a phenomenal lift for our faculty and staff. I'm really proud of the campus and what we've accomplished there. Our programs are distinctively different, obviously. We have specialized focus on hands-on applied learning, and we're really proud of that. And then the nature of Butte, from the historical, the cultural richness of this community, and the location where we are with access to recreational opportunities, and the investment in infrastructure and the things that are going on our campus, I think really contributes to our healthy and vibrant campus ecosystem. We've had 123 years of distinctively focused programs educating and preparing bright, hardworking individuals for meaningful careers and successful lives. And all of these things, coupled with strong faculty and committed and talented people, are the legacy of Montana Tech. It's also been a time of transformational change at the university, and we are thrilled to be in a position of upward trajectory where we've been able to be more strategic and accelerate our momentum. And I'd like to share some highlights of some of the things that have happened in the last year or so here at Montana Tech. So as you are all aware, we've received our largest gift in the history of Montana Technological University, a $31 million gift from Ryan and Lisa Lance, and we'll talk more about that over the coming days. But the largest portion of this gift goes to support Montana resident students, which will be a significant scholarship for Montana resident students, and it's an investment really in what happens for Montanans. And so it's very exciting for us. Another piece of it is this really exciting is an energy chair, which helps us accelerate our focus and our momentum around energy and bring academic distinction to the university. We celebrated last year 100 years of metallurgical and materials engineering and had a 2-day symposium, which was, it's obviously another one of those things that we're incredibly proud of. We received a $2 million gift from Nucor for an endowed professorship. And Nucor has really become one of our very strong industry partners. They were here last week, actually, and were the sponsor for all of our homecoming festivities. We had two Goldwater Scholars last year, and if you're not familiar, Goldwater is basically the highest award that you can get a scholarship for students in the natural resources and sciences, math, and engineering. Our athletics conference, we won the Bandy Award, which is the all sports conference, and this is the first time in 30 years that Montana Tech has received that. I'm happy to report that every sport was ranked last year. We had 73 academic All-Americans, and I'm really happy to say that within the last 4 years, we've had 11 conference championships. It's a great feat to have students that come here and succeed as athletes, but Tech is a little bit harder too with our coursework, and so to have them be successful both in the classroom and on the field is really something that distinguishes Montana Tech. We received $43 million in LRBP dollars from the state, which when I came here, I said, I love our campus. We've got these beautiful new buildings, but we have these old buildings that if you look at Main Hall, it was opened in 1900. Other than a little paint and carpet here and there, we haven't had a lot of infrastructure improvements to those buildings. So we're really excited to have that. The $43 million is 3 times more than what we've ever received for any building project here at Montana Tech. And then we also hosted one of our largest career fairs on record. I don't have the numbers from last week, but I'm pretty sure that it was close as well. We're actually outgrowing our space because we have more and more companies that are coming here to recruit our students, and more students actually. This first-year class of students goes to everything, and we told them to go to the career fair, and I think they all showed up at the career fair with their resumes ready for a job. So some new things on campus this fall. We have a new provost and executive vice chancellor and a new vice provost for student success and dean of students. You'll meet them here shortly. We're launching a new construction management degree that we'll get our first class next fall. We have a recalibrated master's in project engineering management, which is a program that we've had for a while, but there's interest and demand, and so we've basically taken that to an online environment. We've had the SAP Enterprise Solutions program as part of our business program, and we have some reconfigured space that's really going to be incredible for our students and give them opportunities. And then we've also, as you know, on the agenda, we have proposed renaming of the School of Mines and Engineering to the Lance College of Mines and Engineering. We will commence a search for an energy chair here soon. And the other exciting thing is we have accreditation, which we all look forward to that, right? So we're in the throes of that and look forward to what the year brings. As you can see, we have many good things happening on campus, but what I'd like to do, we talked about bringing a bunch of people here to talk to you, and we decided we're going to capture that and put it in a video for you all. And so we have a short video that I will share with you to let those individuals tell their story.
One thing that I learned here mostly is the idea of humility. Getting down and being willing to learn. Sometimes I feel like I know stuff, but at the end of the day, I realize that I don't know much. So being here has taught me that, being humble and being willing to listen to your advisors for the most part, because they know better, they're very experienced. Tech's a school rich of knowledge. I would say you have people who've been through the biggest industries in the world. So it's very important to gain that knowledge. And I believe that through that, I'm able to do the same to people that I meet down the road and impact their lives a couple generations to come.
Having the underground mine on campus is great to get experience in the mining industry and being able to see the underground aspect of things before going into the real world and being able to work on course-specific projects like survey, ventilation, explosives, running equipment. It's been perfect.
So this semester in my biology lab, I'm going to be able to have access to our new electron microscope that we recently purchased, and I'm super excited for that because it's going to be instrumental in my learning for the lab, being able to see things that 100 years ago were too small and that we couldn't even think about seeing. Now, right here at Montana Tech, we're able to see it in our classes.
I've been here at Montana Tech working with the Metallurgical Materials Engineering Department as either a grad student or now as a research associate for a total of 11 years. One of the great things about Montana Tech is that we are a smaller institution that is doing, for an institution our size, quite a bit of research and really interesting research, but we're not losing sight of our undergraduate curriculum as part of that.
The coolest part about the nursing program here at Montana Tech is the Sim Center that was donated by the Lasar family. It's very realistic. The mannequins can talk, breathe, they have pulses, they have vital signs, and they've been instrumental in our learning process. It's provided a safe environment to practice our techniques and perfect them to provide perfect patient care.
In the business department, we have the opportunity to learn SAP, and this program has really prepared me in my personal internships. I got to use it all last summer with Hewitt, and that really set me, I think, ahead of where I would be. I spent the time in the classroom learning, and so when I got to my job, I was ready to hit the ground running and go.
Being a student athlete here at Tech has presented me with lots of opportunities, not only to play sports, play basketball, but to also gain an education, a good education. And my coaches are very supportive of me academically. They push me to always become my best. And I have a lot of professors. All my professors are very willing to work around my schedule and be flexible and just help me in any way that they can.
I feel like the experience that I gained in this program and the education I received was very thorough, and they really made sure that you're comfortable and confident in your skills and your knowledge before you jump out into the real world.
So something that makes me very proud of being here in Montana Tech is the fact that I can build friendship with a lot of students and a lot of professors, and I can collaborate on different projects, which is usually a really hard thing to do in other schools, especially in the big ones, because not everyone is willing to work with you, but here everyone is willing to be a part of your research and part of your work, and everyone's trying to help you out.
When I think of Montana Tech, I was a first-generation student, had never been to college, none of my parents, none of my family. And having the ability to have a university, a small university, be welcoming, have professors be there for me to help guide me through the process, I wanted to return that favor back to the university by coming back and being a professor here. So really having that integrated experience with your students, I think that makes Montana Tech very differential, and I'm proud to be part of them.
My favorite thing about Montana Tech is that it feels like a family.
Being very close to our professors, being close to our students. So it's just a matter of community.
I have loved getting to be a part of the tech community and getting to see where everyone fits in.
Everybody knows all the professors. You get a good relationship with your professors and one-on-one time.
You can definitely count on your teachers to be there for you in times of difficulty, and then times to engage and challenge you to be your best.
We have the capabilities here to do cutting-edge research, and we let undergraduates do that research, which I think is something that's very, very important.
And Montana Tech just provides you that platform, that knowledge base, that support in order for you to really take those steps forward.
So thank you. I hope that was valuable to hear some words from those of the individuals that are obviously immersed in the life of our institution. I do want to provide a few housekeeping details just before I sit down. So everything pretty much is located in this building, restrooms right across the hall and downstairs. The break room is the big Butte room, which is just right across the hall as well. That's where lunch will be for most of the individuals in the room. There'll be treats there throughout the day, coffee and water right outside here. And a special treat, we actually have a live ice cream machine in there, and you can have ice cream anytime you want today. I actually had it for breakfast, and so it's we're excited to have that available for you. The reception this afternoon will be at the museum, which is just kitty corner across the campus, and I'll direct you over there. But we also have a special treat there, and no, it's not ice cream. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Cook. Well done. We feel welcomed. So the next item of business is the approval of minutes from July 11th. We now turn to the approval of those minutes. They've been distributed to the board. Are there any corrections? All right, if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Christian for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for being here. It's always great to be in Butte, America. Chancellor Cook, thank you for hosting this, and to you and your team for pulling this meeting together. It's certainly no small feat, and appreciate everything that goes into the making of a meeting. I did love the video. That's inspiring stuff, so thank you for pulling that together as well. September meetings, they just always have so much energy and enthusiasm. Students coming back to campus all over the state. They in themselves are inspiring events for all of us, and it's great to be on campus and get to spend a few days in Butte. And after all, it is fall in Montana, and that's super hard to beat. So good to be with everybody for a few days. On those lines, I know faculty are especially excited to be back in the classroom, helping students. I'm grateful for their continued dedication. I will tell you in all honesty, these notes were written quite a while ago, but the first thing at breakfast this morning with Moose-Far, I ran into Professor Fern, and she said, I like all this Moose-Far stuff, but what's really good is getting back in the classroom and getting back in front of students and doing what it is that we came here to do. And I think that attitude's so common across Montana that it's just amazing that our students get to experience that level of dedication, and I think ultimately it proves to be a big, if not the biggest part of the formula of why higher education is a successful adventure in the great state. Also would extend a thanks to staff across the MUS. You know, at a certain point in students' life, staff may spend more time with these individual students than parents and all other groups combined, and they have the ability to really impact those students' lives, and they're dedicated to that cause and making the transition from where they were to where they are and where they're headed is a big part of the staff's commitment, and they're a part of the formula for success in Montana. And so we thank that collective body for coming back to work and embracing a new set of students as we embark on their journey. Madam Chair, switching gears a bit, but as you well know, our office has prioritized strong system strategies, both around resident student access, but maybe even more importantly, around student success. Last week, Deputy Commissioners Trevor and Teal spoke to the Education Interim Committee in Helena, and they spoke a lot about the MUS Success Agenda, a document and maybe a body of work that you all help inform at our July meeting every year. And as we move that forward, I think it becomes sort of a guidepost. They noted, as we do often, that Montana residents truly are the heart and soul of what the MUS is about, and we continue to try to expand those efforts to ensure that all Montanans have access to our MUS institutions. We do have some updates around that front. Deputy Commissioner Trevor will share with the group. I don't hate to steal his thunder. I kind of like it. It's sort of fun for me. But I think one of the things he spoke to the committee about, and it's just becoming more clear as we move forward to this, is the importance of data, and in particular, how we can share our data with that of K-12 and the impact that will have, expanding our efforts around this resident student access. Along those lines, we also have Director Lemon here, Mr. Lamone, to give us some updates on Applied Montana. His work around that system level effort has been impressive. We continue to be very proud of the success of the Central app. Hard to believe, but we're in sort of our 4th generation of that app now, and the work that it's done to send sort of this unified process and message across Montana to Montana resident students, I think has been incredibly helpful. And we look forward to ways that we can continue to grow that effort and expand the success that we believe comes with it. Fairly significantly switching gears, but with historic legislative session in terms of investment also comes some historic efforts that need to happen on behalf of the system, particularly around House Bill 5. As we move forward on the design and planning phase of those projects, obviously they'll all work their way in front of this governing body as they should, but we work day in and day out with architecture and engineering and the governor's budget office and different groups to bring these projects to fruition. And I know that Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Director Lyons are spending a tremendous amount of energy along with campus individuals from facilities all over. And I want to thank Tyler, Shauna, and all those individuals across the system that are continuing to work on their, quote, day job, but dealing with really, truly a historic opportunity for us to bring these projects to fruition. And those investments from the legislature, honestly, I think will make lasting and transformative improvements to the campuses and ultimately to our system that will add to that level of success. So we're excited about what's going on. We're excited about fall and all that it brings and the energy that surrounds that. I would like to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor and get a little bit more specific on the success agenda, and then we'll move back to me.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Now that my thunder has been stolen, I think I'll make this quick. The success agenda. I'm not going to talk about what's in it as much as what is it, where did it come from, and how do we use it. So we have a strategic plan. It's quite a long standing strategic plan. And I often would say to people, you could take this strategic plan and move it to another state, and it would be a template for higher education that you could use. Student access, affordability, and success, the first goal. The second goal, workforce development and research. The third goal, efficiency and effectiveness. And we have different, more specific goals within the plan. But often the criticism of the plan is, so yeah, what's your strategies? We know what your goals are, but what are you doing? And as we are all aware, those strategies change. And an easy way of refreshing those, I'd say easy, an efficient way of refreshing those has been the success agenda. And we've had this success agenda, this method. It came from a Regents work group, I believe, Regent Buchanan, back in about 2010. And since then, we've often updated it. We've now evolved it into a document that is basically houses our system initiatives. We refresh it annually. The Regents at a planning session just did so. And following that, how do we use it? Deputy Commissioner Teal and I recently presented to an education in the Legislative Education Interim Committee, walk them through the success agenda. What a great tool to communicate to them what's up in higher ed as a system. The commissioner used the term guidepost, and that's what I see it as. This is our guidepost. If you ever are in struggling as what it is and how you're going to communicate what we're doing, here it is. And the reason I'm not going to walk you through it is the next item is resident student access, where Director Lemon will show you some of the tools we've developed. And then later on this afternoon, for instance, Deputy Commissioner Teal will talk about dual enrollment and so on and so forth. In the Budget Committee, we'll touch upon enterprise risk management, which is another item within here. So I'll leave it to you all and the public and our constituents to continue to hold us accountable and read what's in the document to get a full view of what we're up to. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for any questions and then quickly pivot or pitch to Director Lemon.
Are there any questions? I have one quick one before you exit, please. Was there any feedback from the members of the Education Committee on the success agenda that would be relevant to share?
Madam Chair, members of the Regents, there was quite a bit of interaction. One of them that comes to mind was questions about research and our connectivity to the small businesses throughout Montana and how that relates to our research. And I believe that may lead to an agenda item when we meet in November as a joint Education Interim Committee and the Regents as one of the topics. I believe there were a few other in that same vein.
Thank you. Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Thank you for joining Regent Rogers and I at the Constitutional Partners conversation, which was an extension of the Interim Education Committee. And I think it's important, Regent Dombrowski, to point out that there is a fairly universal acknowledgement that the data sharing needs to become more robust. That's a priority that we have communicated, and we've got multiple partners that are coming to that conclusion, that we're not only leaving resources on the table from a federal perspective, but we've got to get better at figuring out how these students are making those decisions. So I found that message to be loud and clear from that group.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, and in fact, without stealing Director Lemon's thunder, that is a connected and important part of what he has to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's good to see everyone. I think we can bring up the Resident Student Access Portal and on the success agenda, as you just heard, and it's quite humbling to know that resident student access is still #1 on the list of our priorities and where we want to put our focus into efforts and resources and continue to try to crack this code of, really displaying and communicating the value proposition in post-secondary education. As you hear quite a bit nationally is a priority for a lot of states, campuses, and systems. And so the #1 question I get is what's next? We're constantly looking a little bit downrange, so to speak, and what can we do to make our value proposition more communicable, provide more access and resources to this message that we're trying to deliver. And so without going too far ahead, I thought it would be a great opportunity for us, one, to take advantage of the 3,000 or so folks watching this presentation to really start with the foundation of what we started to build here with Resident Student Access, and that is the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. We've got a couple new updates on this platform. This is what we led with. This is our foundation, and if you really want to look at it from a how do you want to build your house, you're starting on concrete and rock, or are we going to build on sand? We're certainly from a concrete foundation, and it is this. We want to lead with the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. Everything we do from here on out, as we said 2 years ago, we were going to stack into this platform for our residents to engage on a variety of levels on this platform itself. And so I'll walk through a couple brief things that we're going to be updating here. One will be, we're in the final stages. I'd hope to have it for you today. This map is going to be interactive. We're going to tweak the homepage and provide more accessibility to our campuses. The data that exists there from a homepage perspective, you're going to get to see a pretty cool video here in a second. I'm going to do my best to embarrass Ange in this awesome video that she has for our users to engage in sort of a walkthrough, a tutorial of the central app and what the portal has to offer, bless you, overall in what we're trying to do to continue to make the portal better. As I said, we want to lead with this as a resource. The two main things that we worked really hard to launch in our 3 years since I've been here, in the support of the Commissioner and the Board of Regents, and certainly the executive team and the Commissioner's office, is the Resident Student Access Career portal is what gets probably the most attention. But the second thing is actually the first thing we launched, and that's the central application. We're one of a handful of states that actually has a centralized application led by the state, where our students can actually submit one application across 16 campuses for free all year long. And you're going to hear some great data today from Director McClain, a lot of my colleagues in the Commissioner's office about that resident student access piece, College Application Week, and all the work that's being done on this. But just keep in mind that we're doing some really amazing things on the forefront and the leading edge with the central application and our campuses being able to take advantage of that. So we're incredibly proud overall. So I'll close the video and then we'll get to the application itself. Overall, you heard the Commissioner and Madam Chair talk through some of the data and Regent Buchanan on the data pieces. And so we've covered some of this quite a bit, but we know career is still such a large focus with what our residents want to see. And so one of the still most popular things that we see our users engaging in is this career preferences piece, where we ask 2 questions of our users to go through: what regions do you want to live overall? Excuse me, where do you want to work? And so we find opportunities for them to engage in this from a regional perspective. Make a quick selection of all the regions we've listed here or one, and find an opportunity for them to get data on what programs are available here in the MUS, what the salary outcomes in the majors that are available for students to engage in to do this. This is a direct reflection and result of the partnership with DLI somewhere in 2006, 2007, that we've utilized this data, we've shared this data, we've got some amazing outcomes. John Thunstrom over here, who's built a lot of these amazing systems for our users to engage with, continues to impress me and my colleagues with all the great tools that we try to dream up that John makes happen, and he's connected DLI data. This is Montana data that we're providing for folks to explore. Highlighting our schools, our colleges overall. We've built standalone pages for them, our users to come in and actually get an even playing field. You know, some of our campuses have a much different marketing budget to do a variety of different things on their own sites, so to be able to even that playing field for everyone to have a place for them to explore overall the colleges that are available. So I wanted to just kind of refresh the board and those that are tuning into this tremendous resource. One of the largest challenges we have is still awareness. I get phone calls, you know, every week from counselors, from parents and students that are still looking for the application information and didn't know that we have a central application, don't know that we have this amazing resource. So we still have a lot of work to do overall. If you recall, last year we launched a standalone awareness campaign in the marketing space. We're going to continue to do that in conjunction with college application weeks now, and making sure that folks know it is the time to submit that application in partnership with K through 12, and making sure that we're seeing that uptick in the application data. So I'm going to play a few minutes of this, just not to out video Chancellor Cook here, but because that was a tremendous video as well. But I do want to just show folks what's available here as a resource in partnership with
the Apply Montana College and Career Readiness Portal is a new tool for Montana students, their families, and counselors to view the different Montana University System campuses and the course offerings and programs that lead to great careers across the state. Today we're going to show you the different aspects of the portal, as well as show you the Apply Montana singular application that allows Montana residents to apply to any college across the MUS for free. Let's visit the website. The portal is housed at applymontana.mus.edu. One of our goals with the portal is to provide as much personalized information as possible. By selecting your student type, maybe you're a high school learner, an adult learner, maybe you're a parent or a family member, or maybe you're a college counselor or somebody that's supporting a student through their educational pathway. By selecting one of these boxes, this will give you more personalized information to those specific questions. One of the many questions that comes up is, what will my earnings look like long term? Here under this exploration tool, you're able to see whether a certificate, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree might be the best fit for you, what that timeline might look like, and also what your lifelong earnings could be by the attainment of that credential. When many students begin their college search process, there's a lot of questions about where I should go, what I could study, what does that mean over time? The Career Finder tool is new to the site. There's 2 main questions here that really provide access and information for students when it comes to careers and their pathways. The first is, where do you want to work? Is there a certain location across Montana that's of interest to you? Once you've selected those regions, you can select based on the national career clusters what you're most interested in. By selecting these boxes and going forward, you're able to see what the different options are for degree attainment across the MUS, what the salaries are associated for those, and what campuses offer those programs. So rather than just simply starting at a campus and seeing what that campus has to offer, we're flipping the script and allowing you to see what campuses offer the programs of study that you are most interested in. When using the Career Finder tool, you're able to manipulate the buttons on the side of the screen. So if you're interested in a certain salary, feel free to move that minimum salary marker. If you're interested in going to school for only a year, or maybe 2 years, or maybe more than 5, you can select those boxes as well. Once you've come to a box that looks exciting and interesting to you, click that. By clicking there, you're able to see a couple of different items. One, maybe there's dual enrollment or previous college coursework that you might have taken that will directly tie to the completion of this program, as well as you're able to see which colleges across the system offer this. By clicking on that specific program at a college or university, you're able to learn more specific to that school's offerings when it comes to that degree pathway. As you keep scrolling down that main home page on the Apply Montana portal, the next section is Exploring by College. The MUS is made up of 16 unique and different campuses, all housed throughout the state of Montana. By clicking here, you're able to discover more about what each.
So I certainly don't want to go through the whole video. I want the users to know that it's there, and it's an amazing resource. So Madam Chair, if I may, we just do a brief round of applause for Ange. On two fronts, Madam Chair. One, I wanted to embarrass Ange, but two, she did this video on zero notice the day of that we shot this video. We didn't have notice there was a mix-up in the times. And this morning, she found out about 15 minutes ago that we were actually going to play this video. So thank you, Ange, for your dedication to Ochi and the residents here in Montana. But this is a terrific resource overall. Thanks for your willingness to let us play the video today. And if we could transition to the app, I think it's up here. All right. Oh, on perfect timing.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we make the transition, I agree this is an incredible resource. I appreciate you taking the time, knowing that there's several thousand people online to do the video and to continue to promote this tool. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. I think to get the most utility out of it is that people are aware of it. So I just had a couple questions with regard to its utility and maybe some of the back-end data analytics. One of the things I like about the tool is that you've got the 4 different audiences that you're trying to drive this tool towards, and I'm wondering if you've seen any trends with regard to the parents, the counselors, et cetera, using this more than they have in the past. So I think that's one, and then the second is when you look at all the different functions within the portal, are there some functions that are being used more, and do you have a sense of why? Again, both of those questions are kind of getting around the marketing aspect of this tool and making sure it's something that is well known to all Montanans.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Regent Lozar. Yes, we do have the back-end analytics overall, and I think the traffic from the persona, if that's your question, on the 4 different sort of lanes that a user can go through, we actually see the highest rate in the parents and counselors that are engaging in the site. And that makes good sense for a variety of reasons. One, we know parents are doing a lot of the legwork in exploring post-secondary education for kids, and then I think this is a resource for the counselors in the school. I can provide more information specific to the analytics because we track every click-through and where they're going. The only thing we can't track is who actually ends up and clicks through the application itself overall. The most popular place on the site itself, to your second point, is the Career Finder, and we have a lot of work to do in the awareness space. We are somewhat limited, I would say, in how much we can invest in time and treasure in the marketing space. We have some great partners that we're going to continue to try to make best use of our resources right now to do that. And our second year of that will be launching here shortly to continue to promote the portal itself, but also the central app and the utility that exists there. I think there's also an efficiency conversation we want to have across the state with what we're going to talk about here in a second as far as the application and how folks are saving time and money. This is free all year long, and not everybody knows that, and that's certainly something that keeps me up at night and a lot of my colleagues up at night, is just trying to continue to remind folks that this is a resource that's there and it's all year long.
Thank you. Other questions?
Maybe just a
Regents
quick
Southwest.
plug while this is fresh. So when we go into the two-year stuff this afternoon, there's going to be a few updates, but one of them is going to be the what DLI is doing and what OPI is doing with the career coaches, where right now we have boots on the ground at in our high schools. So the program's got so long before it can be before it's going to be successful. So they're going to build it backwards, like 12 to K. But anyways, I think this is kind of low-lying fruit. We have the people. They're in they're in our high schools now, where we can really prop this up. This is awesome. You should be really proud of it. And I know that you had good, competent help with this, and you killed it. So anyway.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dombrowski. So couldn't agree more. Regent Lozar's perspectives and questions and Regent Southworth's comments. A lot of our focus in the last 9 months has turned to this because of a real concern about not capturing as many resident students as we had maybe a decade ago. So if we as a system believe this is the tool, these are the strategies, I guess I'd ask your office as we think about broadening utilization, broadening adoption. I know many campuses are directly recruiting, and enrollment processes are managed on campus. What would it take to make this more than an opt-in pathway? How do we make it so that every student, regardless of what campus they enroll in, gets routed into these career pathway tools, into the tools that really demonstrate what I think we're identifying as one of the largest barriers for many students is the perception that higher ed's out of reach from an access perspective, a cost perspective. So I guess what I'd ask, this is a significant challenge for us. We've got to capture more resident students. We believe there's pretty broad consensus that this tool is a game changer in this process. What's the next step? If we wanted to make this non-opt-in, a mandatory for every enrollment, every campus, what's that plan look like? And is that something that you and your colleagues could bring to us at a future meeting to look at? And so we can start to discuss what the impacts might be, what the trade-offs, challenges, and successes might be. Does that make sense, Director Lemon?
It does, Madam Chair. Regent Buchanan, we're happy to look into that and certainly look at a system-wide effort to what that might look like, and I'd be happy to come back with some more information on that.
Other questions? Okay, please.
Madam Chair, I'll be brief. I know there's a lot on the agenda today, but I did want to highlight the application itself, and just keep in mind this is a state-of-the-art experience for our users. And usually when you think about applying to college, and if you have kids, grandkids, folks that have engaged in this process, it's usually not a fun process, and it's a significant barrier, and twofold. One, from a cost perspective, we've eliminated that. We've made this free all year long. Obviously, we continue to repeat that. But we want folks to know. And then from a process perspective, this is no longer, back in the day, the paper apps, and you're going to fax different things. And now you're looking at some really, I would say, outdated application systems nationally. This is one of the last things to get updated because it's time intensive for folks to actually retool their current processes on a campus. And then there's a technology component that exists with this. We've taken the liberty of working with an amazing vendor to have and stand this up. As the Commissioner mentioned, this is our 4th cycle of going through this. In the app data, I had about 20 slides on just app data. I know you've got better things to do than look at application data. But I wanted to share that we are up for the 3rd straight year in applications through Apply Montana through the central app. And we're seeing the unique applicants, that is people that are applying, is up as well. And so the trends are continuing in a positive direction. We'll have more information in November to show if that's correlated directly to the resident students that are enrolling in our system. We hope that is a trend that it continues to be in the positive direction. But one of the things is because folks can get into a system that is incredibly user-friendly. These dials will color coordinate how complete they are of their section itself. I won't go through all the application overall, but I just want to reiterate that it is one of these applications for all 16 campuses for free if folks so choose to do that. The other thing I'll point out, and I've said in a previous meeting, I want to reiterate to the board, is that this is a repeatable process. So if you're a counselor in a high school and you're going through college application week, right, there's a bias to maybe the campus that you know the best, perhaps one that you attended, or you've only got time to complete one application to one campus based on that counselor's day. We know they're wearing 20 different hats and doing a variety of different things for our students. And so they can actually get through this one process and know our application one time and be able to submit for that student or on the student's behalf to as many campuses as that student wants to do. So they're actually getting better and more efficient in this process as well, and that's where a lot of our students are going for that support, for that help in the high school. And so we're incredibly proud of this. The data looks really positive, and we certainly are excited to hopefully show some more positive trends in November when we get to the enrollment report overall. Lastly, and then I'll wrap up, Madam Chair, is really one of the things that's neat is the dedicated customer support that we have. If you see in the lower right, we have click-to-chat capability for our users to actually engage, and if they get hung up in any way, they can communicate with our office directly, but they've got some cutting-edge technology to communicate overall, and the question mark provides customer support via email. They can actually we have a dedicated 800 number for folks to engage in if they get hung up anywhere on the application itself. And so these are really neat things that if I can find the app again, if we get to where we know that these folks are engaging, the numbers look amazing, and we're providing some state-of-the-art resources for our residents to engage in this great barrier of, believe it or not, applying to college. And so we're trying to knock these down. I'm sorry for taking so much time, Madam Chair. I'm happy to wrap up and stand for questions.
Excellent work. I might speak on behalf of the board. We probably would have liked to have seen those 20 slides of data. In the interest of time, I get it, but I do know that this is a board that's committed to understanding and being in support of that work. And so to the degree we can get that data efficiently and effectively, and in November is probably the best time, we would welcome that. So thank you again. Great work. Commissioner Critchin.
Madam Chair, just a couple of thoughts. First, to Director Lemon, his team, and ARSA, the broad effort has went into this over the last few years, and I just want to thank everybody. It's pretty easy to talk about these things at a very high level. It's a different and a game changer to see them on a screen that is active and dynamic, and appreciate that. Regent Buchanan, appreciate your question, because I think, at the heart of this discussion, in some regards, even where it started, was this acknowledgement that campuses have a job to do, right? Selling their campus is part of being on that campus. It's part of the culture. It's part of what they need to do. It also creates then sort of these individual atmospheres that are productive. They're needed. But what I really like, and Ann said in her comments, is this sort of flip the script to say, not necessarily where you're headed, but what do you want to do? And what do you need to make, and where do you want to live, and what interests you? I really believe that's sort of a game changer for a lot of individuals. And then, all right, if that's your interest level, here's what's available. And I think, that's something we talked about at a very high level that I think in this program is starting to work itself out, and how we can more broadly expand that into the K-12 arena, so it gets to students when they need it, when they're malleable, when they're looking for what those opportunities are. I just think it could be very powerful, and I agree with you. We need to continue to look at how we can get that in front of more Montanans and more parents and more counselors in that group that we've identified. So Scott, I appreciate all your team's efforts on this. It continues to make tremendous progress, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? Terrific, thank you.
Madam Chair, I think we're going to get a update on the federal landscape from Deputy Commissioner Thigpen next.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yes, I'm here with a federal update. The bad news is that I have to follow Tyler and Scott, and I don't have a presentation that involves a video or data or scripts or anything like that, but I'll do my best to dive into the world of federal update here. So I'll keep it brief. This is really always an interesting time in the federal legislative policy cycle. Summer is over, Congress is back in session, but next year's federal election, I think everybody can say, is really already taking over the agenda. So on a large scale, the budget is actually the most pressing topic, and actually passing a budget. You may have heard that there is a little bit of a hold up on some of that right now, and it is really a pretty familiar scene in many respects. But there's also a lot of uncertainty, I think, at this point about how things are going to move forward and how the budget is going to proceed. The federal fiscal year ends, as you know, on September 30th. The general thinking seems to be that the House will approve a stopgap measure, also known as a continuing resolution, through October 31st. But nobody seems to know for sure, and I think the only people that do know are not in this room today. So Congress has certainly used the continuing resolution path before, so I suspect that will be the case for quite some time, at least through the fall, until they can pass a budget. But it does impact education funding, and it significantly impacts the Department of Education. And so funding for education is a big topic right now in Washington. In July, the House Appropriations Committee proposed significant cuts to federal education programs, which have been strongly opposed by the wider higher education community. One of the programs targeted by the House is the Federal Work Study Program. Work Study allows students to earn money to pay for college by working on campus or sometimes even off campus under certain circumstances. The bill that was proposed would also reduce funding for the Department of Education by around $12 billion, or around 15%, and in the child care access means parents and school programs that, to the tune of about $75 million. So the general, the concerns are real. The higher education community has certainly been working with congressional leaders on those topics, and we're tracking that in the office, and certainly would engage in terms of outreach whenever we need to do that. But it is something to be aware of, that those budget topics are coming up. The other big topic I just want to bring to the group's attention is federal student loans. As you know, we do not administer loans in the university system, but it is a topic that impacts students in the university system and students that obviously have graduated from our institutions. The Supreme Court earlier this year did strike down President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. That's been in the news for quite some time. That would have forgiven up to $20,000 in debt for individuals making below a certain threshold. I believe it was around $125,000 a year. In response to that, the Biden administration announced that it's moving forward with a plan known as the SAVE plan. Unlike the plan that was struck down by the Supreme Court, this new plan really focuses on income. It's an income-driven repayment plan, which would calculate loan payments based on a borrower's income and family size and forgive loan amounts after a certain date. Similar to the other plan, though, a lawsuit was recently filed challenging that plan, and its path is also uncertain. So there's just generally a lot of uncertainty around student loan forgiveness and whether any of that will move forward. But we do get questions occasionally in our office about that, and we do remind them that we do not administer loans, but also, of course, point folks to resources with the U.S. Department of Education about how they can find information on whether or not they may be eligible and what the status of some of that is. So the other big front facing students, and in particular our financial aid offices on campus, is related to the FAFSA. So this has come up before in our meetings. We've had a few updates around that topic. As you have heard, the FAFSA is undergoing a significant update. The updates have been in the works for a few years in response to some federal legislation that impacted or directed the simplification of the FAFSA form, which is a good thing overall. The first real overhaul of the FAFSA form in a number of years. The new changes that are being proposed would reduce the number of questions for the 2024-25 school year from around 100 questions to less than 40. So certainly a reduction in the number of questions, which overall is positive. Will also be easier for students' families to import tax data, which has been an issue, and that certainly has helped reduce the number of questions on the form. But there are some, I don't know, I guess, probably fair to say concerns that people have kind of around the substantive changes that are going to be on the form and how the calculations are going to be done. I will say that Director King and Deputy Commissioner Teal are tracking the FAFSA very closely, looking at how best to communicate some of the changes that are going to be taking place. Obviously, the campuses are very informed about these changes and how they're going to communicate that to families. The big news is that typically the FAFSA form is ready early October for families to fill out. That has been delayed, and now the new form, those changes won't be rolled out at the earliest until December. So that is sort of the big news that I wanted to share. But again, we've got some great folks that are tracking that and are going to help and communicate those messages to students and assist with the FAFSA form, because we just know that the completion of the FAFSA is just so incredibly important for not only financial aid, but really all aspects of that. So incredibly important topic for us to keep our thumb on. Another topic sort of tangentially related to higher education that we are tracking is a new overtime rule that's been proposed by the U.S. Department of Labor. Obviously that impacts not just higher education, but the workforce in general. But for some time now, the Biden administration has been looking at updating the federal overtime rule, also known as the white collar exemption. I don't love that term, but they did not ask me whether I like that term or not, so here we are talking about it. Under the existing exemption, workers who receive around $35,000 annually and work in what is a bona fide executive, administrative, or professional capacity are not covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act for purposes of receiving overtime pay. So in other words, most employees who are making less than that level are classified as hourly employees and are eligible to receive overtime pay. Employees making over that are considered salaried employees. The Department of Labor, in sum, is proposing to raise the salary threshold from its current level to around $55,000, which is about a 55% increase and not insubstantial by any measure. So I do want to point out how this impacts the university system and why this kind of matters. Under the proposed rule, it may have some impact for professional staff in certain cases. But it does look like faculty will continue to be exempt under the current exemption for teachers that's already there. It also appears that it won't impact student workers and research or teaching assistants. But there are a couple of nuances. Your HR teams, your legal offices are doing an excellent job tracking all of that. They're very aware of it, but it is something that you're going to hear about, and so I thought it was important to bring that up since certainly the higher education community has been monitoring and just making sure that we can keep some of those exemptions in place as they are right now. And then finally, I do want to just note very, very quickly that you've heard a lot about Title IX over the years from me, especially in different rule changes depending on administrations and all of that. We are expecting a final set of Title IX rules to come out in October. That's the latest news on that front, although there are already some signs that that will potentially be delayed a little bit longer based on sort of the federal rulemaking process and who needs to review that. So again, your legal teams, your campus Title IX officers are tracking all of this and will be implementing policies where needed and advising students on all those aspects. So that's sort of the federal landscape. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and certainly available for any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Are there questions? Commissioner Christian, do you have a question? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you very much, Ellen.
Madam Chair, as always, want to remind everyone the campus reports are posted for your review. I always enjoy those reports. They give us a lot of sort of granular level detail of what's happening on campuses, and encourage everyone here to take a moment to look through those. Keeping with the academic calendar, I guess, if you will, we have quite a few announcements and acknowledgements today. Like to work our way through those, starting with our gracious host, Chancellor Cook.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian. So I would like to introduce, I have two introductions to make, actually. We have a new provost and executive vice chancellor. Dr. Nosi Igabor joined us in July and comes most... Dr. Igabor comes to us most recently from the University of Rwanda in Kigali, Rwanda, where he served as international engagement as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Research. But prior to that, he spent most of his time here in the United States and was the Provost and Executive Vice President at SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry in New York. He was also the Chief International Officer and Executive Director of Global Engagement at the University of Mississippi, and had a long tenure as the Vice President for International Education and Research at Tuskegee University, where he also served as the U.S. Department of Energy Samuel Massey Professorial Chair and Director of Environmental Engineering. So we are super excited to have Nosa on board with us. He has a PhD in metallurgical engineering from Queen's University in Ontario, Canada, and an MS degree in metallurgical engineering from the University of Manchester in the UK. So it's been a delight having Nosa with us in his short, he reminds me 5 weeks, but I think it's actually been longer than that. I can't count. So I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Joe Cooper, who is our Vice Provost and Dean of Students. Dr. Cooper comes to us with almost 20 years of professional experience as a leader in student affairs. He's originally from Michigan. He holds a bachelor's degree in elementary education from Northern Michigan University, a master's in student affairs administration from South Dakota State, and a doctorate in educational leadership from Edgewood College. Before coming to Montana Tech, Joe served as the Dean of Students at Northland College in Ashland, Wisconsin. And he was also at Michigan Technological University for about 14 years, where he served as an interim vice president for student affairs there. And one of Joe's passions is mental health and the mental health of our students and campus. And we're really excited to share that in Joe's short time here, and he joined us the 1st of July, he's been able to bring on Mantra Health as a full-service health service agency for our students. So we're really excited about that. The other thing that I will say is that we got kind of it's a double when you actually get one, but you also get 2 employees out of the deal. And so Joe's wife, Angela, has joined us as our director of admissions, and we're elated about that as well. So we're excited to have Joe and his wife, as well as his son, Ellis, and their couple of dogs. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Nosa and Joe, welcome to the team. We have some announcements from Chancellor Keel.
Yes, thank you, Chair Dombrowski and Regents. I'm very excited to be able to introduce Dr. Jennifer Brown. Jennifer's our new Senior Vice Chancellor of Academics and our Provost. Jennifer comes to us after serving as Associate Provost and Dean of Academic Analytics at Eastern Connecticut State University. Jennifer holds a PhD in economics from the University of California in Santa Barbara, and she's been here for a couple months and absolutely hit the road running. We've got a 7-year review through Northwest Accreditation, and she picked up the ball with that, and it's an outstanding job. So very happy to have her on board.
Great. Welcome, Jennifer, and thank you, Chancellor. President Karras.
Madam Chair, Regents, Commissioner, I'd also like to introduce our new Vice President of Administration and Finance, and I think you all know her, Tricia Fiskus. Sorry, Mike, but Flathead Valley is just such a great place to live. We're very glad to have Tricia with us.
Welcome to your new role, Tricia. That was short and sweet, but I guess as a stolen employee goes, maybe that's best.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Regents, and Commissioner, I do believe it's against the law to own people in the United States, so stealing is not possible.
There's some truth to that. Deputy Commissioner Teal, I believe you have an announcement.
Madam Chair, members of the board, really delighted to introduce Dr. Sue Balterites as OCHI's new Director of Online Initiatives. Sue is known to many of you. She's been a longtime faculty member in communications, MSU Billings, a top-tier teacher, researcher, has also been their Director of e-learning, and for some time, their Provost as interim. And we are so happy to have Sue on board for many of the big projects that are coming down the pike on our Seamless System Initiative, including our LMS transition. Thank you, Sue.
Welcome to our team, Sue, and thanks, Joe, for the introduction. Madam Chair, from my team, with a fair amount of selfish trepidation, I have a few things to share. I am a believer that change brings good things for all concerned, but it comes with a certain amount of challenges. So it's with a bit of a heavy heart, I announce a couple departures from the Commissioner's Cabinet, starting with Helen Thigpen. Helen has served OCHE and the MUS incredibly well over the last 6 years as a valued member, first of all as our legal team, and then more recently in this role as Deputy Commissioner for Government Relations and Public Affairs. Helen came to us from the legislative branch as a legislative attorney, worked in legal services there, and she brought with a tremendous amount of experience in communication and other skill sets to OCHE that have really, truly helped, I believe, elevate this role as a deputy commissioner to a deputy commissioner work and ultimately creating sort of an environment that I think we need to have a space in. But Helen did a good job in bringing that position to fruition and ultimately, sort of advancing our interaction with our legislative partners to an extent that, Helen played a particular role in what was a very successful session for us in this last session. And so we thank her for her service there. Helen has decided, despite what I think is some of my best sort of sales pitches ever, to pursue some other opportunities, and so we wish her well in those endeavors. Helen will be leaving the first part of October. Then certainly last on my list, but not least, the time has come for a retirement announcement for a key member of our team at OCHE after 19 years as the Chief Human Resource Officer of the MUS. Deputy Commissioner Kevin McCrae has decided he's ready to enter the next phase of life. For those of you not aware, Kevin now has devoted over 30 years to serving the state of Montana. He's held roles with the Department of Administration, Montana Department of Labor, and of course, the time that he spent at OCHE. State government, though, was Kevin's second career. He started in journalism and worked as a well-regarded journalist across the state, fittingly as a Capitol Bureau political writer for the Lee newspapers in the 80s and 90s, and continued to serve OCHE with sort of a jaded view of as the Capitol historian. But Kevin has served both the state and the MUS incredibly well over the years. We've been lucky to have him for as long as we have, and I know I speak for everyone in the MUS. He'll truly be missed. Even Kevin, your sort of cynical sense of humor that we've all come to work with and love. We will miss you greatly, but we do wish you well in this next version of life, and happy and enjoyable retirement for you and your family to come. So thank you for your service. Madam Chair, with that, pretty close to on time and under budget, I hand the microphone back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. A few words also. Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Kevin, for your years of service. Duly noted from the board as well. So next up on our agenda is a report from Dylan Klattmeyer from the Governor's Office. Dylan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Regents. I want to start by saying it's just been a pleasure to work with you, Kevin and Helen, and wish you all the best in your next endeavors. And then thanks to Chancellor Cook for hosting us here on the Montana Tech campus. It's great to be back here, and I know the governor's looking forward to the football game this weekend. Just some recaps, with the new school year in full swing, it's been great to visit the campuses of both the university system and the K-12 schools. Last week, Superintendent Arntzen and I were in Miles City for the Board of Public Education meeting, which was hosted by Miles Community College and Board Member Slinger. Thank you for hosting us. We were able to visit Custer County High School and see some of the work that they're doing in career and technical education and with dual enrollment, as well as Garfield Elementary. At that meeting, Dr. Tim Tharp was elected the new chair of the Board of Public Education, and I know that many of you have worked with Dr. Tharp over the years. I think he's going to be a great contact for you on our K-20 cross-agency initiatives. Another new announcement that Commissioner Christian alluded to is we have a new state leader, but certainly not a new face, in Sarah Swanson, who the governor appointed as the Commissioner of Labor and Industry at DLI last month. Many of you have worked with Sarah around workforce development initiatives at her time at both DLI and OPI, and I think she's going to continue to be a strong partner for the university system in this role that she has now. Last week, the governor did a back-to-school tour focused on the K-12 schools throughout Montana, welcoming parents and students to the start of the year, and also to highlight some of the legislative accomplishments from this last session. As the commissioner and his staff said, it was really a historic session for investments in both K-12 and post-secondary education. Some of the themes that he hit on in his school visits were early intervention for literacy, teacher recruitment and retention, school funding, and personalized learning. I know the governor is looking forward to getting onto the MUS campuses this fall as well to promote similar accomplishments for the university system. A few bills that I wanted to highlight and that I shared with the Board of Public Education, but I think again have a lot of K through 20 into workforce crossover. We've talked a little bit about the Digital Academy. The first meeting of the new Digital Academy Board will be in the coming weeks. Your Deputy Commissioner Joe Teal will serve on that along with myself and representatives from the Board of Public Ed, OPI, the school board trustees, the legislature, and then teachers and administrators as ex officios. The exciting opportunity there is the legislature made a large investment in a clearinghouse platform for the Montana Digital Academy that among other things, is going to expand offerings in individualized learning and career and technical education. But I think there's a real opportunity there to expand dual enrollment, dual credit, really plugging that even more coursework into the Digital Academy for high school students across the state to access. The other one is our new Education and Workforce Data Governance Board. I believe Deputy Commissioner Teal is also your representative on that board that brings together, again, OPI, DLI, the Board of Public Ed, and the Department of Administration and Legislature to look at how we can really do a better job of cross-agency collaboration on data sharing, especially as, you know, OPI, the university system, and DLI are engaged in data modernization. And then finally, the last thing I'd make a pitch for, and I asked this of the Board of Public Ed too, is as you're talking to your partners across the state in education or in industry, the legislature made very large investments in the Advanced Opportunities Act, and that's for students to engage in personalized learning. School districts need to adopt a plan, reach out to the Office of Public Instruction, and then they can receive funding to support individualized work-based learning opportunities for students, which could include access to post-secondary coursework or training. So I think that there's a real opportunity there for schools to take advantage of that and in getting more kids to see what opportunities are out there in the Montana University system. Finally, I would just close with, we're looking forward to the annual State Board of Education meeting at the University of Montana in November. Where the governor will join all of you in the Board of Public Education. I'll work with your staff and Superintendent Arnson and the Board of Public Ed on an agenda, but if the regents have any agenda items they'd like to see on that joint meeting, please reach out to me or Jasmine. With that, Madam Chair, it was great to be with the regents at your strategic planning meeting in July. It looks like many of those follow-up items are on your agenda this week, and I'm looking forward to the rest of our discussions this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Dylan. Any questions or comments for Dylan? If not, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Arnson, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and board members, and everyone that is here. I so enjoy coming, Chancellor. It's a small, intimate affair that we have here, and we can see everybody. We can understand everybody. And that's the Montana way, right? So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Short and sweet, I do have two presentations that are going to be coming at the end of my introductions. One of them is on our ability with Montana Ready. So with Regent Southworth, we have career coaches, that we have 9 of them across the state. And the discussion that we're going to talk about is not just so much that we're in communities, but how can we enhance dual credit, dual enrollment? And I know, Regent Buchanan, that has been not a concern, but how can we amplify it? How can we make sure that that bridge and that connection can be there? So Mary Heller will be presenting that. And then a great celebration, not just on a test that we took, but the ACT is the federally recognized demand for that summative at the end. It happens with 11th graders, and just a big shout out, it was the largest increase, not just in participation. We are working on participation even more so, but it was the largest increase in math and writing that we've ever had before, which means our Montana 11th graders are career and college ready. So what does that mean? That's the next step. So if I've got a great test score and I've got great opportunity, what is that? How do we get them across that bridge to get them to you, to get them into the workforce? That's where I think the collaboration can really go for. So that'll happen after this in just a minute. Want to also shout out at the residency program. The legislature believed in a pilot that we have been working using our COVID dollars to get those student teachers that are that 4-year, get them into the schools for that entire school year. It goes through University of Montana, through Western. We want to really make sure that that hub-spoke model to get out to all of our university portals, including 2 years, including tribal colleges, wanting to make sure that we reflect that teacher need and the thirst for teachers is everywhere. So the legislature for the last year of this biennium is going to fully fund it. So they believed in the program. It is an investment. It's more than $20,000 per student for student teacher we're using at this point. And the legislature is believing this, believing that good quality teachers can happen anywhere with the partnership. So we'll talk more on this. So I very much appreciate that we're sitting side by side, that we can do this discussion. Speaking of teachers, we just had over 50 teachers say yes, they want to be the Montana 2024 Teacher of the Year. We brought 2 groups together to really look and have a conversation. We have narrowed it down to 4. So drum roll. Next week then, we'll be able to present to our Teacher of the Year, and it'll be a discussion where we go to the community, to the school, and to discuss this. And I'm very, very excited because what this means then is Montana and the 4 territories all get together, and then one is picked for the National Teacher of the Year. And we are got so much good hope that this teacher will lead Montana, but lead the nation as well. So more to come on that when we present that next week. Also, in alignment to that, in 1997, the legislature decreed that the last Friday should be the celebration of culture in Montana. It shouldn't be the last Friday in September. It should be every single day that we support, that we understand who we were and who we are and who we want to be in regarding of culture. So we're presenting a lot of events next week, and in our public K-12 system, we're encouraging a lot of that discussion as well. So American Indian education is alive and well in Montana public schools. Also want to talk about data sharing. So we had a great conversation. Want to say thank you to Eric Meredith. He was an OPI individual and then graduated to post-secondary. And we also had John Thurstrom to have a great conversation. We're going to have monthly meetings on what does it mean to have an $8.3 million investment in data modernization. What does it mean to securely transfer information? Think about it. This is government dollar that is paid for this information. So of course, there should be very important data sharing that goes forward with this. Aligned, of course, with what the legislature has also decreed with a quarterly. But this is something that is going on. We share things differently through different portals. We just want to make sure that there is ease of doing that and making sure that it's very, very discreet and secure. And then a big shout out for Perkins. We have Perkins 5 reauthorization. Thank you, Jackie Treaster. And of course, Joe. Where's Joe? Joe Teal, thank you very much for a great opportunity to bring people together. One of the things that Montana really relishes on, and even with the Department of Ed, is looking at parents. What does that parental portal look like? And we have a steering committee of parents that are going to be joining this discussion. Because I believe if we are going to get to building that workforce, parents also can be that nudge and urge, as they always have been, but let's amplify that. And I believe with Perkins reauthorization, we've got that going. I believe, Madam Chair, that's where I'm at this point. School doors are opening. They're opening safely. I'm very excited about what this school year can bring. My report that you all have is colorful. It's got a lot of pictures because that's who we are. We're about educating our great treasures of our state, our children. With that, if I could have presentation by Mary Heller first, that would be great. And then we'll move on to Cedar Rose about the ACT alignment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian, Madam Chair, Superintendent Arnson, and Regents. My name is Mary Heller. I am the Montana Ready Coordinator for the Office of Public Instruction. And the main thing I want to focus on today is what has already been discussed a little bit, and that is the fact that we have 9 regional career coaches across the state, and they've hit the ground running in the last few months. And especially now that K-12 and post-secondary education institutions are in session, we've been extremely busy. So here are some of the highlights. Right now, as I speak, our regional career coaches have joined Amy Leary and the Montana Post-Secondary Education Opportunities Council, MOPSOC, as we all affectionately call it, for career fairs across the state, and of course promoting career pathways within our MUS system. So very busy with that in the different regions across the state. I believe the one taking place today is in Lewistown. Regional career coaches have also met with many of our 2- and 4-year post-secondary institutions in their regions to discuss plans for promoting dual enrollment, dual credit, and to also work with them on helping to assist with the college applications, that FAFSA application, especially with parents and helping them get through that process. And particularly a lot of our first generation students struggle with that and just navigating those waters. So we have plans to help with that. As Regent Southworth discussed, we were invited to join him and his team in Lewistown recently. And sitting around the table was myself, Regent Southworth, and his team, Dr. Stephanie Erdman of Great Falls College, the Department of Labor Business Industry Specialist, and we talked highly about how to make very well laid out plans to promote the Lewistown businesses for workforce development and connecting with those K-12 schools in the Lewistown School District, and to work on those career pathway ingredients, including dual enrollment, dual credit, the FAFSA work. And our regional career coach in Lewistown, Jillian Bela, now has office hours set up, and thank you, Regent Southworth, for your help with that, where she can go in and work cohesively with the school district and help those students more focused on those career pathways. With that, we also were invited by Dr. Brown to go up to MSU Northern for much of the same discussion, how to promote and assist with dual enrollment, dual credit, FAFSA college applications, and then of course promoting and then re-implementation of their industrial tech program, as we really need industrial tech teachers in the K-12 arena. We are, as has already been discussed, working with Deputy Commissioner Thiel, Jackie Treaster on the Perkins State Plan revisions, and Director McLean with ideas of how to connect K-12 students into the Perkins Innovation and Modernization Grant. And that wraps up my quick summary. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide any information you need. And please feel free to reach out to connect with the regional career coach in your area to work on these plans to support our MUS system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Madam Chair, Commissioner, Regents, my name is Cedar Rose, and I am the Assessment Director with the Office of Public Instruction. This morning, I've heard this common theme of data and data sharing, which makes this overview of statewide ACT data very fitting, I think. So I'm briefly going to share the major data points from the 2023 ACT administration. We're going to start with participation and go into each one of those domains. The data I'm sharing can be found on the statewide assessment webpage of the OK website. And then I believe some ACT-specific data has been sent over for distribution to the board. So in the 2023 administration, 9,600 11th graders participated in the ACT, which is about 93% of all of our eligible students. This is comparable to our pre-pandemic participation rate. If we're looking at the state composite score, we did see a steep post-pandemic decrease. The average composite score did increase 0.8 between the 2022-2023 administrations. So that's good to see that overall composite score growing. Our overall composite growth was really supported by proficiency increases in each one of our domains, ELA, math, and science. Our math proficiency levels show 5.3% more students scoring in the advanced or the proficient range compared to the 2022 administration. And it's also very notable that the rate of students scoring in the novice level is the lowest since the pandemic. Overall, 30.6% of students were at or above proficiency in math. And ELA, the last administration brought the highest rates of students at or above proficiency in ELA since the 2015-2016 school year, and that's when ACT was first used as our state accountability assessment for high school. 53.4% of students were in the proficient or advanced levels in ELA, and that's an increase of 11.3% from the 2022 administration. This data is incredibly promising, and it's just such a reflection of the hard work and dedication of Montana's educators and our students. I'll wrap up with just an overview of science. Our proficiency increased from 26% of students advanced or proficient in 2022 to 30% of students scoring in advanced or proficient in the most recent administration. Now that's a lot of data to go over. Like I said, those slides, all of our statewide data are available on the statewide assessment page of OPI, and then you can also do a deep dive into the current and historical ACT and statewide assessment data through the GEMS longitudinal data warehouse. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to share this really promising assessment data.
Thank you both. Madam Chair, we have a lot of work to do, and I have always promised a partnership. I believe the career coaches is a pathway. Also really doing a deep dive on what do those scores really mean. We've also recognized, if I could be so bold, these students that took the 11th grade ACT, where they were when COVID hit 3 years ago, it is quite an interesting understanding of where our young students were. So when we tested third graders, where were they 3 years ago? So I just want to shout out the resiliency and also share that our teachers are back to work. That yes, there was a disruption of learning 3 years ago, but these scores right now in our 11th grade are something to be really championed about. And I want to thank you for allowing them to present. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have to say personally, I think those ACT scores are very encouraging. I mean, it's one point in time, it's one data set. I get that, but it's very encouraging. So thank you, and thank your staff for sharing as well. Any questions? Well, look at this. We are 4 minutes ahead. Does not mean you'll get a longer break, though. No, we will break till 10:30, and when we return promptly at 10:30, we will start the budget committee. Thank you. We're going to welcome you all back to the continuation of our meeting. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to the Budget, Administration, and Audit Committee, and I'd like to turn to Chair Lozar.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We've got about an hour and a half or so to work through our agenda. So if board members could open up the agenda, we've got a number of different items in the consent agenda. We've got 4 items in particular to cover in the action agenda. Maybe most importantly is a discussion and taking action on our operating budgets, our all funds budget for the year, and then a few items in the information agenda, notably the sort of annual report for our enterprise risk management, which is particularly important to our budget audit and admin committee. Before we dive into the consent and action, I did want to call a little bit of an audible and maybe skip down to the work plan for the committee for the year and just kind of walk through what the priorities are and see if there's any questions from members of the board or from committee members. I think maybe one thing that I would highlight, just kind of riffing off of the commissioner's report and his deputy commissioners and directors this morning, with regard to the strategic plan, the success agenda, that you should be able to see pretty clearly some of the priorities that we've set as a board directly in the committee's work plan for the year. So there are 5 different sections, sort of areas of focus for the committee. I think first and foremost, as it relates to budget, and again, this is for the academic year, so this is an annual work plan. We have intention of evaluating our waivers and discounts, their use, both historically, and maybe that will tee up conversations about what that looks like in the future. Similarly, taking a look at assessing, evaluating our board designated reserves, how those are being used, and identify any maybe recommendations coming from those. And then lastly, in the budget section, just delineating some of the budget principles that really guide how we make decisions on the university system budget. There's a number of probably unwritten principles that we've been using over the past 5 to 10 years to help guide discussions, similar discussions that we had just last spring at our May meeting coming out of the legislative session. So I think we want to be able to kind of put those things on paper and have the opportunity for CFOs on campuses to weigh in as well, and then bring that discussion to the committee and to the broader board. The second area is facilities. I think one of the big things of note here is just sort of the kickoff of the infrastructure subcommittee. Over the years, this has become more and more important to this committee as we are working with our state partners on managing the facilities that we have, making sure they're at the highest quality, and bringing new facilities into our family of assets that we have at the university system. So the subcommittee will be doing quite a bit of work, starting this fall and then into the rest of the academic year, really delineating some of the projects, priorities that we have, and better understanding our kind of approval and our planning cycle for those facilities. The third area for the committee is information technology. Again, this has also been something that this committee has taken up very consistently over the past 6 or 7 years. As technology becomes more advanced and in many cases more costly for the system, this is an important area for us to find some efficiencies across this one university system. So again, looking at our cybersecurity framework, understanding how we're going to roll out our LMS platforms, and the inclusion of these IT tools for colleges of all sizes across the system, of which they all have different needs and different starting points as we continue to operate more through IT, through a shared services platform. Number 4 is our enterprise risk management area, and this is really an area we've done a lot of work on and built some more formality into our structure as a board. Enterprise risk is, as we learned earlier this year, is particularly important to making sure that our campuses have what they need. They're protecting their assets. They're protecting, the critical information. And so we'll continue to do this work, both analyzing the risks that exist in our campuses, as well as identifying how to incentivize campuses to participate in some of those system ERM activities and do so in a way that aligns with the resources that we have available. And maybe lastly, again, kind of going back to the discussion earlier today, really honing in from the Budget Committee a focus on our success agenda, and that really, I think for us, really looks at a couple of the points that Regent Buchanan brought up this morning, really looking at resident student access, the opportunities that exist around the central app, how we can get the portal out to more Montana families and counselors and industry. So each one of these kind of areas of focus, Deputy Commissioner Trevor has some plans for and is already starting to engage with folks across the campus. And you can see in the calendar, there's, for each one of these kind of core areas, we designed a time throughout the academic cycle and the cycle of the Regents meetings this year to be able to make sure that we're putting those on your agenda. To make sure that we continue to have the dialogue and make the progress that we want to make towards each of these priorities. With that, maybe I'll just pause for a second to see if there's any comments from any members of the committee or members of the board.
Regent Buchanan.
Appreciate it, Chair Dombrowski. Chair Lozar, thank you. Thoughtful work plan, capturing a lot of what we discussed starting March and the follow-up conversations in July. Looking at item 2, just kind of want to echo some of the thoughts I've heard from us. In the last couple of years, we've seen some enormous cost creep with some of our construction projects. From a from a process perspective, we started a number and approve it. And, modest changes are understandable. We understand there's been pressures, but at the end of the day, numbers matter. And so I think where I would echo some thoughts that we've had as these projects, whether they're on the long-range building project list or campus generated independently, numbers matter. And so the direction I would hope that this committee would continue to provide is as we engage our architectural firms and design teams, the goal is not to build the top of that number with the anticipation that the approval just always comes to expand that with all the pressures involved. So I'm looking at today's list for approval, 5 or 6 items, increased spending authority. We recognize there's pressures, but I think we got to start living within those numbers that we approve or revisit that approval process. I don't say that in a way that is meant to stop anything or itemize any of the issues in today's proposal, but I think that we've just been a little startled with the cost creep. And so as you guys as this committee continues to do that, I think that's an important echoing of some comments I've heard from some of us as we discuss future construction projects. But fantastic work plan. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I do think that will be a kind of core part of the subcommittee's work is understanding rising costs. What does that mean for how we make decisions as a board? What does that mean for the process at the campus level as we're going out for contract, going out for bid? Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Any other comments from committee or members of the board?
Regent Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you for this work. I think that this is a great work plan. It seems to reflect a lot of our discussions. I will just also reiterate on item 2, facilities. I'm really excited about the infrastructure subcommittee work. I think the Regents haven't had like an easily accessible way to have a big picture scope view of what our campus plans look like, what the facility expectations are, what's to come. So I'm excited about the potential for this subcommittee to give the Regents a little bit more purview and understanding of the big picture, and also in going back to your point, Chair Lozar, about taking care of what we own and that deferred maintenance piece of it. I think that that's a big piece of the puzzle that I haven't been able to understand very well, and I think that this infrastructure subcommittee could potentially help all Regents understand that better.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Yeah, I think your kind of the bulk of your commentary, it kind of goes down to the third sub-bullet, is really understanding that connection between individual projects and project planning to the broader master plan. And when you look at a number of different facilities that we've approved a new construction on, that is one of our first questions is like, where does this fit into the broader plan? What does this mean for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years? And so making sure that we are a part of that process and understanding that the connection between individual projects and long-term planning is pretty key. Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing no others. So I'll go back up to the consent agenda. A couple items on the staff items, and then a whole host of items for facilities, most of which are coming out of MSU and their requests for authorization. Take a second to see if there's any folks who want to move any items from the consent down to the action agenda. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move down to action item A, and this is kind of the bulk of the committee's work today, and kick it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor to sort of walk through a presentation on this item. Again, ultimately what we are discussing and making a decision on is what I believe is attachment 1, which is just kind of the one-pager of the all-fund summary, which is required by law for us to be able to make have that approval done by October 1st. So this is an action with a pretty tight deadline for us. So I'll turn it over to Trevor, to Deputy Commissioner Trevor, to walk us through the presentation. Tyler.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you. It's a privilege to be delivering this presentation, I believe, which is for my 10th consecutive year. And so I say that with appreciation, but also as a caveat to the fact that, oh, okay, I get it. My format doesn't change a lot. I like things to be consistent and stable. And so it's just a byproduct of my personality. It does not mean that the information within it hasn't changed. And I want to touch upon some of those things and kind of the thinking that we've had and the way it's evolved in terms of approval of operating budgets. But before I get to that, I'll start with the statement I usually make at the beginning of this is we can stop right now and you can just approve this one slide right here, and I believe it does what is required by law, which is that the Regents will approve an all-funds budget in order to receive acceptable spending of the state allocation. And I always say that jokingly. In fact, in a minute here, we're going to break this down within the presentation. Director Shauna Lyons, our MUS Director of Budget and Accounting, is here, and I'm hugely thankful that she is, because as you'll find out, she's the one with the true boots on the ground, nuts and bolts knowledge of this operating budget. I've kind of shifted into more of I'll frame the topic and then Shauna can finish it off. So what we like to do is take you to a separate web page which has the overall roll-up of the system's operating budget, and that's what we'll speak to most of the time. But I just want to make it super clear that we have detail upon detail for each campus and the agencies associated with each campus throughout the university system. And as I mentioned, Shauna, I'd be glad to answer any question about those. I'm going to open up the presentation here. And in thinking about kind of what's different about this year's operating budget compared to previous years, fundamentally, I would say not a lot, but I think given the proximity of the May Board of Regents meeting that followed the legislative session, that it is more obvious now that the Regents, and I think that our process has made it more transparent and obvious, is that the Regents are really in the May board meeting following the legislative session setting the budget building blocks. And we're communicating those very clearly to campus through the differentiation in tuition rates from residents to non-residents. The allocation of our state appropriations combined with performance funding, the setting of fees, and that sets the templates upon which campuses then leave that meeting, create their operating budgets. They started on July 1 of this year, and so we're 2 months into them, and that's sort of been the, I guess, head-scratching moment for this presentation in the past is, so what are we trying to do here? Well, I would say this is the primary purpose for this is to validate those building blocks that you set forth in May are being enacted in our budgets throughout the system. And now there's one thing that's different. We know what enrollment is. At least we have a very good idea what enrollment is going to be for the year, and how does that influence the bottom line of what you as Regents set forth in May, which was a 5% increase in expenditures made up primarily to cover a pay plan, which is a historical pay plan, an increase of 4% throughout the university system, or $1.50 per hour or higher. And then the mix of the state appropriation and the tuition rates, which were set at 4% increase for residents and 6% for non-residents. So we'll keep going back to that and at times pointing out where we might have changed a little bit since the May meeting and our projections of the path we were on. So just as a reminder, the format of this presentation, I like to think about it as two halves of a football game, but that's just me, Regent Buchanan. I'm going to take the first half primarily here, which is the kind of the overview, the 30,000-foot overview, particularly looking at longitudinal data over time, comparison to our system nationally, comparison to other states, to kind of set the framework and give some context to the second half, which is the actual roll-up of our operating budget in the critical areas that we typically analyze, and that's where Director Director Lyons will take over. I'm getting used to this mouse here too, so bear with me. But with that said, I guess Shauna and I will pass the ball back and forth here a little bit at the beginning. Go ahead, Director Lyons.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thanks for letting us have this opportunity to present the operating budget for FY24. This is just another view of that all-fund summary that Tyler showed to you momentarily ago, but in a prettier chart with some color and a little bit more context to see, just instead of numbers, what that split is. This is the all-funds budget summary. As Tyler mentioned, this really is what you're taking action on today to determine whether or not all of the pieces that you put together in May are what you expected to see here for how the campuses are going to operate through this year. So we're at a $1.9 billion operating budget with all of our funds. This is a mix of our restricted, designated, the OCHI program, community colleges, tribal colleges, but primarily our current unrestricted piece of it. This will be the area that we're going to focus on mostly throughout our presentation, because this is the area where we have the most transparency and also accountability, because this is the focus area that has state appropriations and the tuition revenue inside of it. We like to present our data in a couple different ways just so that you can see the information that you're going to be brought forward to make a vote on today. We provide the FY23 actuals so you can see what happened last fiscal year, where we're going with the budget, and what that difference is. Once we get to the campus level, you'll see that we provide a little bit more historical data on our actuals along with our budget to give a little bit more context as to where we're going with the budget. This sheet here does include that top portion with the education units or our campuses and our agencies. So a 5% increase in our current unrestricted, that seems high at the outlook of it, but remember we had a historic pay plan, we had a great state appropriation through the legislative process, and we also have some increasing net tuition revenue. That's what's really making up that 5% increase in our current unrestricted. Our restricted is higher this time. We're seeing some significant gains in our research areas. Restricted also has our financial aid. That seems to be pretty steady, but research is really what's driving that increase in there. Plant funds, I think that's no surprise to anybody sitting around this table. We're seeing a lot of growth within our plant funds. There's a lot of deferred maintenance, there's a lot of projects. We're gonna get into a lot more of that a little bit later today, so you'll see some more details on that. But those are kind of our key pieces within that top portion of our all fund summary. Community colleges had a nice increase. This was the first biennium of using their new funding formula. Brought in them a nice little bump for this next fiscal year along with their enrollment mix. When you look at the OCHI budget, you're thinking, wow, that's a pretty big bump. That's not just pay plan, and you're right, it's not. One of the biggest components in that 23% increase is a lot of the one-time only funding that was brought in from the legislature was put into the OCHI administration program. So a little bit different than what we've done in previous years. So that's just inflated because of those OTOs in there. The other portion of OCHI with our federal programs, our private and proprietary, this will be our benefits program, our indirect cost rate increase, along with our 529 college savings plan. Those are going to be the components that are going to be increasing that aspect of our operating budget. With that, Tyler, I'm going to turn it back over to you for a bit.
All right, thank you. As Director Lyons mentioned, we're going to focus on the current unrestricted, so we'll start with the state appropriations and our time series, which goes back to 1992. I've traditionally kind of separated this into two funding eras. There's the flat funding era, which is the one that's almost astonishing that from 1992 through 2005, in terms of nominal dollars, we lost $7 million. So that was a tough era for the university system and state appropriations. Beginning in about 2007-8 is the tuition freeze era. And the reason that we point out tuition freeze, and we're talking about state appropriations, is that with a tuition freeze, fundamentally, there was an infusion into the state base, the state appropriation increase to increase the base to replace the amount of tuition revenue that resident students would have paid if there wasn't a tuition freeze. And so, as you can see, we work through that up until the last couple years, which we were now extremely fortunate to receive a healthy state appropriation, again, in the name of a historical pay plan. If I move to the next slide, if I can, I point out the tuition freezes there, and we're now looking at constant dollars, and that you can see that the amount of money we would have received if inflationary, when inflationary adjusted dollars are used, we actually were receiving more dollars in 1992 than we were now. And the spikes along the way had been tuition freeze years and this year. So keeping that in mind, we take a look at what this same chart looks like when we use state appropriations per resident student, and FY24 now marks the first year that we've met or surpassed that funding level from 1992. So this has gone full circle. Just a long view look now at our total current unrestricted. So tuition revenue is now mixed in with the state appropriations. And I guess what's most fascinating about this slide is the fact that the kind of the new business model that kind of integrates into the university system in the mid 2000 to 2010 era there, where a focus on increasing tuition revenue, revenue that's generated not just from resident students now, but revenue that's generated from non-resident students. And that's what's really changed the mix. So to say that, and it's easy to do by this chart, that the state has at one point in time created a higher share, which was about 75% back in 92, all the way down to now, which is 44 or 45%. There's a lot of dynamics that go into that, and it's definitely not because the state did not provide an infusion into our appropriations. And we saw that in the earlier chart, the tuition freeze era. A lot of it has to do with the mix between our tuition revenue and state appropriations and the increasing revenue that we're able to garner from non-resident students. So this slide on net tuition revenue that is sort of the, I guess, the higher level view of what Director Lyons will talk about in more detail is that with this operating budget, we're looking at tuition revenue being up 7%. And that even though we increased the tuition rate for resident students, this budget does not project a huge growth in tuition revenue coming from resident students. When you mix in enrollment, and this will be kind of one of the themes we talk about throughout here, is that our campuses, and rightfully so, we're very conservative on the projection of resident student enrollment. This is where I'm trying to create a little intrigue here, because it gets interesting when we take a look at where we're currently at right now with resident student enrollment, which is an improved outlook from what our campuses originally budgeted for back in July. So that's that constant, reevaluation of where you're at in terms of your enrollment, which just now is coming to a clearer picture given the 15th day of class. Non-resident students coming in maybe a little higher than we had projected, and then we have our WUI students, which have actually been at a lower pace than in previous years. State appropriations, now the full look at current unrestricted with the tuition revenue plus our state support. State support's up $14 million, about 6%. That's to cover largely the pay plan. Overall, we're looking at a $31 million projected increase in the current unrestricted when you combine the $18 million from tuition revenue with the $14 million in state support. We have transfers, which are campuses moving dollars from reserve accounts back into the current unrestricted, which are down a little bit. Again, more detail on this to come. Those slides just kind of set the stage for us to take a look over time. How do we look with a couple key growth budget drivers and compare our budget, our expenditures to inflation. Also, I have on here the rate at which we charge for resident students. And you can see we're all coming in right there. One way or another, we got to the same place, which is about a 30% increase over the last 10 years. Another way of looking at that same chart is the compounded annual growth rate of inflation versus the rates at which we charge resident students and our total expenditures, all of them very closely related. The state appropriations being higher here over the last 10 years, that's going back to the tuition freeze, the infusion of dollars into the base. And then I mentioned financial aid. As we want to continue to look at appropriations, tuition, and financial aid in a kind of a symbiotic triangle that's connected. We're at a lower rate in terms of our financial aid per resident student than inflation and our growth of tuition. So let's bounce back to the overall expenditures in the current unrestricted over time. The red one being the nominal rate, the blue line being the one that's controlling for inflation. And you can come out with the statement that actually expenditures have dropped by 1.6% over a 10-year period of time when we control for inflation. So I know that it's not hard to Google the national trend in increasing expenditures across the nation continually in higher education, and I'm here to tell you that didn't happen in Montana. And in fact, this next chart shows you just outright that expenditures in what we call the current unrestricted across the total nation compared to Montana have outpaced us almost double over the last 10 years. And so some of our traditional charts we use from SHIO organization, State Higher Education Executive Officers, have a data set that is extremely valuable in comparing states, so we can compare state support per student FTEs. This isn't just resident. You're going to see a different when we divide by just resident students. That's sort of like not a national metric, so I have to go to all students. But you can see Montana being at $7,000 per student, where across the nation is average at $10,000. We're in the lower third of states. Net tuition revenue, however, this would speak to our ability to garner the tuition revenue, going back to that chart that I showed you with the kind of changing business model there. We're right around the national average. In fact, we're slightly above it. Educational revenue, or you could just replace this with the current unrestricted state appropriations plus tuition revenue. It also adds in state financial aid when you look at this chart, so my numbers will be slightly different than what you see in the second half. We rank in the lower third in total funding per student. And state support, state percent share, so what percent does the state share in that cost, is at 48%. You'll see in the second half I say 45%. That's that difference in the equation here where we bring in state-funded financial aid, which I believe in this data set would be the STEM scholarship. And then taking a look at state and local support per capita, you know, we kind of fit right in where we do nationally in terms of state support per student or total funds per student. And finally, just a note here on enrollment, because like I mentioned, in May, we're not at the benefit of what is our enrollment going to be, and we took a pretty conservative route at just saying, let's just assume it's going to be flat. But if we look nationally here, I think this is pretty interesting, is that historically, enrollment has increased in each decade, going back to 1980 and forward, until you reach this last decade. And then we start to see the decline. And we've seen those declines across the MUS. But one thing to point out here is that as a nation, we continue to be on that decline. And as a system, though, we are bucking that trend. And since 2001, we've seen slight increases in enrollment. And again, you're going to see that as an indicator that this fall looks, and enrollment is an annual number, but this fall is a great indicator of where we're headed, and it appears that we're going to be up again. One more slide here on financial aid. We are, in terms of state-funded financial aid, public higher education, state-funded financial aid as a percentage of the overall education appropriations, Montana ranks last in the nation. So this is one of the key factors here when we take a look at our waivers page. Campuses have to manufacture their own institutional aid in some cases in order to provide financial aid packages that other states that might be on the other end of this tail get from the state. So it's just it's the way it's been in Montana, and we've adapted to that. So I'm going to pause here, take a drink of water, and turn it over to Director Lyons.
Thank you, Tyler.
Before we do that, I just want to double check to see if there's any questions from members of the board. Let's see, I did have one quick question just on the previous slide. Certainly, this is one of the things that sort of jumps out as the state financial aid, you know, the share based on state appropriations, last in the country. When you look at some of the other states that are sort of on the other side of the spectrum, what are some of the lessons learned? What are some of the interventions that those states have taken on to have a much larger share compared to the state? What are we missing out on, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, so I guess I'll start with first what is in ours, because it is 0.7, and I believe that to be, you could say, what percent is the STEM scholarship of our total appropriation, because that is our state appropriation for financial aid. And it is still in the process of ramping up, but when it is fully loaded, it'll be $2.5 million a year for the STEM scholarship that's funded. On the other end of the continuum, I know from a few of those states, they'll have state level policy that says we're going to match X% of the Pell Grant, which is a need-based aid program, obviously, we're all aware of, funded by the federal government. But to enhance access to lower income students is definitely one of the predominant characteristics that you would find in states that have higher state-supported financial aid. There's a philosophy, and we employ the focus, I guess, balanced in terms of Montana 10 versus the MUS Honors Scholarship, merit versus need, keep the best and brightest in state, ensure access for lower income students. And you know, that's certainly on our radar as a state and our campuses, but in some states there is a policy statement at the state level that would address the access issue.
Thank you, Tyler. It might be something that we look at as a committee. I know these decisions are made certainly in partnership with our legislative partners, but seeing us at the very bottom means to me that there's a lot of opportunity for, maybe it's even kind of thinking about shared policy goals and doing some work, you know, in the interim of sort of exploring this particular weakness in our budget model. Director Lyons.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So this next section will be a little bit more of a deeper dive into the system-specific operating budget and numbers. As Tyler mentioned earlier, happy to walk through any details of any specific campus that you want. They are all posted out there as well online, but we can certainly deep dive into those. When we look at the system, we are going to present information to you on the revenue, expenditures, staffing, waivers, and enrollment. We'll also provide you with some data that's over time so you can see just where the trajectory has been for our campuses. But there are some major budget drivers that impact what has happened. Some of that, as you all are very well, from May, we had the pay plan, historic amount, 4% or $1.50. This is a great opportunity for all of the people that work on our campuses, but we have to fund it as well, so that's going to be built into our budget. What's happening with enrollment, our mix of resident and non-resident students, WUIs, where that increase is looking to be. Then the tuition increases that were improved in May, that's also driving where our budget numbers are heading in that $1.9 billion all-funds summary that we're asking you to approve today, or tomorrow actually. And then enrollment management, what are the campuses doing to manage their enrollment? How are they offsetting some of that financial aid, and what are the tools that they're using to make them successful? And then what are our staffing demands? Because as enrollment increases and some vacancies occur through campuses, we do have those staffing demands that are still continuing for us. So this is one of my favorite slides that doesn't change. I'm trying to figure out how to put some eyes on it for a smiley face, but this is really Tyler's brain and how we think about budgeting as a process.
It only goes left to right, if you notice.
Yeah, backwards.
It's a counterclockwise thing.
They all do interconnect to make the budget come to where it is and built to provide you the information that you need. Enrollment is a key piece of what drives our tuition revenue. If we don't have enrollment, we don't have our tuition revenue. But we can't look at enrollment and tuition revenue alone. We need to figure out how waivers work into that mix, along with how do we compensate for the financial aid that Tyler showed a couple slides ago. We can't rely on just some of the little bit amount that we get from the state, so how are campuses utilizing what they have in order to provide better financial aid packages for our students? Which brings us into tuition revenue, which is combined with our state approps, and this is how we serve our students, our staff, and our faculty on our campuses. All of that ties together. I don't know, where's the starting point? Is it the state apprope? Is it the enrollment? Is it tuition? But all of those pieces tie together to create our operating budget that we're presenting today. So present law, this is the fun topic that everybody loves to talk about. These are the things that increase even if we don't want them to increase. We don't have control over them, but we still have to fund them. So think about our pay plan. We get a portion of that from the state, and then we have to come up with the rest from other places. The present law is also going to be the driver in what causes our expenditures to increase naturally. So we will see increases over time. That's going to occur because of present law. So what did we get this last time? Just as a reminder, we did get our pay plan, $17.5 million. That's pretty amazing to think about it for our system. 8.7 of that came from the state. The remainder of that does have to come from somewhere else. So we look at tuition to help offset that portion of the pay plan. The present law adjustment, those pieces that go into it, we have higher education specific costs. Our IT software solutions, we talked about LMS, the single app, all of those are components that build these higher education specific costs. Compliance, rent, contract, maintenance, huge aspects into how we're driving our increases. Other costs, utilities, again, we don't get to control those utility rates, but they do increase over time. And then other personnel costs, think about merit and market, leave payouts. Kevin leaving is a great example of, sorry Kevin, of long-term employees that have been with our institutions and have helped us out for a long time, but when they leave us, we have these payouts. And so those are components that build into our operating budgets as a whole. Along with collective bargaining agreements, they're gonna provide pressure onto those other personnel costs. The state in total really did provide us with a great package, so that between our pay plan, the present law adjustment of $4 million, and then we had a great insurance holiday, which we think, well, how does a holiday really help us? But it does. That's $6 million in expenditures that the campuses would normally have to pay, don't have to pay them for this biennium. That was a great piece that the state had an opportunity from a settlement that they provided that opportunity to the MUS. And so we were able to increase our entire present law plan by $31.5 million. So a great infusion. So back in May, if you think back to then, Tyler and I presented some information that we estimated a 5% increase. The one piece that we didn't have at that moment was enrollment. Enrollment definitely was a driver. We planned on flat enrollment, just keep everything even. So we thought 5%, but what you're gonna see is a 6% increase, not too far off the mark, but that enrollment definitely is gonna be the player into that portion. So not so many pretty pictures now, lots of numbers, and I'll try not to get you lost into numbers or get too far into the weeds. But again, any detailed question, please let us know. This is our revenue aspect of it. So the first part of it that you're gonna see is our state support. This is directly ties back to that slide that I just showed you on our present law. So this is the state allocation from the state, pay plan, the appropriation, a little bit of retirement infusion in there. Again, we're looking at a 6% increase for the budgeted. State support, these are gonna be our one-time only funding categories. It does look like from the campus perspective that we took a huge hit there, but if you think back to one of the very first slides we showed you, OCHI's budget increased quite a bit. Those OTOs were put into OCHI's budget rather than the campus's budgets initially, just because of the type of projects that were brought forward. They will eventually make it their way to the campuses though. And then net tuition revenue, pretty exciting to see that we are increasing by 7% with that mix of resident and non-resident students. As Tyler mentioned earlier, we're looking at the campus has budgeted a 9% rough increase on non-residents with 0 on residents. As we move into enrollment though, you're gonna see those numbers are probably gonna shift a little bit when we sort it all out and we come back in a year and show you what FY24 actuals were. When we look at the FTE, I'm not going to go into detail on the FTE here, but you can see modest increases by the campuses. They were very conservative on their budgeting. Part of the increase, again, that you're seeing in the tuition side or the state support is just because of those general increases that we're seeing from the allocation and then the overall increases to tuition and fees. When we look at our metrics, 44.3% is our state percent share. That's changed over time, as Tyler has mentioned, down a little bit versus last year how we ended up, but still pretty close within the realm of where we've been historically with funding from this legislature. And then our state support per resident FTE is increasing a bit. So when you look at that, we're at 11,000 roughly per student on state support. That state percent share too is one of the primary metrics that we use with the legislature. So just something that we always like to focus on, and a little bit of increase. I'll move into expenditures. We always like to show you not only how we're getting the money, but where are we spending it through time. So we break this out into instruction, academic support, student services, through scholarships to create what's our total current unrestricted budget. So overall, instruction, through the different categories, we're looking at a 4% increase in our expenditures. The one thing I'd like to point out is that if you look at the 5-year change in there, a 13% increase over the last 5 years, it really is an incremental increase in expenditures over time. So nothing too out of line that you would see of any great spikes of increased spending that's undue. And then the 1% change from 22 to 23, again, that's tied to that OTO, just that mix in there. Some of the key metrics that we look at as we're building the budgets are the percent instructions of expenditures. That stayed pretty constant. We've gone down a little bit over the years, but staying pretty steady. We also look at our instruction to academic support and our student services. Again, that's flowed a little bit, but staying fairly steady within there. The BOR historically has created some metrics. You can see like our target for instruction, we like to see it about 50%. We're right in there, we're at 49.6%. Our percent instruction, the BOR target has been 70%. We're at 74. So again, not too far off the mark of what historically the board has liked to see with these metrics. And then our expenditures per student, this is how we're spending our money per student. And we're expected to increase that slightly. Moving. This next one is regarding our staffing. And one thing I'd like to point out is that our campuses are still experiencing vacancies throughout different levels of our institutions. So when you look at that budgeted column, I know you immediately go to the total and you think, oh my gosh, 10%, we're not adding 10% to our staffing, are we? But this is if our campuses were to be fully staffed with what they need with the enrollment mix that's currently there and the increases that they're seeing. So this would be their ultimate goal, is if we could get every single position filled on campus, this is where they would be. But I just kind of want to back up a little bit and look at that 5-year change. We have not been historically increasing actually within our staffing. We've gone down a bit over time. In this last year, another percent below that. When we look at the personal services, again, you're going to see that 8% increase down there below expenditures. You got to remember back to the pay plan. We had a historic pay plan that's really helping out our faculty and our staff on our campuses, and that's going to be a big driver in the increases in our expenditures. A couple other metrics that we focus on are student to faculty ratios. We have 17.1 to 1, and the BOR benchmark is 18 to 1. Still pretty much in line with where you have nationally or where you've historically wanted this metric to be for our campuses. Nationally, though, I should mention that this benchmark is typically for 4-year campuses, that 18 to 1, but it's also a good metric for our 2-year campuses just to see where they measure in that realm as well. And then we budgeted at 81% for our personal services on a percent share. The higher education cost adjustment from SHIO actually recommends closer to 75%. Again, though, a pay plan in there is going to bump that up initially until we can get fully staffed as well. I know waivers has been a really big area of conversation for the board and a very important one, and it's also a really important one for the campuses. And I think one thing to really think about with waivers is back to Tyler's topic with the financial aid and the mix in there, but how are our campuses really utilizing the waivers to be successful? We have a couple different types of waivers. We have those that are by board policy, so the board designated, these are required for our campus to offer. So think about our American Indian waiver. This is something that our campuses are providing to our American Indian students as they're entering our campuses. The resident discretionary, these are going to be our MUS honors scholars, along with our athletics. And then non-resident discretionary are going to be athletics, and they're also a recruiting tool. But one thing you're going to start seeing is that campuses are also using the discretionary as a bit of a recruiting tool with our resident students as well, to help, in some cases, offset that financial aid piece of it. So what is really driving all of those increases? From a first blush, you think, wow, some of those are increasing quite a bit. But really, campuses are looking at their leveraging models. So what is the student mix that they're bringing in? How can they discount to bring more students into their campus? And what really is that going to provide them in overall net tuition revenue? One of the other things, too, is we're seeing a bit of a shift still between the non-resident discretionary waivers and those that were receiving WUI. So this has kind of been a little bit of a trend of maybe instead of giving every single student from a WUI state the WUI, because that's a little bit more of a discount for the students, maybe provide them a non-resident tuition waiver that's a little bit less than that gap between WUI and non-resident, and still bringing those students in. So we're seeing a shift between those two areas as well. And Tyler kind of hit on that a little bit earlier when he was talking about the WUI enrollment has grown, but a little bit slower. And part of that is because they're moving students into that non-resident side, using waivers as a tool to help recruit them into our system. On the key metrics there, one thing I really would like to point out is that in FY24, we're budgeting a $261 increase per FTE. But if you look at then how that impacts our net tuition revenue, we're actually bringing in roughly $500 more per FTE in net tuition revenue by offering that $261 per FTE in waivers, that increase. So again, we think about a 12% increase, but 12% increase on waivers is bringing us in a 7% increase on budgeted net tuition revenue. It's really a recruiting tool for the campuses on their strategic enrollment management to try to bring in more students, offer them better opportunities, and also help fill that gap from the financial aid piece that we might not be getting through other state resources. One of the other components that we always need to point out is our average net revenue per FTE. Our policy requires that the average net revenue per non-resident FTE not be greater than our average net tuition revenue, that our residents not be greater than our non-residents. I said that backwards, I apologize. As you can see for FY24, we are budgeting our non-residents to be higher than our resident students with that mix of the average net revenue. So we are within our policy requirements when we're offering all of these waivers to our students. And finally, a really exciting piece today is our enrollment. Our campuses did a great job of budgeting conservatively. They planned for about a 1% increase, and as of this week, we're at about a 2% increase in our enrollment. This is a great stride for our campuses and our university as a total. So when we shake out as the whole year comes together, you know, some of the numbers with net tuition revenue will probably adjust a bit, but this is a really great moment for the MUS to see that our enrollment is increasing. A couple of campuses that are shining in this is Western, a 3% increase. They have mostly with our non-resident and WUI students, and then is also showing a pretty good increase, 3.4%, and that's primarily with resident and non-resident students. Mr. Chair, with that, I will hold for questions.
Thank you, Director Lyons, for a thorough presentation, kind of getting into the details here. I guess I would turn it over to members of the committee and the board to see if there's any questions for Director Lyons or Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Or any comments? Yes, Regent Buchanan.
Chair Lozar, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Lyons, the difference between revenue, non-resident, resident students seems small to me. Can you base that on benchmarks nationally, or I recognize that you referenced the board policy of it being 30%, but is that gap that small for non-resident students versus resident students in other states?
Chair Lozar, Regent Buchanan, I'm actually going to defer that one to Tyler.
Mr. Chair, Regent Buchanan, I don't know. I don't know about that gap in other states. It's there. That's not a readily measurable target for us. Resident, non-resident tuition revenue by state. I guess I'd have to say we need to look into that. What I would pay a particular attention into is the gap. Is it growing? Is it shrinking? How have those rates? How are the amounts changed over time within our own comparator? And so I can't comment on what another state would have, I guess.
Chair Lozar, thank you. I guess I would just say that in our conversations about optimizing revenue from non-resident students, we've surfaced a couple times. We don't want to be the biggest deal. We don't want to be the biggest discounted tuition. We want to be a value. But that seems like a pretty modest gap of total out-of-pocket costs for a non-resident student to benefit from the education we're providing and delivering to our resident students as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. I think it's a good point. This board has talked for years about just how we manage discounts and waivers, and I guess I would just go back to the work plan for the year, and this is one of the things that we really want to get our hands on and really understand what's driving it, what are the positive things, what are the challenges that we see in the future. It is a recruiting model, as you mentioned, on the non-resident net tuition. Is that what does that look like in the long term for the university system? What does that look like for sort of our dependence on a certain revenue source? And also then what does that mean for how we think about our resident students and some of the conversations we already had around financial aid for our resident students? So I appreciate you continuing to raise that. I think this is something the committee should continue to really focus on. Other questions, comments from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any. I had a couple just general comments. I mean, I guess if you kind of boil all of this up, there's a couple things that jump out at me at the highest level. I think you can pull out of many of these slides how we're pretty darn efficient in delivering high quality education in the state of Montana. Certainly there's areas where we need to continue to focus on, but compared to a lot of higher education systems around the country, I think we're in a pretty solid place in terms of having a solid foundation of how we manage the resources that we have. The other thing I guess I wanted to double down on and underscore is, you can look at the decrease in the state share of our budget from 76 to 44 over the past, 20, 30 years. And that can be a really negative sign, right, in terms of is our legislative partners or our state chipping in? But when you really look at the mix of the revenues and you look at what our legislative partners and this governor and previous governors have really put in, I think we're in a really good spot. I think our state is really prioritizing higher education and putting the resources to the university system, and then the campuses are using those resources particularly well. Particularly well, I think, for me, is seeing persistence rates, seeing completion rates, and we continue to see some really, really positive signs. So the combination of efficient use of funds, increase of state resources, as well as completion rates, I think, I'm quite pleased to see where we're at currently. So with that, if isn't any other comments, that is action item A. I think we can move over to actually another very exciting discussion that we have. So action item B is really looking at sort of the build out of the historic donation from Mark and Robin Jones to establish the College of Nursing and the additional facilities that we will have around the state to meet the educational needs and the demands that we have for more nurses in the state of Montana. So maybe I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor to sort of tee up this item and look forward to learning more.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, before I hand the mic over here to Associate Vice President, I believe, John Howe, all things facilities at MSU, just a comment here on tying back to the overall infrastructure subcommittee of the Regents and some changes in our processes. Remind the board that before all construction projects are approved, which we have 2 of them coming up here for request in a row, items B and C, the campuses must bring their planning and design to the board first. And so these construction approvals and the information that's going to be provided here has, we want to assure you that it's been informed by the planning and design process. And so the detail and the specificity and the accuracy of the estimates has gone through a process. And I just wanted to point out the obvious, but it's something that hasn't necessarily occurred at all projects in the past. We've also asked now campus experts to come forward and give us more details and show us visually what these projects look like. And I think you're going to find that Associate Vice President Howe is going to do just that.
And maybe one comment too, just on this item is, kind of typically we look at each of these new construction for facilities kind of one at a time, and we wanted to make sure that we're sort of honoring the bigger picture here and the large donation to be able to, and the larger vision to be able to have each of these facility items under one individual action item. So with that,
great.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lozar, members of the committee. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. One of the things we'll look at here, we'll do 2 presentations, one on the Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing. And can we get that teed up real quick? Thank you. So as Chair Lozar mentioned, and as Tyler mentioned, we came before you previously with a design authority of $5 million, and this is for the actual construction of $92 million for 5 separate buildings across the state of Montana. Just to give everybody a refresher, those sites are in Billings, Bozeman, Great Falls, Missoula, and Kalispell, where we all have our nursing practicums through our college. We'll start off with Great Falls. We're intending to have a kickoff ceremony and a ceremonial groundbreaking later this fall. But what we're really trying to accomplish is parity across each site, right? So as students come out of the first 2 years in Bozeman, when they go to their placement across the state, that they walk into a building that feels the same, looks the same, that they can recognize, and that no one site has, let's say, 2 additional labs versus the other, right? And we'll show you a summary here at the end. But what I want to point your attention to is the graph on the right. So when you look at area square feet, currently Great Falls is roughly about 10,000. We're going to increase that up to 17.6, hopefully a little bit bigger. We're working through some design modifications right now. But that is to accommodate an additional 40 students who are going to come through the program. And you'll notice here, and this speaks to Regent Buchanan's comment earlier on cost estimating, and we do have 5 separate construction firms under contract right now, and all of them have provided these costs. And so what you're seeing here has been vetted through the construction community, and so you'll notice differences when we look at each site, right? Great Falls is right in the middle at about 653. You'll notice significant price jumps as we get to Bozeman and Kalispell, and then you'll look at Billings as kind of a modest price decrease. So I just wanted to point that out. But this is what we're looking at is 114 seats, 4 classrooms, 1 lab, and 3 sim labs. And you'll see parity across all sites. Where will this be located in Great Falls? This is going to be south of Benefice campus. So you'll see Benefice at the north there. You'll notice Great Falls College to the west. And so that bright yellow block with blue is our new site. That's roughly about 2 acres. That'll house that 17,000 square feet there. Here are a couple renderings of what the building will look like, and these will all look similar. So you'll notice we've got a front promenade entry there. Each building is 2 stories tall, and we're working on shading, and the design team with Cushing Terrell and co-architects out of California has done a great job of, in particular Great Falls, to minimize the wind, right? So we've put this north or the south entrance and tilted the building to account for those gusty days up there. And so again, this is a rendering of what the new facility will look like in Great Falls. We go to Bozeman. Again, 138 seats, 4 classrooms, 1 lab, 3 sim labs. Increase another 40 students, and currently we're in Sherrick Hall. That's roughly about a 19,500 square foot facility. This will increase that to account for some additional student growth and administrative units. Again, you'll notice the average cost is $766 as compared to $653. It's quite a significant price jump, and just for reference, the state of Montana recently went out to bid for their wool lab. If you'll remember, they received supplemental funding through the legislature. They got that request, went out for a low bid, and it was still 30% over the low bid after they got the supplemental funding. So there is definitely price pressures in Bozeman and Kalispell, which we're seeing across the system. Where we'll be located on campus, just to orient you, so the Brick Breeden Field House is to the south. Our residence halls, north and south hedges, are to the left. This will be right across from VisCom, where we're currently have, and to the north, or to the south of that, and then just to the north of the parking lot. And so this will encompass square footage right on our Grant Street and 11th corridor. We're trying to pay homage to the investment that the Jones family gave us, and so trying to highlight this squarely on our campus. This is roughly about an acre and a half to looking here. Again, you'll notice a similar look and feel from this facility. Try to show a different rendering in early evening of what the site will look at. This is right across. You're looking basically from the Student Wellness Center that's being constructed right now. So as you come out the Student Wellness Center, you'll come into the front entry of the nursing program. And there's a lot of synergy there between the Wellness Center, where our medical facilities are, and this program. Looking at Billings, this is our largest cohort of students. So 198 instructional seats. You'll see 216 students we run through the program. That's due partly to the 2 largest hospitals in the state, Billings Clinic and SCL are there, so we have a more opportunity to run cohorts through there. Again, 4 classrooms, 1 lab, 3 sim labs. This is the cheapest facility, if you want to look at it that in comparison, at $586 a square foot. Where will it be located? So this is going to be located kind of in the heart of Billings on 11th and 29th there in that block. We're actually just adjacent to both hospital systems, so we feel like that's a great location for us. Students can walk to either site for their practicum and to get their practical experience. You'll also notice that we're just to the south of MSU Billings, and so faculty and staff could theoretically walk from Billings. It's about the same distance as parking out of the stadium at MSU Bozeman and walking into Sherrick Hall. Again, the site will look similar, 2-story structure, trying to visually clad these. One thing I forgot to mention is we are designing each site relative to their location in the state. So trying to incorporate materials, landscapes, and colors from Billings, for example, you'll see is a little bit darker than what I'll show you in Kalispell, where we're trying to take advantage of the glacier aspect. And so each site actually looks at design aspects and local context as it's developed across the state. Fourth site to be developed will be Kalispell, working with Logan Health right now. Again, 90 instructional seats. You'll see 413, currently 56 students, and bumping that up to 80. And this is probably the largest jump. We're going to provide an additional 10,000 square feet. They're currently in the basement of one of Logan Health's buildings. It's a current lease. I would say by far this is going to be a transformational investment for these people up there. You'll notice it's $1 more than Bozeman at $767 a square foot. Again, those 2 markets we just know are more expensive to build in currently than across the state. Here's where it is going to sit in relation to, that should actually say Logan Health. This is, apologies, that's a Google image there. But this is just north of there. It's actually on Logan Health's campus. Again, it's roughly, this one's about 1.7 acres. Logan Health's been great to work with to identify this space for us. You'll see here, it's a lighter facade trying to capture that glacial formations. Again, a 2-story encompassing people on that ground floor. And then lastly, Missoula, working with Community Medical Center. Again, 413, 138 instructional seats, bumping student cohorts up another 40, similar to what we saw in Bozeman. Again, this is the second largest increase in footprint from 12,000 to 20,600 and right around 657. So right in line with what we saw with Great Falls and Missoula, or excuse me, Great Falls and Billings. Located just south of Community Medical Center on their campus in this triangle portion, just to the south of kind of downtown to orient you. And again, trying to capitalize on some materials there. This is what the facility will look like from a two-story perspective. Just a summary for all our great students that will be coming through here. Again, trying to provide parity, right? So you'll look at classrooms, instructional labs, sim labs. They're all the same across the site. Where we differ in square footage is number of offices for our nursing staff and number of cohort students going through, right? So for example, when you look at Billings, it's slightly larger than Bozeman. That's because they're going to have more students, so we're trying to provide more collaboration space, study spaces for students to be inside those facilities. I will pause there for any questions. Chair Lozar and members of the committee.
Thank you, John. Any questions from members of the committee? Yeah, Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you. This is, I think, the detail that we were looking for, that we felt was missing. The one piece that may have been in a summary that you didn't talk about was, are these all donated pieces of land or any long-term leases?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Lozar, Chair Dombrowski. Yes, all of these with the exception of Bozeman, we're obviously building on MSU's site. Great Falls, working with Benefice, donated the land outright. Again, as I mentioned, they'll be the first one. We'll have a groundbreaking ceremony later this fall. Billings was actually collaborations with Billings Clinic and SCL for a donation, and then working with Missoula Community Medical, it's a land transfer. So those three are basically at no cost to the university system.
Thank you.
And I apologize, same thing up in Kalispell with Logan Health.
Excellent. Other questions, comments? Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
Thank you, Chair Lozar and Director Howe. Good job. You continuously get compliments around the state for how well you manage all of this project included. In each of the slides, you referenced existing classrooms and the expansion. So the question I have is, are these new facilities complementing that existing classroom space, or is it replacing? And if it is replacing, what are the transition plans, repurposing plans for the spaces that are currently being utilized in those campuses?
Yeah, great question, Chair Lozar, Regent Buchanan. So Bozeman, we will actually vacate Sherrick Hall and go through a space policy allocation. We will probably use a portion of that facility to support kind of the transition there. In terms of Great Falls, it's going to be a new facility, so we won't actually use any of the past things. In Billings, we're going to vacate space on MSU Billings site and move into this facility. That does not preclude the university system from potentially looking at what we could backfill there. We'll be in coordination with Chancellor Hickswaw over there and looking at what we could possibly backfill. For Kalispell and Missoula, we will not use those facilities. We're currently in the basement of Logan Health. We're going to move out of that. We're going to turn that back to Logan Health for their use. Same thing in Missoula. So we're currently on UM's campus. We're going to turn that facility back over to their respective use, and then we'll house all our students in the new facilities. The intent of both Great Falls, Kalispell, Missoula, and Billings is that those are self-sustaining structures that students can come in, receive their education, go study there. It does not preclude them from going to other campus resources, but we're trying to keep everything on site for those students.
Any other questions, comments? Yep, Regent Rogers.
Thanks so much, John. Just a reminder on timeline. I think I heard you say Great Falls is ready to go. Can you walk us through sort of timeline for when construction will start on each of these?
Yes, Chair Lozar, Regent Rogers. So Great Falls, as I mentioned, will be the first one out the door here this fall. These were displayed in order of construction timeline. So Bozeman will then kick off hopefully in April, pending weather, followed closely by Billings. So those three will be right out of the gate here in the next 6 to 8 months. We're still working on finalizing some design aspects with Kalispell. Hopefully that will then start late summer. Don't have a specific timeline. Working with Swank Enterprises right now on what we could feasibly do out there. And then Missoula was the last one here. We're hoping to kick that off sometime late fall, pending weather. So all of them will actually start construction in or before the end of 2024. And it'll be about a 2.5 year construction timeline.
Excellent. I have just one quick question, just knowing last year we had a conversation about parking constraints at Montana State University Bozeman, and just seeing where the facility is going to be placed, which I think there's some parking right there now. What is the plan to accommodate those lost parking slots?
Yeah, Chair Lozar. So we're intending to only use half of that lot, just north of the field house. We're going to replace those. Again, if you mentioned when we came back to the board back in May about the hotel project, we're picking up an additional 20% parking spaces out at the stadium. That we factored this lot being lost as part of that calculation. So it will be included out there at the stadium with our redesign efforts.
Excellent. Thank you, John. Other questions, comments on this item? Well, it's just, I appreciate all the work that you've put into this, and I agree with Regent Buchanan. I think a lot of people are aware of the complexities of this project and how well you've been managing it, and I'm sure our donors are particularly excited about this as well. So appreciate all your efforts and work.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, action item C, which is request an authorization to construct Gianforte Hall. Guess I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Trevor to tee this one up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just in the name of time here, I'm going to pass it right to Associate Vice President Howe.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. So we'll dig into this one as well. If you remember, we came back with the Design Authority about a year ago for about $5 million to look at designing the new Gianforte Hall on MSU Bozeman's campus. This is a culmination of a lot of work on campus with 3 different programs: our Gianforte School of Computing, our Film and Photography Department, and Music Technology. And so the graph on the right there kind of looks at that. So GSOC is the Gianforte School of Computing, School of Music, and School of Film and Photography, and then our registrar-controlled instructional spaces. That makes up the vast majority of this facility. It is instructional. And so we're looking at all these things kind of combining into one with creative arts and the digital technology. Right now we're planning on approximately a 53,000 square foot building. We'll have 433 instructional seats, and coordinating with our registrar on campus, we need a lot more larger classrooms, and so we'll have 250-person classrooms and then a smaller classroom conference room that actually doubles as our dual enrollment for our high school students to be able to use distance technology and to be able to video call into the facility. It'll actually be a very unique aspect on campus. We will have 24 instructional labs that are spread across computer science and film and photography and music technology. And so trying to bring, again, those 3 specific programs. There's a lot of overlap with the students taking classes, wanting to get educated in the digital and computer science programs. And then to support our land grant mission, we will all have 11 additional research labs to support the ongoing research in this growing field across the state. We're estimating right now a $34.5 million construction cost, and as Regent Buchanan mentioned, right, we are holding firm to that. We're gonna hold our best to that, and if that means we have to eliminate some things, we will do so, right? So we do not anticipate coming back to this board to be able to do that. I think the big thing we wanted to identify, right, are the student support areas, and so where we hear a lot from student feedback is we want more tutoring centers, we want more collaboration spaces, and we want more study spaces inside the facility. And so we've actually modeled this off of what we did at Normaz Bjornson and American Indian Hall. If you walk into those facilities where students gravitate towards are kind of these open spaces where they can huddle up together, pull whiteboards together, and so we've designed spaces within this facility to be able to accomplish that. Where this will be located. So just to give you context there, Normaz Bjornson Hall is just to the north, which is just north of the sub. This is going to be fronting along South Avenue. So as you come in off of Kagi or come into the north off of Grant, you'll be able to see this facility highlighted. Again, we want to pay the donors the visual intent of what they looked for. If you remember in May, the hotel will be just built south of this facility, so that parking lot will then be where the new hotel is. And so 7th Avenue will have a lot of new development on it, as will Grant Street. This is just a visual layout of kind of the floor plate and kind of the landscaping on campus. One thing I wanted to note with this project, similar to what we did with American Indian Hall, we're getting away from traditional turf, trying to be good stewards of our water resources going forward. So all the plantings out here will actually be native plantings. And what we've learned across campus, in particular Jabs Hall, is students gravitate towards the south side of buildings during the fall and spring semesters. And so really opening the south side of this facility open for those warmer months, being able to have students come out. It's no different than what we see at Norma Asbjornson Hall too, where they'll pull picnic tables out from underneath and be in the sun. So we're really trying to capture this and tie it into the rest of campus from our stewardship and natural resource conservation. And then just to give you a rendering of what we're looking at, it's going to be a 3-story facility with our student support spaces and collaboration spaces fronted on that south side to take advantage of the southern exposure, and then all the research labs and robotics labs, those type of things that don't work well with computer glare are actually on the north side of the facility. And so again, you're looking, if you were to sit at the corner of driving into the parking garage, which is just to the left of here on 7th Avenue, this is the view you'd have into the site. I will pause there for questions. Chair Lozar.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions. Thanks again, John, for the thorough overview of this exciting new building, Gianforte Hall. All right. Action item D is request to authorize the demolition of the Poly building.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hand it over to Director Lyons for the details.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is a request for authorization to demolish the Poly building at MSU Billings. Not too often do we demolish buildings. This is a unique one where the building has sat vacant for approximately 20 years. It's not utilized space. It's got a lot of health and safety issues. Remodeling or renovating or throwing more money at it really just is not going to be worthwhile with any of the funds that we could secure that the campus may have. So MSU Billings has worked really closely with some of their community partners. John mentioned some construction locally in the area with some of the health facilities. The health facilities are expanding. It's a kind of a front entryway in some respects to not only MSU Billings campus, but to those health facilities. It will just really clean up that whole entire area. So it'll bring down an approximately 4,300 square foot building. Should be noted too that right next to the Poly building is the art annex that was funded in the 67th legislature to also demolish it. So in the process, there'll be some coordination with A&E to eventually take down both buildings. No state funds will be used on the Poly building, though. Mr. Chair, with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
I just think this is to be complimented. I mean, what do we represent? 3/4 of state real estate, and if we're not utilizing it, O&M isn't going away. So I applaud. Let's move.
Excellent, thank you. All right. Mr. Commissioner?
Mr. Chair, before we leave the action items, I just like to take 1 minute to recognize on items B and C, $150 million worth of projects with donated funds. First of all, thank you to those donors for having the faith and confidence in the campus and the system to invest at that level in Montana, but also congratulations to the campus for those efforts. Those are big numbers. We're getting a little more used to those big numbers than sometimes it makes me comfortable, but that just an incredibly monumental achievement on all sides of that equation, and I want to congratulate the campus and thank our donors.
Excellent. Good point. All right, we have just, President Cruzado, yes.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to thank Commissioner Christian and the board for those comments and of course our donors. And one of the most important things is to remind ourselves when those donors approached us, they had a very clear idea in their minds and in their hearts, and that is the state of Montana needed additional health care of quality and excellence. The state of Montana needs to have the best qualified professionals in computing and also in creative industries, and they are happy to do their part in partnering with the Montana University system in ensuring that we educate the sons and daughters of the working families of America. So, thank you.
Thank you, President Cruzado. Moving on to the last two items in our information agenda here. Deputy Commissioner Trevor, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the new dashboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think keeping in the same vein as our connecting back to our work plan for the committee, here is a tool that Director Lyons and John Thunstrom, our Director of IT, put together to track the projects, the $400 million worth of funded projects and authority that came out of the legislative session. This is more than anybody in their collective memory can remember, and quite a task in determining when all these projects will come forward. I just wanted to point out that you can pick your campus, you can pick your projects, and these are not just the capital projects, but all of the major repairs as well. So anything that was funded by the legislature, with timelines, we're working with the campuses to hone in and tweak this as we go, but I'm not going to try to navigate it with this mouse from this distance, but trust me, it works very well.
Oh, thank you, Tyler. I would just ask folks to, if they have some free time, to take a look at the dashboard itself. Every single project, every single campus. It's pretty impressive. It's a pretty impressive tool, but it says a lot about sort of the infrastructure that we've developed at OCHI to be able to take this kind of data and make these sort of visuals so that we can quickly understand what's happening across the university system with regard to our facilities. So major kudos goes out to probably John and others who have been working on this dashboard, so thank you. Last item we have before lunch, and the last item of the committee is our enterprise risk management, our annual report.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, quickly here, I'm going to, this was an extremely well put together report, and I don't mean to minimize the content at the beginning of it, but just to save some time here, I want to point out that we have a leadership council on enterprise risk management that comes together, does continued risk assessments on campus to identify the top 10 risks in very broad categories, but then asks campuses to submit back to our office individual projects that we're able to fund. The funding source being our performance funding residual. This year it was $200,000 that we distributed throughout the system. And without going through them in detail, I just kind of read off the areas that we addressed at MSU Bozeman, information security, at Bozeman again, student mental health, as well as research compliance, campus safety at Northern and at MSUB, as well as Montana Tech, information security again at Montana Tech, campus safety at Western, and so and the University of Montana and Helena College. I'd really invite you to look into the details here. It's some interesting projects, and once again, as we find out time and time again on working with enterprise risk management throughout the system, this is an excellent way to identify ways to share services. You have common problems, we have common solutions. We need to work together as a system to solve them, and we're finding successes in that. Chair.
Thank you, Tyler, and thanks again to Margaret and team and all the folks on campuses who have contributed to not only the activity, but the preparation for this annual report. I guess I would just point out one thing here, which makes me feel like we're on track. If you look at the risk register, but that comes directly from each of the campuses, from the risk officers, there are many, many items on here that are in the budget committee work plans, but also in the other work plans for each of the other two committees. So there's this connection and alignment of things that we see as challenges, and making sure that the committees are sort of working and prioritizing those throughout the course of this year. So hats off to everyone on campus and to Margaret and team for another good annual report. With that, Madam Chair, this concludes the committee meeting. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Outstanding. And I really, again, appreciate the detail and the follow-up on so many of the questions that have been raised. So with that, we will dismiss for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:15 promptly, please. Those who are having lunch with the students, we're back at Lance Leadership Hall. And for all others, I believe it's back here in the Highlands room. Thank you. Thank you for returning. Thank you for quieting down, returning and quieting down. This will now be Chair Southworth's problem to solve the 7 minutes that we're starting late.
Jeez,
Yeah.
okay.
So thank you. We had a great conversation with our students. I just wanted to give compliments to the chef. Great, wonderful lunch. So thank you for that, Chancellor Cook. And we'll now move to the 2-year and Community College Committee, and I will turn it over to Chair Southworth.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Before we launch into the 2-year community college, I would like to welcome to the podium the Commissioner of Montana Department of Labor and Industry, Sarah Swanson.
Hi.
Go ahead and take it away, Sarah. Initiative updates, correct?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Sarah Swanson. I am the new commissioner, the Montana Department of Labor and Industry. Today is day 36, and I'm grateful to be in front of you talking about the ways we can work together. A little bit about me for those of you that I haven't met. I think I know most of you. I am fairly new to state service. I've been working with the state of Montana for 3 years now. Prior to that, I come from the private sector. I spent almost 20 years as a business owner in eastern Montana, owning and operating a chain of John Deere dealerships headquartered in Glasgow. We covered about 14 counties of Montana in some of the most rural and remote parts of the state that you'll see. We didn't have a single community college within our footprint of 14 counties, and we know the benefit of how we can partner with you in place-based methodologies for our rural and remote communities, including our partners in Indian country. After I sold that organization in 2018, I began working with the private sector, a number of associations, building out industry-led workforce partnerships, an example of which is Build Montana with the Montana Contractors Association. That program started taking high school students during COVID out of 3 Billings public high schools, working in partnership with equipment dealers and contractors to get them a certification to be level 1 machine operators during school, and hopefully pathway them into a 2-year or advanced degree pathway, and then bring them back to industry with a head start. That program's still going very well, but from that program, it created an opportunity for me to work closely with then Governor-elect Gianforte, who invited me to join state service and continue this further. I spent time as the chief of staff at Montana's Office of Public Instruction before joining the governor directly as the director of strategic engagement, housed in the commissioner's office at the Montana Department of Labor, where I've been for almost 2 years. So the transition into the commissioner's role has been a good fit. We've got a great team. And what I want to talk to you about a little bit today is the education and training programs already underway at the Department of Labor. We don't often think of the Department of Labor and Industry as an education and training institute, but truly that's what we do, is deliver funding and program support to get Montanans into and through a program so we can get them into the workforce. I'm a big believer in letting focus be our friend. The Department of Labor and Industry is a big elephant. I'm not keen on eating it all at once. And so I thought I'd share with you first what my focus is, so you, as you see the work that we're doing from the Commissioner's Office in the coming weeks and months, you'll understand maybe why those priorities are and where the focus is coming from. First and foremost, we've committed to the governor that we're going to focus on relationships, internal and external. There's a lot of work we can do to really improve that communication stream, and that's mission number 1. Our second focus is the Job Service Bureau. We have 17 job services with just under 200 employees spread out around Montana. Truly, they are the face of government across all government. Most Montanans don't know that they are not the unemployment office. They are not the SNAP office, but we field a lot of that customer service work for our partner agencies. But truly what we do in job service is provide program support to help Montanans find a program, fund it, and get through it, which brings us into close alignment often with both our flagship universities and our community college and tribal college campuses. And our third priority is the unemployment division of the Montana Department of Labor. So as you see our team moving forward, you'll hear a lot about job service and unemployment and building those relationships along the way. To tell you a little bit about the education and training focus areas across the department where we see great alignment with your campuses, first and foremost is our State Economist Bureau. They might be the best kept secret in the state of the labor market information that working together with Joe Teal and his team, the kind of information we can put out that can drive conversations around where to build programmatic investments and where to find the Montanans to fill those programs. So on your desk, hot off the presses this month, is the 2023 Labor Day report. Always exciting to see where have we been in the last year and what are the opportunities. Some highlights in there that you'll see are focus on our nursing workforce, our construction workforce, and even the growth we've seen in our outdoor recreation industry, with a special focus this year on the segment of the population that's not actively in the workforce. So not the actively employed, not the actively unemployed, the folks that just aren't participating, really honing in on who are they, what are the barriers, and why aren't they in the workforce. Is it childcare? Is it housing? Is it access to place-based delivery to get the skills that they need? Or is it something else? So you'll hear a lot more from us about that focus in coming weeks. The second publication from our economy unit, I know you've already seen it, but putting it in front of you, because this is a great publication. The Post-Secondary Opportunity Report in Montana is really our way to first and foremost partner with you to evaluate the delivery model and are we meeting the need. The purpose of putting this back in front of you today is not so we can read the same report again, but this is a huge document. There is a lot of good stuff in here that we can use to inform our work together in the next 5 years. But this is a 5-year cycle. I hope you'll join me in agreeing that we don't need to wait 5 years to evaluate this again. We don't need a full report every year, but what are the nuggets in here that help inform your work? What should a abbreviated update be? Should it be annually? Or how can we support you in making our dashboards more robust? On the labor market information page at the Department of Labor, we do have live dashboards triggering to a lot of this data, but what should that interim assessment look like? Rather than waiting for a 5-year cycle and coming back and then evaluating, did we meet the need or not? Let's be forward thinking and address it in the interim. The other team I want to tell you about that's fairly new to the Department of Labor is the engagement team. So over the last 2 years, the Department of Labor did a deep data-driven evaluation of a unit that we call the Workforce Service Division. Through that process and capturing efficiencies by centralizing things like IT services, accounting, HR, we were able to actually capture 50 FTEs that were redundant across the agency that we could redeploy and hone our team into really focusing on the services they provide. We were able to give 40 of those positions back to the legislature this last session without impacting the services we deliver across Montana, but we kept 10 for ourselves first. And we created an engagement team of specialists that really work at that intersection of community and industry-driven engagement between partners, whether that's between an employer or an industry representative, community colleges, tribal colleges, to solve those data-driven challenges that we're not meeting right now, to identify what they are, to bring a robust group of stakeholders around the table, whether it's from the universities, whether it's from tribal colleges or communities, or other state agencies that have resources, bring everyone around the table, identify the barriers, and get the job done. Some examples of some really awesome work that our engagement specialists are doing around Montana right now with a partnership with a number of community college campuses is the Browning community was really struggling in their tribal healthcare facility with CNAs. So working with Blackfeet Community College, taking the lessons we learned from President Slinger and the CNA program we developed for rural nursing home CNA delivery, we were able to stand up a program in just 6 short weeks on the Blackfeet Community College, bringing in support from other community college campuses in instructors and resources. And so far, we've trained 22 CNAs, all of whom are working in that facility in Browning. The other example is with our friend Dr. Erdman at Great Falls College MSU. ADF, a large structural welding manufacturer in Great Falls, contacted our team and said, we need your help. We can train almost anything on the job that we need, but we've got folks that are coming through the door that don't have even preliminary structural welding experience. They've never welded on a farm, they didn't take a welding class in school, they need to know something, and we'll take it from there. And so working with our engagement specialist in Great Falls, Dr. Erdman's team of Quincy and other folks on her team, we're able to develop a 6-week structural welding course delivered in the evenings, Monday through Friday. And then our engagement team brought the specialists around the table from other agencies to kick down doors as barriers occurred. Examples of those would be, first and foremost, recruiting. How were we going to fill the course? Well, we worked with vocational rehab and got 12 clients from Voc Rehab that agreed to take the course. We used WIOA and Wagner Pizer and Voc Rehab funding to pay for the course so the individuals could go through it. And then we encountered some of them didn't live right in Great Falls and needed housing Monday through Friday. So again, using WIOA, we were able to negotiate a long-term extended stay hotel rate that was really affordable to pay for those folks to stay in Great Falls. One of the individuals didn't have transportation to and from, so we were again able to use a couple of federal funding streams to purchase them a punch pass, if you would, for the local cab company to take them to and from campus every day. At the end of the 6 weeks at graduation, 8 of those individuals graduated. 5 were immediately offered employment with ADF. The other 3 were met at the other end of the stage by representatives from Job Service, from Voc Rehab, and even members of the AFL-CIO to talk about the JATC programs. So those 3 were put on a path to find employment quickly to leverage that certification. That's what the engagement team does, is let industry and community tell us what's the need, and then we'll help navigate a often complex state system of all the funding resources and overcoming those barriers, and just keep identifying them one by one to get folks trained. But it can't be done without the partnership of community colleges and helping us stand up those programs. So we're really excited to see what can those 10 individuals of engagement specialists do over the next year, working together with all of you. We also house the Montana Registered Apprenticeship Program that partners very closely with many of you. More to come. We know we have more apprentices working in Montana than ever before, and it's a keen focus of the governor to continue to grow this in partnership with all of your campuses. We house the Jobs for Montana Graduates program. Right now, that is largely a high school-based program focusing on 37 core competencies, getting individuals that are overcoming all kinds of barriers ready to join the workforce. We have 1 college campus running JMG right now in Montana. We've got a really successful program, 3 years and running, at the Fort Peck Community College. The governor is very committed to the National JAG model. He serves on their board and has encouraged us to not only grow by 100 new high schools this year, but also to deploy into the community college space. Who are in your programs that need that extra help getting ready for the workforce, and how can JMG help you? Again, thank you to our friend Dr. Erdman at Great Falls College. She and her team are exploring first to see how could this be deployed, and what are the opportunities and what are the barriers? How do we pay for it? What does it look like? But really excited to talk to you more over the coming year of where does JMG fit in preparing individuals with added barriers getting into the workforce after their community college experience. We house the Montana Career Information Lab. I'm not going to spend too much time on it other than to say I hear Deputy Commissioner Travers loud and clear. There's a lot we can do to improve the delivery. The Career Information System is an online portal to help youth and adults alike explore careers. We are using a platform that's been improved several times over the last 30 years, but ultimately it was created in the 1980s, and we think we can do better. Using the data modernization leadership that we've already seen out of OCHI, as well as what we see happening right now in the public school system, we know there's a better delivery model, and we're really looking forward to working with all of you to figure out what is the tool that meets both of our needs going forward. We house the State Workforce Innovation Board. You'll meet my colleague, Wes Feist. He's a part of the Department of Labor and Industry team. He's the state director for the SWIB. One of the things that I want to share with you that we're embarking on with the SWIB is an entirely new stakeholder process to redevelop and rewrite the state plan for WIOA. We are working through right now the federal reauthorization with our federal partners for WIOA funding in Montana, but we know we haven't rewritten our plan in over 18 years, maybe longer, but that's the last time I can find that we tried to do this process. What I mean by that is that our qualifiers to qualify for WIOA funding don't align with many other state programs. They're different qualifying factors than Perkins or Wagner-Peiser or advanced opportunities in our public school system. We think we can do better at aligning those. We think we can do a lot better at aligning outcomes so that we can braid funding. Individuals that need these programs to get in the workforce can't afford the $500 or $600 cost share, but we need to do better at braiding funding so that when we find an opportunity on your campus, we can use WIOA dollars to get an individual all the way into the program and then support them to get done. So look for more opportunities to engage with Wes and the SWIB, who are going to be leading our WIOA stakeholder process. It's our intention to mirror this right alongside your work with Perkins because the timing is perfect. As you're working through the exact same questions, we're going to walk that road right alongside you to really align all of those outcomes and details so that we can work together in getting more Montanans to work. And lastly, we house the Governor's Office of Community Service. That has a number of programmatic indications for your students, whether they want to finish their degree with you and join service, whether they want to take a gap year and join state service. It does come with a generous education benefit that can help after their 1 year of service, can help individuals pay for their training programs, and excited to work with all of you in ways that we can braid the Governor's Office of Community Service in partnership with our universities and community college campuses. With that, just a quick flyby of what the department does. We're really excited to continue working with all of you, and we hope that our engagement team can be a real value add to solving these industry-led challenges moving forward.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Any questions, comments from the Regents? Clay?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Southworth. Sarah, just welcome to the position. Look forward to working with you. The energy, excitement that you bring. You know, we talk a lot about our role in helping develop Montana's workforce needs and meet those needs, I should say, and that can't be done until we've identified the needs and we know how to deploy them. And it's just an area where I've always thought the synergies between the work we do and the work at the Department of Commerce is essential. And you know, I really commit to trying to bring that to new heights, and you bring the energy and enthusiasm to see that happen, and look forward to working with you in the years to come.
Likewise. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just echoing the Commissioner, you've been a great partner already, and I think you'll see the deep partnership between the Commissioner's Office, the university system, our two-year colleges, and the Department of Labor throughout some of our work plan as a two-year committee and a board, and some of the initiatives that we're standing up. Sarah, you've been a great partner, as has your entire team, so looking forward to more work together.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, well done, Sarah. I mean that sincerely. Montana is fortunate to have access to your brain. Thank you. We're going to launch right into the two-year community college. Chair Dombrowski informed me that I'm 7 minutes behind, so I'm going to keep this pretty brief. I appreciate the way that this has been put together, and I think the timing of this being our, in our September meeting, launching into the new year. Deputy Commissioner Teal and the brain-trusted Ochi has put together a map of major initiatives that are incredibly relevant to what we're doing. And I'm excited because we can have, as the year matures, it's going to give us focused and targeted touch points to update. And a lot of the little things, it's going to be fun to watch them, how they weave into some of the big things. So with that, Joe?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, we have quite an agenda for you today, which I think is intended to give you a map of really an incredible body of work that is happening or that we have planned to happen. And we realize these particular initiatives, they're big teams that help make them happen. They're a lot of work. But we as Regents, you as Regents, we as the Commissioner's Office, our partners who are working in this workforce training space across the state, need to see what are the goals that they're driving towards. And that's kind of how this map of initiatives in today's work is organized. Just try to give you some sense of when we see Montana Future at Work or Education Design Labs or Sprint Degrees, what is some of the larger change for our university system, our partnerships across the state that we're trying to make a reality through some of those initiatives, because I think they're carefully linked in what they're trying to achieve. And if we can actually pull up the map, that would help too. And I'd say one of the most important things that they're emphasizing is that we have a pretty excellent resource in this state. We have a set of community and two-year colleges and two-year college training locations that are alone providing really, really important services to place-bound students in communities. Communities where, in some cases, it's 3 or 4 hours drive to the nearest university campus, where those institutions are a vital training resource, a vital source of upward mobility for students in those locations. And that's important individually. It's perhaps more important that that network of two-year colleges is more than the sum of its parts. It means that if we have a student or an industry member in one community where, knowing we have small institutions and tight budgets, we don't have the programs that we maybe need to serve that we can connect with each other, connect with some of the resources that you heard Commissioner Swanson talk about, to bring the resources of a system of institutions to bear. And so increasingly, that's something that these initiatives are building out and building upon, is the close and real partnership that exists between our two-year colleges. So, to our map, we're really focusing on 3 areas this year in our two-year college work plan. And the first one is the high school to college to career pipeline. And clearly, resident student access is a big part of that. The initiatives we're going to highlight here in the two-year committee, because our two-year colleges take lead on these initiatives, is the space that dual enrollment has and is playing in making new pipelines for students into college or into an immediate career. You all know that a few years ago we launched the 1-2 Free initiative, provides 6 free college credits to Montana juniors and seniors. Along with that, we have a dual enrollment team at campuses across the state that are the portal for high schools all around the state into understanding dual enrollment opportunities across the system and state. That team has done amazing work. I'm not going to steal all of our next presenter's thunder, because some of the statistics in terms of how many high schools are participating in dual enrollment now, how many students are getting a college course completed before they graduate from high school, I think are pieces that we should be really proud of. What you're going to learn about is what we think are some of the next steps on the dual enrollment front. It's no longer just about, is it available in high schools around the state? It's how are we bringing new resources to bear so that students aren't just completing disconnected credits, but they're completing programs of study in high school. They're completing whole certifications that have value if they want to go directly into the workforce, or if they want to come to our colleges and institutions. The second focus area, industry-supported and aligned learning, closely relates to this first. If we're able to have these pathways that are useful to high school students that get them connected with industry earlier, that's important. But across all of these, thinking about how we become better partners with industry, and also how industry can support students while they're going through school to answer some of the key questions that students have. Am I learning something that's going to be valuable? How am I going to pay for this? Am I going to have a job when I get through at the end? And our key initiative there, which are the face of the MUS College Access Portal, Ange King, will describe, is our MUS Sprint Degrees program. We're really excited and proud of the launch of our first sprint cohorts this summer and fall, and I think some new ideas on the horizon in terms of some expansion programs for Sprint. And then finally, how all this links together. What's kind of our underlying infrastructure that we need to invest in? We've had great investments from the state in Accelerate Montana, expanding and providing supports for our colleges in the non-credit training space. We're doing a lot of thinking about how we convert those non-credit trainings, work experiences, life experiences, the experiences of military veterans into college credit. And then we'll have a very exciting announcement and launch of a project today. We're very happy to have great partners at the national level, great supporters in philanthropy that's going to make Montana the first statewide participant in the Education Design Lab's Community College Growth Engine Fund. And what that's really about is building bridging credentials that use the non-credit training that we've been building over the past few years, and aligning that to the degrees and programs that we traditionally offer. And we're calling that our Year to Career initiative. So an initiative that shows how you can take short trainings, how you can convert those into the next step on a career ladder, and then most importantly, how that next step maps to what our colleges and universities broadly offer. So that's quite a bit. And I think there's a lot more detail that we could go into. I'd be glad to open for a few questions, but I also want to get to some of the team to go into just the next level of detail on each of these initiatives, and we'll kind of take these in blocks and hopefully have questions after each block, if that makes sense, Mr. Chair. If there are any questions at this point, I'm going to invite Chase Stahl, Jackie Treaster, and Wes Weiss up to kick us off with an update on dual enrollment, and not just kind of where we've been with dual enrollment, but some of these ideas of new partnerships, new programs that we're hoping help students make the best use of the dual enrollment courses, the college courses that we provide. Chase, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Regents. Today I'm going to present to you the 2022-23 Annual Dual Enrollment Report. Lots of multi-year trend analysis. First, we're going to focus on the bar chart, and we can see that every year we've had consistent growth with the exception of the 2020 pandemic year. And that gives us about a 16.5% enrollment growth rate per year. And just focusing on the past 2 years, we see an increase of about 16% and roughly 1,100 students. Focusing on the line graph and the second y-axis on the right-hand side, we see the dashed line, which indicates the tuition-free limit maximum of the 1-2 free dual enrollment program. And we can see that the average credits attempted per student doesn't deviate too far from that line throughout the duration of the dual enrollment program. Next, we have an orange line, which indicates the average hours earned per student. And we see it hovers around roughly the 2 to 4 credit hour mark for the first 6 years, and then in the past 6, we've seen an increase and stabilize at roughly the 5 credit mark. So if we do the math on that, we would say that 83% of credits attempted are passed. Next, we're focusing on dual enrollment, the CTE dual enrollment count. And any student that has taken any CTE course is indicated here in orange. So we can see that the ratio of students as well as the number of CTE dual enrollment students. And so we have about a 15.5% growth rate per year since 2016-17, and roughly a 22% increase from the last year, which is a substantial increase and 7% greater than the average, which gives us a total of about 44% of students are participating in CTE coursework. Here we have a multi-line graph that is broken down by MHSAA class, so AA, single A, B, C, as well as homeschool and other. Homeschool and other make up roughly about 10% of the dual enrollment student population, and other is mostly comprised of private schools. And so here we see that we have AA has an average growth rate of year of about 13%, the smallest of all the classes. A, about 29% with the largest of all the classes. And focusing on the smaller schools, classes B and C, we see that they fall somewhere in the middle between the two, with 20% for Class B and 16% for Class C. Next, we're looking at the number of high schools that offer dual enrollment courses, and we're measuring this just based on if they have at least one dual enrollment student per year participating. And so at the top, we see the graph, and you can follow that throughout the years. And the chart at the bottom indicates the number of schools with one dual enrollment student as well as the total schools. And we can see the 22-23 academic year ratios displayed on the top right-hand chart. So we see that AA and single A have 100% of high schools participating in dual enrollment, while classes B and C have 90% and 81%. So if we were to add all these up, we would see that we have 86% of all MHSAA high schools participating or offering dual enrollment courses, and that's compared to the 87% national average from the Department of Education. And we have 24 schools that are currently not participating, with 4 of those belonging to Class B high schools and 20 of those belonging to Class C. Here we have a standard heat map that just indicates the number of students enrolled in each county. 2 things to me stand out. First, I don't think it comes to a surprise that most of our dual enrollment students come from urban counties. And so we see those indicated by the darker colors, as well as the proximity to colleges. And we can see that in the eastern central portion of Montana, as well as the north central portion, having relatively high enrollment numbers. Here we're looking at the participation rates by county, and we are defining the participation rates as the total public dual enrollment students divided by total public high school juniors and seniors. And so we're just taking the total public dual enrollment students divided by the number of eligible students. And so this map tells a little bit of a different story, as we can see some of those urban counties that were highlighted with the darker colors on the previous slide have actually some lower participation rates, and the higher participation rates are in the central part of Montana as well as the eastern part. And so if we were just to add all these up, we would see that we have a 31% of Montana public high school juniors and seniors participating in dual enrollment. And this is compared to the 34% national average, also from the Department of Education. So relatively close, just 3% beneath the national average. Here, we're using this slide just to assess if there's any regional differences in participation rates, as well as the percentage of dual enrollment students taking CTE coursework. So we can see the urban region has about a 31% participation rate, representing the lowest region. Mountains with the highest at 36%, and prairie right in the middle, around 33%. And if we focus on the right-hand side of the graph, we'll see the percentage of dual enrollment students taking CTE courses, and the prairie region has the highest portion with roughly 48%, followed by the urban region at 43%, and the mountains at 39%. In this slide, we're assessing the relationship between the participation and matriculation rates since 2012. And the blue line indicates the participation rates, still sticking with the same definition on the previous slide. Green indicates the 2-year matriculation rate, orange the 3-year matriculation rate, and red the 3+ years, so any student that has enrolled after 3 years. And so we're just going to focus on the 2018-19 academic cohort, since it's completed all of those 3 cycles. And so I would read this graph to say, in 2018-19, we had a public participation rate of roughly 25%, a 2-year matriculation rate of 50%, and a 3-year matriculation rate of about a 57%, and a 3-year or overall participation rate of a 59%. And 97% of matriculated dual enrollment students enroll within 4 years, and 89% of matriculated dual enrollment students enroll within 2 years. And that's a pretty fast turnaround time, considering that the academic cohort is comprised of juniors and seniors. So that gives seniors 2 years to enroll and juniors 1 year to enroll out of high school. So what does that actually look like in terms of matriculation numbers? Here we have a bar chart that indicates the overall matriculated students for each academic cohort, with the blue indicating matriculation to the 4-year institutions and orange representing the matriculated students to the 2-year institutions, as well as their ratio displayed in the orange portion of the bar chart. And so we see about a 17% matriculation growth per year from 2012 to 13 and 2018-19. And the asterisk indicates we're expected growth as these academic cohorts complete the 3 matriculation rate cycles in the previous slide. Lastly, what are dual enrollment students taking? And so on the left-hand side, we see a distribution of credits. and 67% of students are taking in-person dual credit courses. And moving on to the next section, we see an online college credit making up roughly 18% and in-person college credit at 12%. So roughly 30% of the population, of the dual enrollment population, is taking college credit only, and an overwhelming portion of 67% is in-person dual credit coursework. And the final three categories are other dual credit, online dual credit, and other college credit. And we've only seen a recent uptick in those since the 2020 pandemic year. And on the right-hand side of the chart, we see the top subjects that students are taking, or the three categories of subjects that are taking, and the top subjects within those. So top CTE subject is welding, computer applications, allied health and medical support, and the top three general education subjects are communication, American history, psychology, and the top three courses in math and writing is college writing, college algebra, and pre-calculus. Key takeaways: 16% dual enrollment growth rate per year. That's a record enrollment. 44% of students have taken CTE classified course. That is also a record enrollment as well as a record ratio. We have seen consistent growth in Class B and C high schools, and we have a 30% statewide dual enrollment participation rate. And that's a record participation rate. And roughly 59% of all dual enrollment students matriculate within 4 years, and 67% of dual enrollment credits are taken as dual credit in person at the high school level. And with that, I'd like to open up to any questions the board may have.
Mr. Chair, I realize I didn't give Chase the full introduction. Chase is our new Perkins Program Data Manager, and he has done an incredible job diving in quickly to develop this presentation, and I think developing some great new ways to understand what's happening in dual enrollment in Montana, with which I'll just add, I think this slide's pretty important, that we're getting to the point where we have one in three Montana high school students, juniors and seniors, participating by our estimate. That's a great resource for those students. It's also a great resource for our system because nationally and in Montana, those students are more likely to come to college, more likely to persist, and also get through more quickly than they would have otherwise. And so just, again, thanks, Chase, for putting all this together.
Yeah, well done, Chase. Questions, comments from the Regents? Casey.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this very good presentation. Thank you for doing all the data work behind this. I think I shared in the committee meeting, the prep meeting, that this is an incredible amount of work to be able to get us to this point. So appreciate all you've done. I think the conversation at the within the board around dual enrollment has been like, how do we continue to grow this thing? Obviously, the matriculation rates, the persistence rates for dual enrollment students going through our campuses are pretty spectacular. And with 31% of eligible students now in dual enrollment, are we getting to the point as a board of trying to figure out, is there a target? Are we trying to reach all, or trying to get 50%? Are we trying to get 60%? I mean, there's a lot of implications around that in terms of like, how do we fund 1-2 free? What does it mean for trying to diversify the different dual enrollment courses that we have? What does it mean for any strategies or shifts in dual enrollment credentialing for instructors? So I don't know if we have, I'm not saying that there's an answer today, but I think we need to begin to think about like, what is our end goal in terms of our reach across the state? And maybe there are things that we might be able to learn nationally in terms of folks that are in similar situated systems like ours, trying to figure out what more can be done and when have we reached that goal for our eligible student population. So I think it's just a more food for thought here. I think we do need to put some thinking into this as we kind of continue to see growth and continue to sort of add new innovations to this topic for us.
Thanks, Regent Lozar. Any other questions, comments? Regent Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Southworth. Chase, any color on what type of curriculum these kids are seeking? Is it to Commissioner Swanson's focus on CTE skill development? Are we seeing growth in CTE dual credits? Is it Any color would be great to understand why or what it is that's attracting more student participation.
Sure. So I would say that of the top 10 courses, 3 of those are welding courses. So there's definitely a lot of coursework going into welding. Other than that, I don't necessarily. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe just piggyback on that just a tiny bit. Also, you know, we're talking about the Perkins stuff. If maybe a bit of a needle mover is you know, some of the communities where, you know, they're underserved. I mean, not to pick up on the welding thing, but, you know, I think that there are, you know, several schools in our state that, you know, when I'm looking at the top three, you know, they don't offer all these programs. And some of it where it's capital outlay, being able to identify that statewide to allocate some of the Perkins, I just think that it's, you know, that would be a miss not to have that in some of the conversations. Any other questions? Chair Dombrowski.
I think I heard Joe say something about using dual credit maybe in a more formal way, and I don't know if the data suggests this, but do I just take what I take because I'm interested in it, or am I taking it because I'm then furthering or thinking through? And you think about welding, I mean, it might be easy because it's here, but then where is that gonna, did I hear you sort of mention that? Or maybe the committee, maybe that's an iteration of the.
So Chair Dombrowski and Regent Lozar, actually, this is to your point. My view is one of the places where we can take dual enrollment. Certainly, I think there's still some conversations about how do we make the variety of dual enrollment courses more widely available across Montana, and there's a lot of work to do there. There's some good partnerships with the Montana Digital Academy on some of those fronts. As you mentioned, I think some alignment on the resources necessary to offer some of the CTE programming in schools where it's not currently available. The second piece, and this is really our next 2 presentations, is thinking, how are we leveraging other resources that go beyond 1-2 free to help students complete a full certification or a larger pathway while they're in high school using college credit, using dual enrollment? And then second, how do we stand up and communicate those pathways? And so if I might, I think that it'd be great to introduce Jackie and Wes to start talking through our partnership with WIOA as one important piece of that strategy.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wes Feist. I'm the director of the State Workforce Innovation Board at the Montana Department of Labor and Industry. And with strong collaboration with the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed, the SWIB has sought new opportunities to increase the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, youth program breadth and reach. One of these opportunities has been the submission and approval to the U.S. Department of Labor for 2 separate waivers that allow for program flexibility for eligible participants aged 16 to 19. The first waiver allows the Montana Department of Labor and Industry to grant youth providers flexibility with funding that balances the amount of funding for in-school and out-of-school youth, allowing more opportunity for those that are still in school. The second waiver allows in-school youth the ability to earn dual credit utilizing WIOA funding. The ability to pay is a program of last resort with WIOA, which is where we've been able to pair it with the MUS 1-2 free program. If a student has utilized the 1-2 free program and exhausted their 2-year or community college benefit with that program, they can then utilize WIOA youth funding to pay for additional courses and or supportive services to achieve their educational goals. For students who may not have access to the 1-2 free program, including some tribally affiliated students, they may access eligibility to the WIOA youth funding for dual credit first. We all hope this program increases the use of the 1-2 free program, but also increases potential uses of the WIOA youth funding for Montana students. This is a great example of cross-agency cooperation and program creativity. And I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them, and thank you, board, for your time.
Mr. Chair, and I'm going to kind of tie it together a little bit, the last 2 folks that you heard from and how they're related. And to Chair Dombrowski's question as well, we really are thinking that the next steps for successful dual enrollment in Montana is communicating those sequences of courses to students, counselors, and advisors what is available for a student to essentially start to look into a career pathway that they can either, earn a credential while they're still in high school. And we have so many fantastic examples of that already happening around Montana. And when I hand it off to the next presenter, you'll hear more about that. But we have students that are graduating with an HVAC certificate, a welding certificate, a CNA, various other healthcare certificates while they're still in high school. They're walking at the community college for that degree, for that certificate before they're even earning their high school credential or their high school degree. So we're trying to expand that model. Our friend Amy Williams, who used to be in this position, now she's at NASEP, her favorite term was these random acts of dual enrollment, and I've heard that peppered around here and there, so we love to borrow it. But instead of these random acts of dual enrollment, where, it's not a bad thing for a student to explore something that they're interested in and kind of dabble, but rather than that being the norm, we're looking at ways to be a lot more intentional about the ways that these students can engage in dual enrollment, and they can really build upon what they're looking to do. 1-2 Free has been an incredible opportunity, and we have seen so much growth, and we've seen a lot of students go above and beyond those 6 credits to be able to finish something like a certification or get even closer to a degree once they graduate from high school. And now, because of partnerships that we have with DLI and WIOA, those students have even more resources above and beyond 1-2 Free, and we're hoping to, we have for you, this is just an example of some of the communication that we're gonna start to get out to folks and make sure that students are aware of the opportunities. They have a lot of resources to be able to complete something, so they can go right to work from high school, or they can build upon these credentials, and that's another thing we're working on communicating better. They can stack these shorter term credentials into a longer term degree and really be on a fantastic start to their career. I mean, really when they're 17, 18 years old. So Joe, I can pause for questions, or do you want me to?
Let's pause this quickly, but I think that the next presentation kind of lays the groundworks of the next piece of this. So we start with 1-2 Free saying, we've expanded access to dual enrollment, and we've seen huge uptake to that access. We now have this excellent partnership, and thank you, Wes, and thank you, Commissioner Swanson, for your support, so that beyond 1-2 Free, there's support and some guidance that for some of our youth, some of our high schoolers, they can get on top of 1-2 Free some funding that can help them through that full certification. And we're going to turn over to Director McLean, who has led kind of our final initiative, and thank you so much, Jackie and Wes, which is focused on, okay, what are those certifications, and can we start some pilots and start some scaling to say, don't just have the random act of dual enrollment. Here are some degree programs, some certifications that you can finish in high school, and I think some good news to share on that front, and also some ongoing plans.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, members of the board, Chancellor, thanks so much for having us here. Thank you, Dean Vanderveer, for being such a great host last night and today. Always good to be in Butte, and if you can't be in Anaconda, it's nice to be here. So thank you so much for having us. Such an appropriate conversation around dual enrollment to happen here on this campus. I've been around long enough. I taught dual enrollment, in fact, for 15 years with this campus and then later Highlands College. And when we were rocking and rolling with it down in Anaconda with Bernie Phelps and our team at the high school there, we were doing it alongside our partners and learning as best we could from the folks at FVCC. And what you have seen, I think, is a conversation as to how that conversation has evolved and moved in a positive direction to where we're at the place where we are collecting and reporting magnificent data. And the team that is working on that front, Jackie Treaster and Chase, are moving the needle every single day and turning over every stone to figure out how they can get more of those students, as you spoke to, Mr. Regent, into that conversation and make sure that they have that opportunity. And that is truly where the opportunities that I get to come to you today to speak about fit in. I'll be at the mic today around Montana's Future at Work, and then later around the Education Design Lab's opportunity. And what you will hear is that both of those programs will allow us to grow the opportunities for students wherever they live to take dual enrollment in a strategic effort as part of something else. And that is what I brought to you last year when we first rolled out Montana's Future at Work. Now, I placed in front of you a very nice long sleeve fall t-shirt that you can proudly wear across the state. And as Regent Buchanan has told me a couple of times, the good news is getting out about the great work of our campuses in this regard. And I think we have a number of our Future at Work leaders in here, and I would be remiss if I did not express my sincere appreciation and admiration for their leadership and taking this effort on and making a difference in the lives of the students that they served with the program, but also making a difference in the Montana economy. And so to all of you folks who are in this room who do that work and reapplied and got refunded to do it again, congratulations and a great big thanks to all of you. Regent, you might recall last fall I brought the conversation to you and indicated that Future at Work was established in partnership with the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation to consider what next steps we could take as a system to support more high schoolers into dual enrollment and into earning a credential before they leave high school, a concept that I think was first rolled out in its most complete form right at Great Falls College. It is now an ongoing part of the conversation about how we embed dual enrollment into more of what we are doing. And as our two-year campuses are constantly asked to step up and to do more and to roll out whatever it is that comes their way, I too would be remiss if I didn't signal my deep, sincere appreciation for the great work that they do and for taking on not only Future at Work, but also saying yes to Ed Design Labs and also saying yes to a Perkins Innovation and Modernization grant that also incorporates dual enrollment. Even though they have 1,000 things on their plate, they're ready to rock and roll and take that on and come together, not one of them, not two of them, but every single one of them. That's your Montana University System two-year campuses. So what I'd like to do is take a few minutes and outline some of the outcomes of our first year with Future at Work. We saw 5 CDL students right here in partnership with the municipality of Butte, and Northwestern Energy earned their CDL, and thank you, Bernie Phelps, for all of the information and all of the good work. She's being sought after by folks across the state and across the country about this model. We had 13 EMT students at Helena College, 8 CMA students through the Missoula College effort, and 22 CNA completers last year alone. Additionally, we saw partnerships be established with 8 different healthcare systems across the state. Partnerships, as I indicated, with municipalities and industry, 1 community-based healthcare advisory group, which continues down in the Bitterroot, and then finally 8 different marketing plans, which was a key part of this, is making sure that our high school students and their families understood that these opportunities around dual enrollment and short-term credentials existed for them right where they live. Finally, I would like to thank the Dennis and Phyllis Washington Foundation for their support for this wonderful and unique initiative. And they made things happen not only by the numbers, but for a couple of students. And I'd like to just share a quick couple of stories around that. Skyla Pearson enrolled in Highlands College Future at Work CDL program to try and expand her skills to give her a step up in her workplace over the summer. Her career goal was to be a wildlife biologist, fish and game warden. However, the CDL was intended towards her time firefighting over this last summer and the coming summers. She said she would recommend the program to anyone. Skyla enrolled this fall at Miles City, and project director Bernie Phelps is working with the folks there to support her in her CDL testing. And then next, Alex was a junior at Capitol High School when she signed up for the fall 2022 Prospects Healthcare event at Helena College. At the event, she heard about the Montana's Future at Work grant and the opportunity to take an emergency medical technician class in the spring semester through Helena College. She was already taking healthcare-related classes at her high school, but this seemed like a great way to get her hands-on training in the medical field. At the end of the semester, she shared with her advisor, "I didn't even know that EMTs existed, and now that's what I want to do with my life." So folks, there you have it. what you have right there is Future at Work is making a real difference in real time for Montana students right in the communities that you serve. So the next slide indicates who next year's grantees are, and I want to congratulate them. Some of those folks were on the list last year. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to those folks who indicated they wanted to keep up that work and they got smaller grants so that they could continue, and those folks are at Helena College and at Missoula College. We look so forward to working with each of you in rolling out this next year of Future at Work. And so our next steps around this front are a summit, the 28th and the 29th in Regent Buchanan country down in Red Lodge. We have an extraordinary packed agenda, beginning with a welcome from Provost Eskandari, and then moving on to a conversation with our local Regent Buchanan, followed by our Commissioner of Labor. We also have the Ed Design Labs team who is coming out to be a significant player in this conversation about creating students who are work ready. And then the next day we open up with the President of the State Chamber of Commerce. And so all of you are invited. There's no fee to attend, but this is just an extraordinary opportunity for us to roll out this next year, support our awardees, bring our K-12 partners in this conversation to the table, and make sure that we're able to produce similar or even greater results this next year. So with that, Mr. Deputy Commissioner, I would turn it over to folks in case they have any questions.
Angela, thanks so much for your leadership on this work. And one thing I want to emphasize for our Regents is because of our network of two-year colleges, I think that this piloting of great partnerships with high schools, there's been some good thought in this as to which of these can we offer remotely in more communities around the state. I want to particularly recognize Miles Community College, their CMA program. Some good thought in terms of how can we partner with healthcare industry in different communities so that can be offered at a greater distance and serve more communities. And also some of these programs, our CDL program being a particular one, lots of interest from our other two-year colleges to take what Dean Vanderveer, her team have developed and think about how that could fit in their communities. And so the overall goal is how do we braid the funding? How do we bring together the ideas across our network so that more students have the opportunity in high school to finish one of these degrees or certification? And Angela, you've provided great leadership in linking us all in that effort. Be glad to open up for kind of this first section, our first focus for the year on these next steps in dual enrollment, if there are any questions or discussion.
Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much for all these great presentations and in-depth discussion. I think back to Regent Lozar's point a little bit, I see that one student in Daniels County. I see the 24 high schools that still don't have a dual enrollment option. And I know that we have great partners around the state. You're talking about braided funding. So helping understand, what are the barriers for those? It's been 10 years. What are the barriers for those high schools to start to access dual enrollment? And are there low-hanging fruit that we can work with our partners to get everybody on board?
Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Keep it going.
Yes. So, Regents, members of the committee, again, that's kind of our first bucket of initiatives that you'll hear over the course of the year. Our next, and this also links into all of the work that we're doing, is what's our process, what's our toolkit to engage industry more quickly, more deeply, engage industry support for our students to help them through these programs. And that's a part of all of these initiatives, something that we're thinking through, something that you'll hear later. We're excited to have some national support from folks who've seen how community college systems in other states think through and do some of that work. But certainly our top tier initiative on that front is our Sprint degree program. So I wanted to invite Ange King up to provide a quick update on Sprint.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jared. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Regents. Good to see you all. My goal this afternoon is to echo what Deputy Commissioner Teal just said, to provide is really threefold. To provide an update of where we are with the Sprint degree project, Two, to talk about what our next steps are with that project, and then three, to talk about how Sprint Degrees helps to connect some of these workforce initiative projects. So just as a recap of where we are right now, fall 2023, you might recall a colorful timeline back in November when we announced these programs would be rolling out this summer and fall. We are, for some of our programs, 1 semester in, some 2 semesters in. And just as a reminder, and I know we bring this slide up probably too often, but similar to what Director McLean just said, I would be remiss to not mention the campuses that have undergone this work and who are continuing to undergo it and who are being really supportive of the students who are undertaking some of these new pathways. So to talk about paramedic, we're running the accelerated AAS degree there through City College. I will give a huge shout out to our colleagues there, Nick Anderson and Chad Landon, with great support from Stephanie Cowan and of course Dean Trier. I'm happy to report we have 17 students enrolled in this program starting this fall, and they will be done next year, which will be of great service to Montana. The second program is our Human Services. As you might remember, this is a pathway that allows students to graduate with to sit for a license in licensed addiction counseling, but it is certainly a degree that puts forward students on a pathway to help serve in mental health counseling. And as I'm sure everyone in this room is aware, that is certainly a great need for the state. This program is housed on the MSU Billings campus with great support from Dan Gray, Paula McMahon, Jim Barron, and Kurt Tonjes. And of course, thank you to Sep Eskandari and of course, Chancellor Hickswa for your support. I am proud to say this cohort is filled at 10 students. We're super excited about that. And again, they will be done in 2.5 years. Our third project is a surgical tech, and this is an interesting area. We have 3 campuses engaged in this work. We have a partnership between City College and Great Falls College, which is led by Daisy Gibson out of Great Falls. And then we also have a cohort underway at Missoula College, which is supported by Jill Davis and of course from Tom Gallagher as well. So thank you to everybody who is helping there. I will report our Surge Tech students, we have 18 students enrolled in that program as of this fall, as well as another 15 in the pipeline to start at a second cohort point next year. As a reminder, this program really came out of initiative to rethink of how we are engaging with industry. And when I talk about Sprint with parents on the phone, I really try to highlight these 4 key areas of what makes this different and why this might be a good pathway for their student. I say might because I'm reminded this may not be the best pathway for everyone, but it just, again, opens access points for students who might be looking for a different experience. And those 4 areas are accelerated time to completion. The name is Sprint Degrees for a reason. But the way that we are able to do that is through curriculum redesign. So sometimes I'll get asked by folks, I got asked by somebody actually in downtown Butte last night. Somehow this came up, I don't know, I won't go into that. But they were like, oh, well, you must be getting rid of classes. And I said, no, we're not. We're just thinking about how we're putting those classes in a schedule a little bit differently. Some of our campuses are choosing to do that through summer terms. Some are adding maybe an additional class to a semester that didn't exist before. We have, and I'll talk a little bit more about curriculum, I'll leave that little dangling carrot, but curriculum redesign. 2 is somewhat going back to what Deputy Commissioner Teal said at the beginning to kick this off, is that we're really hoping this gives students a real understanding of what their outcomes are. So when I started this project, I really thought, how can we remove some of the risk that students and families have about higher education? What's your timeline? How much does it cost? Are you going to get a job afterwards? 3, industry engagement. These programs all have industry partnerships. I'll talk more about industry engagement in just a little bit. And then lastly, these are meant to be in demand and high need, high wage areas for Montana students and Montana's economy. moving forward in this, we are looking at some key areas of focus as we go through the next year and we embark on the next cohort. And that is, we have not developed, I can confidently say, I don't think we've developed a proof of concept here yet. This is a pilot, it's brand new. And I think it's my job, it's the commissioner's office's job to really understand, is this something that's working? Is this something that's answering those questions that we're hoping to seek? Is this something that we want to continue to scale? The other thing that I'm very keenly aware of is that this program is supported through an OTO. That OTO will expire in June of 2025. And if we do decide that this is something that is working, it's answering questions for Montana students, it's providing different access points for industry, how can we do this sustainably? What is it going to take for the way that we're thinking about curriculum redesign, the way that we are supporting students, that we can continue to carry this out and that maybe we can bring in additional programs. A regent asked me on the phone not too long ago, what have you learned so far? And these are only a few of things that I will speak of at the mic. But one is thinking about success. So initially, I think when we embarked on this, success was really tailored around enrollment, and it was tailored around industry partnership. And I very much stand by that, and I think that's still true. I think those things have just expanded. How are we not only recruiting students, but how are we helping them keep in the programs? How are they completing? How is industry engaging in this process? Do they feel like that open door is still there? And also back to answering those risk questions for students. One thing I have learned is that partnership is not prescriptive. So we have incredible partners throughout this first cohort. What I have also learned is that while we have some industry partners that might feel comfortable with providing scholarships, we have some that are comfortable with doing paid clinical hours or paid internship or paid work-based learning. We have some that are more than happy to provide guaranteed job placement. We have some that can do all of that. But I think it's figuring out how to bring employers into the conversation before really truly into canceling out or putting a firm description on what partnership looks like. And last, that Sprint connects to other workforce initiatives. You sort of talked about this. But thinking about that curriculum redesign is that we now have campuses, I think, that are thinking about one way to also accelerate programs while also offering coursework in the summer, maybe is to also back this up through high school, right? So if we know a student is going to take a Sprint degree in X, if they can take 6, 9 of those courses or credits prior to graduation, that also accelerates the timeline. Similarly, for adult learners, those wanting to upskill, those wanting to go further up the ladder in their career, you'll hear from my colleague Jackie next on sort of how we're engaging in the credit for prior learning space, how we are giving credit for work-based experiences, and Sprint is certainly meant to be part of those conversations as well. So what's next for Sprint? We will, of course, be continuing to provide our support, continuing to understand how this first cohort of students is going. We will have some that are done so quickly, and then we will have some that will take a little bit longer. And then the second part that I'm really excited about is about a month ago-ish, we released a Sprint RFP. I think we have been really intentional and thoughtful in the way that we have been using the OTO that was provided to us. We have a good amount of that money left, and what we have decided to do is open up a request for proposals where campuses can submit a project idea alongside their partnership, talk about why this best serves their community. And I'm happy to report that RFP has closed, so thank you to everybody who engaged in that process. It just closed this Monday. We've received a lot of great submissions, and I'm looking forward to being able to report back to all of you of what those next projects are. I will say that part of the RFP does express that these projects need to start within the OTO window, and they will be kicking off in the next year or so. And with that, happy to stand for any questions.
Great update, Ange. Thank you very much. Questions, comments from the Regents?
A little bit for Ange, but maybe in general, I hear OTO and I always think the money's going to stop. And so are many of these sort of time-limited dollars? And what's the thinking of into the future, and how do you punt that over to Regent Lozar's Budget Committee for a future conversation?
That is, Chair Regent Dombrowski, that is a great question. A couple of things come to mind. One is, I believe the campuses are very aware of how those funding requests as part of Sprint can be used, right? They know the money is going to time out. So a large portion of the OTO is actually being earmarked for student scholarships. That was part of how we began this process, right? Industry matched scholarship dollars. The other portion that's being used for are certainly things like faculty lines to support maybe at summer programming or academic mentors, et cetera. But I think that campuses are being really thoughtful on when they're spending those dollars and how those dollars are being allocated. I'm blanking on my train of thought that I was going to say after that. But I do think it's our responsibility to really think about how do we want to keep these going? And what is there certain areas and what is the cost going to be? I also think by running a pilot, we will understand what those actual cost needs are. And the great thing about having both an AAS and a BS process is that we're able to see what the differences are based on the degree types as well.
I just have a follow-up, more of a comment. I think the pilot, I think the sense of the industry partnership is very real and needs to stay. And so they also have to be part of the beyond the OTO, right? What's their long-term strategy for funding or not, I guess.
Yeah. And Regent Dombrowski, that was going to be my comment, is I think Ange has done an excellent job of structuring both this RFP and also conversations and coaching with campuses as they're developing the proposals, of thinking about if we're doing this work of program design, if we're doing this work of early support, how are we thinking and setting expectations for ongoing, how we offer these programs on an ongoing basis? And I think the key piece of this is that industry partnership. And that does look different for each of these programs, but I think that, somewhat the success of the pilot is saying, are those partnerships strong enough that both parties see value in continuing it and can be part of that sustainability conversation? It might look a little bit different than the pilot model and the sustain model, but I think that the key piece here is employers need to see value in having that connection throughout the education for students, and students in the campus need some value from those employers to say, if these additional costs, these additional supports, those values need to balance out in the model that's sustained.
And I think this gift gives to, with all of our traditional models where, it's conditioning a different mindset for employers on how to participate with growing your workforce. And the governor told me one time, if when it comes to workforce, if you're not willing to belly up and write the check, your problem's probably not that acute, right? And I fully subscribe to what he has said, and I do think that it's not that bold with success being reported out of this program that the OTO can be a AF, always funded, or whatever we're gonna, So anyway, any other questions, comments from the regents? Regent Buchanan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Southworth. Ange, any color on who the students are demographically? Are these traditional, still probably early, but are they coming out of the high school pipeline? Are they non-traditional students? Who do we attract?
Chair Southworth, Regent Buchanan, that is a great question. I have some anecdotal stories, but I'd hate to say that is a full understanding of the data set. That is certainly something I'm happy to look into. But I will say, in Human Services as a great example, one of their partners is Rimrock Health in the Billings area. Rimrock, during our early conversations, said, hey, we've got these folks who would love to be higher up. They've worked here forever. They are a great example of the kind of student who is using this as a career ladder. I think you see something very similar in the paramedic area. As you'll probably all remember, both, I'm blanking, Chief Banfield and I'm blanking on his partner's name, but similar for fire departments or for folks who are hoping to take an EMT degree or something and leverage that to something else. That allows, it provides a great career pathway for them. I think on our surgical tech side, we have a little bit more of a mix. We have some students who are straight out of high school, some that started straight out of high school this summer. And then we have some adult learners and a couple who have been at the hospitals previously as well.
Maybe just some enrollment data when we get to the next couple of meetings, what's available would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Any other?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Director King. I'm just kind of stitching together a couple things, the dual enrollment with the sprint degrees. This is kind of the first time in the conversation with sprint degrees where we're thinking about dual enrollment. And I don't know what's faster than sprinting, but if you have high school students coming out with 6 to 9 credits that are being tracked directly into a sprint degree, they're going to get through the sprint degree way quicker. And I kind of go back to, a couple years ago when this idea of sprint, started to bubble up. It was a little bit about the sort of the risk and the question about value proposition. This is a bit of a guarantee you can get through quickly and you can get a job. I think the other major component was meeting the labor market needs in the state of Montana. And do it as quickly as we can on key areas that we really need. And so I just would highly encourage both on the dual enrollment promotion of existing coursework as well as the creation of new dual enrollment degrees, that we find a way to sort of prioritize some of the sprint degrees that we currently have. And then also when we look through the RFPs of where the interest is from industry and from the campuses, figure out a way to get dual enrollment classes tracked well in advance so that we can get these students into their career, into their professions, and as quickly as possible. So I think those two together, I think, will allow for much quicker credentialing.
Yeah, well said. Good thought. Any other questions, comments? No? Thank you, Ange. Look forward to getting the update on the RFP next time we meet. I know Regent Bao will be very excited to hear, so.
Same. Thank you.
So we are set to take a break. We're a little early, but I think it still feels like it's good timing to take that break. I would ask if you could come back at 5 to 3. I know that's maybe splitting hairs a little bit, but that will give us the extra time we might need for the last part of the committee. Does that sound okay?
Excellent.
Okay, great.
I just mentioned that there are warm cookies and goodies over in the break room. So
Ice cream and warm
and
cookies.
milk.
Thank you for returning, most of you who are back. We're going to actually cover, there's going to be a lottery and a lot of money given away between now and 3. So those of you who are here, no. All right. Regent Southworth, if you're ready to go ahead.
You bet. Deputy Commissioner Till, you want to launch right into infrastructure for high-quality, flexible pathways?
Mr. Chair, I was grateful to see Jackie Treaster here. She's outside, we're in trouble. So yes, our kind of third tranche of work. And I think this really touches on Regent Lozar's point just before the break. The more that we can link these pathways together, the more efficient students' path to a degree can be. And it also is recognizing, hey, and this has been particularly true during the pandemic and after the pandemic, there's a big part of the population we need to serve who don't have 2, 3, 4 years to go and dedicate to higher education right now. But short-term training opportunities, Accelerate Montana and their rapid retraining program, recognition of learning that takes place in the workplace or through other non-credit training, pathways that have clear, stackable learning outcomes that can get students access to a job but also maintain some of that progress towards a degree. that underlying infrastructure for flexible pathways is really, really important. And right now is a really important time for us to build on those because of all the innovation that has been going on over the past few years. And I want to introduce Jackie Treaster for the first important part of that work, which is focused around credit for prior learning.
Thanks, Joe, Mr. Chair, members of the board. A little update on credit for prior learning for you. And I do feel really weird not talking about Perkins since everyone is talking about Perkins today. So I will say that Perkins helped a lot with this initiative. We did use some Perkins state leadership dollars to help get some of this off the ground. And so that's kind of the connection there. This is definitely focusing on the career and technical education and workforce development side when we're talking about this credit for prior learning. So I want to start with kind of a problem statement. So these are updated numbers. Last time I presented numbers to you, I didn't have quite, the most up-to-date numbers, but now that we have awesome Chase Stahl, I was able to get some new numbers. And as you can see, they're still not very exciting. The very vast majority of PLA credits in the Montana University system are through AP and IB. All other prior learning assessment is just 10% of the overall credits that we see in the system. So just not very exciting. So what that tells us is that even though we have prior learning assessment opportunities at all of our campuses, we have a very flexible, broad policy that our campuses and our programs can play in. We're just not seeing a lot of uptake. And I will also say that there was a really big study that I've referenced before that Lumina and Witchy did together in 2021. They looked at over 230,000 adult students in the United States. And while 80% of the colleges that they went to offered prior learning assessment opportunities, only 11% of those adult students had any kind of credit for prior learning through their programs. So it's just a ton of students that are not being served that we can give resources to. So again, so this is another look at PLA in Montana. So 45% of students enrolled in the MUS have PLA credits. That's actually not too bad, but that's of course also counting those IP credits that we're getting from the high school students. Only 28% of students in the MUS that are 25 or older have PLA credits. That's pretty low. I think we could do a lot better. And then 62% of veteran students that are enrolled in the MUS have PLA credits. So that means that we have a pretty big portion of our students that come from the military. They are veterans. They're enrolled in MUS campuses, but they didn't bring any credit with them. So we want to make this process a lot easier for them. So we started engaging in some work with CALE. This is the Coalition for Adult and Experiential Learning. They're fantastic. We've had such great work with them so far. One of the things that they have done for us so far is offer some professional development to our staff at our campuses. And so there's a few different webinars that they're offering. There are some that help leadership on our campuses kind of create some buy-in with credit for prior learning with their other staff. There are some professional development opportunities that focus on faculty work. There is a specific webinar for serving military students. And so we had one really well-attended webinar so far that was, gosh, I think last month. The months go by so fast, but that was last month. We had great turnout, and it was a really interactive webinar. For my 2-year leaders over here, just a reminder, we have another webinar scheduled for Monday, so I'll be sending out a reminder probably shortly after this. But CALE just has so much expertise in this space. They have a ton of resources. They did that great study with Witchy a couple of years ago, and so just fantastic opportunities for us to engage with them. And really the things that you see up here, this is straight from their website. These are just things that they're always keeping in mind and trying to make sure that they're offering to the colleges and systems that engage with them. Another part of what we're doing with CALE is we're working on a program that they have, a Credit Predictor Pro. And so one of the areas that we're engaging with CALE on is every college, and including tribal college that participates in Perkins in the system, or I'm sorry, in the state, has a campus level partnership with Kale. And so they're able to engage in, they have a standard credit predictor, and then they have this credit predictor pro. We have 2 campuses that are going to be engaging in credit predictor pro, and we're going to be piloting that. If it's successful, we'll see if we can continue on. And we're working with Missoula College and Great Falls College on that. And so what the Credit Predictor Pro is it's this really user-friendly interface where students can start to engage with faculty and staff to see what they might be eligible for as far as credit for prior learning. So they can upload their resume, and it's matched to Lightcast skills. So the Lightcast used to be Burning Glass and MZ, now Lightcast. So they can match their resume directly to those skills. It streamlines credential approval through faculty and staff. And then these credential to course crosswalks, that's something that we're doing system-wide. But an individual campus can do them as well. The nice thing about, because we're working as a system and we have commonly numbered courses, is that if Missoula College makes a lot of progress in a certain area, and it translates into the other courses that the other campuses offer in Montana, that can be a system-wide type of crosswalk once we get that done, as long as our faculty committees agree with the assessment. So there's just a lot of great opportunities with this software. Also, we're really looking at upping the way that we are collecting information. So we want to know, what are students getting their credits in when they're going through this prior learning assessment? Are they continuing on a pathway that's related to those credits that they're earning? And are they completing a degree in that area? We'd like to know. And because we have such a great data agreement with DLI, we'd love to be able to follow them into their work and see if they're pursuing those types of careers. And so that's a little overview on Kale. We're still going with it. It's really exciting. Like I said, we'll have another webinar scheduled for Monday. And so hopefully over the next couple of board meetings, we'll have some even more exciting work to share with you. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Questions or comments? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good presentation. I'm thinking about PLA in the context of, we know that 40% of high school graduates in Montana don't go on to college. So they go into the workforce more than likely. And then we have, what is the stat, 125,000 individuals in Montana who have some credit, no degree. So they're also in the workforce, likely learning and training and have some of the skill sets to be able to transfer for PLA credit. So this huge group of folks in the state of Montana, and I guess my biggest question around PLA, I think the path forward is good, but the promotion of PLA to these the 150,000 and the 4,000 every year that don't go into the university system, how are we articulating that PLA exists? And is this, I see that being kind of the lowest hanging fruit for us. And granted, that takes a lot of resources and it takes some time, but I'm curious, how are we going to get ahead of the PLA if we're not pushing this as an opportunity? I'm sure most Montana families don't know much about this option.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Regent Lozar, and Joe, I'll hand it off to you in a second. From what I can tell from what we're looking at now, a lot of the professional development, I think, around especially staff advisors will also translate to folks that work in job service and other, other industry folks that are looking to upskill or reskill some of their employees. So as we were talking about these other opportunities that are engaging with, these are the places that engage with adult students who are maybe looking to upskill or reskill. We're hoping that we will be able to get the message out to all of those folks. I could also really see some type of, marketing push. We do have a prior learning assessment site. It's not very well utilized. I know that all of our campuses have information. Again, I don't know how visible it is. And there's also been discussion about connecting prior learning assessment information to Apply Montana and determining what students might have that type of experience and then point them in the right direction to get them started.
Regent Lozar, the one thing that I might add is I think one of our challenges right now is the process to let a student know, or a potential student know, what they will be given based on their prior learning experience is kind of arduous. It's a little bit difficult for both the student and the faculty member and all the campus folks who are involved in it. So it's not a, typically it's not a, you have this, you are assured up front quickly, here's how that translates to college credit. And so there's a little bit of, in my mind, on the marketing front, a thought of, first, can we, at least for the credentials, certifications, military experience, the areas where we're able to say lots of folks in Montana go through this, and we can maybe develop some statewide policy and processes to say, how do those relate up front to our common course numbering system, to the courses that we offer? You know, being able to say up front and quickly, we're 95, 99% certain your prior experience is going to translate to this credit, makes that advertising push much easier. It's a lot easier to say, to convince someone that prior learning is an attractive pathway if you can say, we can tell you up front what you're going to receive, rather than start on this process, go to this application, connect with this person, which to a certain degree is our current process.
So what you're saying is that we need to strengthen our infrastructure around PLA across this system so that we have some things that we can lean on that are more than likely going to happen before we start promoting. I mean, to some degree, and I mean, I think that makes sense. That sounds incredibly complicated, to be fully honest. So I don't want to assume that's easy, but I even think like PLA is not a term that is used in Montana households. So like even them getting to know what that is and that it potentially is an option, even though it may be a kind of a curved path to potentially getting a credit, I still think the promotion side of this, there's tons of opportunity. But I get your point, though.
Good point, Regent Lozar. President Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to follow on to Regent Lozar's comment. Well, first, Jackie, thank you. I think this work is super important. And I think vital to this is faculty partnership. So Professor Fern, it's appropriate she's sitting at the table right now, because I'm deeply grateful that she's made this one of the priorities for our Faculty Senate this year. But your point about promotion is vitally important, because we've been down this road, right? We had launched back in 2019, actually, through Missoula College, a program we called Become an Alum, trying to target that population. And you're spot on, Regent Lozar, in that, because sadly, the proportion of Montana high school students that went to college from the fall of 2022 was not 60%. I think the data I have from OCHA is it was down to 50%. It's 10 points lower. So those students went out into the workforce, and there's a decent chance they're going to be coming back to us 5, 10, 15 years from now and saying, all right, how do I access a degree? And just saying, yeah, come into our 4-year program or our 2-year program even is not really going to be an option. And what we learned through Become an Alum, I think your intuition's exactly right. It is case management intensive. And so it's great to have Commissioner Swanson here, because this was a partnership with DLI. At the time, Commissioner Hollenbaugh, and we actually had a case manager stationed at Missoula College. And it took not just what can we do from a PLA standpoint, but if you're somebody who is, whether you had some college or you never went to college, right, you left for a reason. And you might have 2 kids at home, and the idea of taking a bunch of time off for the, nebulous hope of getting a job, that risk reward isn't worth it. And so what DLI did is using kind of labor market data, employer data, as Jackie articulated, to say this is where the jobs are, and take that individual and say, here's where you stand, and you make that path more transparent. And that is vitally important. It is resource intensive, and it takes a lot of work on our end. and it takes really good partnership with DLI. So I want to echo, I've had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Swanson, and it is a great partnership, and that's how we make these things work. So I'm really excited about this because it's a huge need for our state.
Mr. Chair, President Bodnar, I do just want to mention that part of our partnership with Kale is that we did contract with them to help us get some initial crosswalks. And so I think all we have to do is figure out what our high need areas are and then work with faculty to get syllabi and materials. And then they can start to help us figure out maybe where some other crosswalks exist in other states so that we can start to implement these things quickly in Montana because it is so resource intensive and they have such great expertise. We're hoping that that'll really get the ball rolling with some of the work.
Great. Other questions, comments? Nope. I guess we will, thank you, Jackie. We'll bring Dr. McLean back up to the podium. EDL. Joe?
Chair Southworth, this one's very exciting. It's been a long time in process with many partners to get, I think, some great national support to our state through the help of a number of philanthropies that have wanted to support this work in Montana. Really excited to have Dr. Angela McLean leading from the Commissioner's Office end, all of our two-year institutions in the state participating in this work, to have partners, we've mentioned the Department of Labor and Industry, both Wes Weiss and Commissioner Swanson have been regular contributors to the scoping of this work, to some of the ideation. Brian Obert, who's here from the Montana Economic Developers Association, he's their past president as well as the head of the Economic Development Agency in Helena. And then our friends from the Education Design Labs, Dr. Lisa Larson is here, as well as the Education Design Labs VP for Partnerships, Lawrence Roth, and we're just so delighted to have you all here. My view here, just to put it in the map, this is some of the connective tissue between the non-credit training that we have been developing in the state and the associate's bachelor's degree programming that higher education has traditionally offered. And a lot of what the Education Design Labs brings is a really thoughtful process of how community colleges, two-year colleges can work with industry to stand up year-long or shorter than a year-long pathways that take advantage of some of those non-credit trainings, some trainings that folks will already have received in the workforce, and then building them into credentials that clearly lead not only to a first job, but also into a pathway that they can continue onward throughout their career through other stints in higher education, other job profiles as they go along. So, Director McLean, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Teal, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thanks so much for the opportunity to come up here yet again to speak to what is another piece of truly remarkable work happening on your two-year campuses all across the Montana University system. And one of the things that has excited me about this initiative since I came on board about 6 weeks ago is that it is an opportunity to build on the extraordinary work in every arena where our two-year colleges are already doing remarkable and extraordinary things. Further, as I sat and listened to your conversations from this morning to this afternoon, it is clear that the Ed Design Labs initiative truly provides that connective tissue that Deputy Commissioner Teal just alluded to. And I just point to a couple of things before I get into my planned remarks. First of all, earlier this afternoon, Regent Southworth pointed to the need to condition a new mindset with employers. I think this initiative with Ed Design Labs will get us there, and you're about to hear that from one of our partners on this project. Additionally, earlier this morning, we heard from our Regent Lozar about the importance of bringing the Apply Montana conversation to more folks. And one of the things I can tell you is that right after Labor Day, as the result of the good work of the college access team that I lead back at Ochi, every single high school counselor across the state, whether they're public, private, or in a homeschool, anybody that has called us, got a box chocked full of Apply Montana materials at the beginning of that Labor Day week, water bottles, notebook, pens, pencils. And usually we see the Apply Montana numbers go like this, and then for College Application Week, as a result of that strong outreach with those counselors and that strong communication, during College Application Weeks now, those numbers shoot right up. And an astronomical amount of applications come in during that time period. And so I would offer that our high school counselors know about Apply Montana. But what I discovered last year at the Bitterroot was something that we need to work on here, and that is making sure that our high schoolers and their families understand that the access point for all of our programs in workforce training, for credit, non-credit, et cetera, begins with Apply Montana. They have to apply to our institutions. And I think the road to a highly skilled Montana workforce is through the MUS, and it begins with that application to Apply Montana. And we need to work on communicating that to more folks as we roll out all of these two-year conversations and make sure that that doesn't get lost in the marketing and the messaging. So this Education Design Labs initiatives takes all of the excellent work that our campuses are already doing so well. Future at Work, credit for prior learning, dual enrollment, non-credit workforce training, marketing that you've spoken about, and works with our national partners at the Education Design Labs to build short-term micro-pathways that students can earn in a year or less. In fact, we aptly dubbed our initiative Year to Career. Every single two-year campus within the MUS has signed on to the work over the next 2 years, along with the Montana State University Northern and the University of Montana Western, to create at least one micro pathway, and this is the first time ever that this has happened as far as the Education Design Labs work. They've never had the opportunity to work with a full system. So that is just extraordinary here. The impetus behind this work was a series of long conversations between higher education, the Department of Labor and Industry, and industry partners trying to figure out a strategic next step in Montana towards condensed workforce credentials in high growth industries. Over the course of the next 6 months, the folks from Education Design Labs will help all of our two-year campuses and help us coordinate with them and industry partners to design carefully crafted, Montana-made micro pathways. And so, with the Education Design Labs, the objective is to design and promote equitable and accessible micro pathways to high-growth careers that have been endorsed by employers and made visible to learners. So you have that conditioning part on the part of the employers, and then making sure that we're marketing them appropriately to learners. By engaging our campus leaders and campus team members with our industry leaders across the state, we will establish 13 to 20 separate micro pathways across all of our two-year institutions and Montana State University Northern and the University of Montana Western. Next slide, please. So our anticipated outcomes by spring of 2024. First of all, the pathways themselves. We start our work next week, and we won't stop until we have some of these pathways ready to roll out. Additionally, we'll see the development of campus-level workforce development dashboards, and this is an exciting opportunity, and I think this is one of the things that excited your two-year leaders so very much about this initiative, is they have not had the ability ever to most accurately tell their non-credit workforce story to you and to the state of Montana and to employers and to other stakeholders all across the state. Through this initiative, they're going to be in a place to do that. Additionally, we're going to see the development of campus-based rollout and marketing plans. We're doing so much, but part of what we need to do is make sure that folks across the state are aware of so much of what we're doing. The next slide, please. Our long-term, lasting, and system-wide outcomes, first off, would be system change in practice in working together. We have our two-year campuses and those two four-year campuses coming together on this front to create these micro pathways. Additionally, this conversation, this work, has spurred another opportunity that we're working on right now, where so many of these same partners are coming together to write a grant through the Perkins Innovation and Modernization Fund. One of the other outcomes will be a change in evaluation of the MUS collection and dissemination of workforce data. And then finally, working as a system with Ed Design Labs to reach innovative, brand new to Montana outcomes. So to define micropathways, what I'd like to do is invite Dr. Lisa Larson from Ed Design Labs and Mr. Brian Obert from the Montana Business Assistance Connection to speak to you about some of the highlights around the micropathways and the work that we're about to do. And when they conclude their presentations, I'll come back, close the presentation, and then we'll answer any questions that you might have. So with that, I would turn it over to you two for your remarks.
Thanks, Angela. Hello. I'm a rookie at this one, I guess. Thanks, everybody. It's really an honor to be here today, and a big thank you to the two-year colleges that are going to be joining the Education Design Lab and the Community College Growth Engine Fund that Joe mentioned earlier. I appreciate the term connective tissue of being part of a partnership that really brings together the best of the resources, of the opportunities, and the individuals so passionate to be able to provide opportunities, access, and success to Montana learners. So I want to tell you a little bit about the Community College Growth Engine program and then focus in on one of those key aspects of this work, which is employer engagement. So the Education Design Lab has been at work for the last 10 years, and they've been doing work really focused around how can education be responsive to the future of work. And that's come through many different initiatives over the last 10 years. In the last 3 years is when the Community College Growth Engine program started. And it really started around, if you want to go to the next slide, please, around the ideas and the themes that we were seeing happening across the nation with post-secondary education. These themes probably are not a surprise to anyone. It's things that we're tackling and we're addressing and we're understanding, and it really drives the work that we're certainly doing at the lab and with the Community College Growth Engine. But it's the great decline, both in demographics of young learners who are able and have the opportunity to access post-secondary education. They're questioning of how they're going to do it. Is that a fit for them? What options do they have? As you've just mentioned earlier, many of them or some of them go right into the workforce. And what impact does that have for them as they want to advance in their careers? We also find that in general, people are not necessarily understanding what are their access points, whether they're a young learner or they're an adult learner or a vet or all the populations that you've talked about today. So that great decline comes and looks visually very different, but is an impact for how we look at what is the future of higher education. We also think about the great unknown as it relates to employers and the workforce. Where is the workforce going? How is the impact of automation and technology affecting how people are being prepared to go and achieve their personal and professional goals? How can we understand the agility and flexibility that we need to bring the offerings, the learnings, the experiences, the trainings, the degrees, the credentials, all of those things in really meaningful ways to people who most need it, to be able to stay in their communities and be able to support their families? And finally, it's the great unbundling. And you've seen little pots and pieces and parts of that today, but it's the idea of how do we think about really providing education when people need it. That just-in-time approach, and in ways, again, that are going to fit what their goals are, what their aspirations are, and what's going to be appropriate for them at that time. So whether that means an aspect of starting with a dual enrollment opportunity, moving into credentials, moving into courses or credits, moving towards those degrees, and that lifelong learning approach of that, there isn't one way to only access what you want to achieve to be able to where you want to go. But unbundling really thinks about how might we think about what all types of people need and how can we use our resources aligned to help individuals create the competence and the confidence to move through those pathways that are going to help them achieve family-sustaining wages and great opportunities. Next slide, please. So together in our work through Community College Growth Engine, we really said there are 3 proof points. We want to be able to continue to prove that community colleges can be the drivers of employment solutions. We know that happens today. We want to make sure that that sustains and continues to be available as we see our the disruptions and the changes happening in the communities and the worlds around us. That employers and learner earners will see the value proposition that community colleges are those drivers. So whether they're a young traditional learner, whether it's an adult learner, whether it's a vet, whether it's an opportunity seeker, whether it's an incumbent employer looking to upskill, those are all the different access points that we want to make sure that we can really speak to. And finally, can designing new credentials or micro pathways, which are the heart and soul of the Community College Growth Engine program, be a gateway not only to these access points for education and training, but also be a broader opportunity for transformation for institutions. Go ahead to the next slide. And Angela shared this as the project goal. We start all of our work in Community College Growth Engine with this question. And she stated that earlier, but how do we design these micro pathways? How do colleges design these micro pathways towards high growth careers endorsed and validated by employers, and really importantly, visible to learners? Because we want learners to be able to own what they're learning and be able to talk to it powerfully in how they're going to move into the workforce, how they're going to be successful in their careers, and be able to advance in ways that are going to be meaningful for them. Go ahead to the next slide. So in speaking of that, we think that it's key to have, of course, employer engagement as a big part of this work. We know that there has to be, I want to go back to a quote. I used to be a president at a college in Maine for 6 years. That was what I did before I came to this position. And I had a partner at a tech school, a K-12 tech school right across the street from us. And we did a lot of partnerships. And the one thing that we concluded together is that progress moves at the speed of trust. And the trust of that progress is really based upon the trust that we have as a focus for learners who we're serving. It's the trust that we have in what we expect from each other as good partners between schools, K-12 to college, between college to college, college to university, and then college to partners, or college to employers. And so that's an important work of this employer engagement aspect that we think about within the Community College Growth Engine. And these are just some of the themes that we're finding through the work that we do with colleges. It's not the 5 best themes, it's not the 5 best practices, right? But these are the emerging things that we're finding. And it's certainly that we want to foster those great partnerships with employers, but make sure that we know that what their expectations are as colleges. I say we a lot as colleges, but I feel as I'm a part of every college that we work with. So I want to make sure that you understand that this is really inherent within the good, strong college leaders that we have doing this work. But having a really great understanding of how do we approach the problem, and how do we include the people that are closest to this problem in the solutions that we're designing for? How do we emphasize collaboration with an entire sector and not necessarily limit it to 1 or 2 employers? When we look at that way, we start to drive transformation rather than transactions. And I think that's an important part of bringing in sectors to think thoughtfully about what are the needs generally that we have and how can we share resources, great ideas, great knowledge, and bring ideas and solutions through design and micro pathways to bear. How can we cultivate a workforce readiness mindset that extends to the institutions and the employers? This is an important one because what we want in institutions is for everyone at the institution to really understand what is the core of certainly the mission of that institution, but also of this work. How can they understand what learners and students and people coming through the door need to be successful? What do they understand about workforce needs? What do they understand about employers? How can they respond when someone walks in the door as an employer and maybe doesn't know where to go? I mean, it goes down to the smallest of details, and really preparing that institution to have a workforce mindset for their learners. And then conversely, for those employers, how do we help them create the mindset for those talent, those learners, those graduates, those students coming to them? How is it that they can be more proactive in thinking about best serving them as they have them into their workforce? What is it that they need, and how do we help think about that almost through an employee engagement framework with them? And finally, how do we prioritize data to help them drive decisions to drive quality? Data has been talked about a lot here today, so we have a data collab where we'll be helping to track these non-credit workforce micropathways that come to bear. We'll be able to tell that story of the impact of those learners, but how do we align that with all of the ecosystem that we have here today, that we can have just-in-time data that will help to inform, that will help to drive decisions, that will help to ensure quality. So I could talk forever about this with you, but just a strong overview of the great work that's to come. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Oberts. I'm the Executive Director of Montana Business Assistance Connection. We're an economic development agency in Helena. We cover Broadwater County, Lewis and Clark County, Marr County. We do some dabbling in Jefferson County. I am a graduate from MSU, got an engineering degree, had to leave the state, and then I came back. Worked as a contractor, did some entrepreneur work, and then decided that community meant a lot to me, so I got into economic development. What I do want you to understand is industry is looking for help, and they've never understood how to get there. I was asked to talk about why is this project different, why and when will industry start to write the check. I will tell you right now, you're intimidating. You speak, and to Mr. Lozauer's comment, what the heck is PLA? What is all of these programs? I work in a world that have acronyms that you don't know. As an organization, I have 12 to 15 counterparts across the state of Montana. We have been very deliberate on how we wanted to engage this conversation for a reason, and it goes to that exact comment about trust. So I will kind of get into the meat of this. Ms. Swanson talked about there's strong people in Department of Labor and Industry that can do data. So Billings did some work, looked at the workforce needs that they have for the next 10 years. They did that about 5 years ago. It's ugly. Bozeman did it. It's even worse. Helena did it. It is worse. We have too many people looking like me, bald and gray, that are going to be coming out of the labor market very soon. And then COVID hit, and all of a sudden Yellowstone became popular, and right here in Butte, 1923 became popular, and then housing prices skyrocketed. Childcare honestly went to hell. So right now, industry has hit the point that it's went beyond looking for somebody else to solve the problem to tell me how to help to solve the problem. So within that conversation, Billings, when they did their study on workforce, right after that, they created an organization called Billings Works. Marcel is doing exceedingly good things over in Billings. When it hit Helena, we hired Mackenzie Winkle, another MSU graduate, and we've been doing exceedingly good things. Now we have Scott Wolf in Great Falls, and Kalispell has stood up an infrastructure, and I'm not going to use the word connective tissue. That's a little too fancy for some of my employers in the area. This is putting meat on the bones. You guys are a great backbone. We're now using education design labs to put meat on the bones. This isn't something new that we've been looking at, and I'm going to point back to my AmeriCorps Vista individual, a little bit over than traditional ages. We started working with, what was his name? Joe and Kirk Lacey 3.5 years ago, trying to find the partner who could help us put connective tissue or meat on the bones to do the right work. Education Design Lab was the group that came boiling to the top of how we need to help to create something that is understandable not only for the students or the upskilling and reskilling individual, but also for industry. So we saw this as our partner. We've been trying to find funding for 3.5 years to make this work. We've been pushing hard. I want Sandy to have more money to do this work. So that's one of those things that we have been working very hard on. But what you need to understand is we are now starting to have this ecosystem in the region that can help to do that connective tissue, that meat on the bones. So when you talk PLA, I talk CEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategies. So in my rural communities, I'm holding meetings with businesses to put into my CEDS document, and it's the exact same conversation that Perkins was doing for the high school. That's a redundancy. I know how to do this much better than the high schools. We need to have more. There's an infrastructure that will be outside of what we do with EDL that we're going to try to improve to be able to give more interaction between industry and their potential workforce. Things that we have done with Boeing. I will tell you right now, Scott Osterman, Department of Commerce, trying to attract a high-tech European firm into the area. We can't compete with other states on tax abatements, on money to come in. But in today's environment, we can beat other communities and other states on how we manage our workforce development. How do we create a pipeline of students? How do we home grow what we want? How do we upskill who we need? Part of that comes down to this interaction of both the students and the learner and industry. I'll tell you right now, love Dick Anderson, know Dick Anderson quite well, DA Construction, but you talk to Bill Ryan when you need to get something done about workforce development. We talk with Wes in the city of East Helena, who is also a city commissioner in East Helena. My boss, Sandy is one of my bosses on my board. We adopted Accelerate Montana Job Site Ready program to teach East Helena high school kids construction training to build a tiny home in Boulder right now. And what I will tell you is envy is one of the greatest motivators for industry. If somebody else gets something, why didn't you give that to me also? So when I have a program, I can get SSBCI. See, I'm throwing these names out that you don't know. When I get SSBCI money at 1% money for a business, the biggest motivator for me to market that is that their neighbor got it and they didn't. Why didn't you talk to me about it? And my answer to them is, I did. You just didn't understand it because I didn't speak in a language that you could understand. We think Education Design Labs is that connective tissue to be able to make this work. And I know I can run on forever, so I'm going to stop right there.
Thank you so much, and hopefully the folks will have questions for both of you. And one of the things that Brian indicated to me as we conversed about preparing today was he said EDL is different from any of the conversations we've had. So just a couple of notes, and then I'll point to our next steps. Education Design Labs in our Montana effort is another Denison Phyllis Washington supported initiative. And so I want to express our sincere appreciation to them for their investment. Additionally, to support the campuses and their work, each campus will receive $50,000 to develop their micro pathways, to establish the data sets, and to market the opportunities. Now, our next steps are starting next Tuesday, September 26th, the pre-design, design work of the micro pathways will commence. One of the things that is very exciting about this work is that it is very strategic. And we will be convening our campus partners every 2 weeks throughout this process so that they have that support in a plan that it happens by design. Next, at Design Labs will be a prominent feature at our Future at Work Summit, again in Red Lodge, September 28th and 29th at the Roosevelt Center. And we hope that that will further bridge that connection between so much of what is happening on the workforce development front, including Future at Work, and the Ed Design Labs work that we're about to dig into. Next, continued engagement with economic and workforce development partners at the local and state level will happen as a result of this pre-design and design work, and the Ed Design Labs group has already put together at least 20 links for our team to dig into around the data before we select the areas for our micro pathway. None of what we're about to go into is uncharted territory for them. It is strategic and it is truly by design. Next, we'll establish our data dashboards in the spring, and then finally, the micro pathway rollout and marketing spring 2024. Folks, this is here, it's on our doorstep. We have a great opportunity here to continue to move forward, make a difference, and continue to grow these partnerships with our national partners, as well as our industry partners and our employers across the state. And with that, we'll close our presentation and answer any questions that you folks might have about the Education Design Labs effort.
Thank you. Great presentation, Angela, Lisa, Brian. Questions, comments from Regents? I think you covered it all. Awesome. Thank you very much. Deputy Commissioner Teal, I believe we have one more presentation.
Final item. And just to wrap up this portion, again, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Brian. This has been a few years in the making. It's pretty exciting that we have the external support that we have, and I think you can certainly sense that a key piece is that partnership, that we have economic developers designing it with us, bringing their particular expertise to the table is so important. Also excited about this last discussion. It's a discussion that's been before this board over the past year. The excellent work of the Co-Requisite Design Developmental Education Task Force, capably co-led by these two, Lauren Fern and Christine Miller. They're coming forward today with some recommendations from that task force around the topic of placement. And these are recommendations that, importantly, are going to have some discussion among us at this table, also going to have some discussion and feedback from campuses over the course of the next several months to come back with some implementation plans, some proposed policy changes in the spring. I'm going to stop stealing your thunder and turn it over to Christine and Lauren.
Thanks, Joe. Chair Buchanan, members of the committee, hello, good afternoon. Lauren and I are here today to talk, and Joe, if you could, or Ange, if you could click the document, please. We're here to share with you some placement guidelines that come from the Developmental Education Steering Committee. If you remember last November, this group charged our steering committee with undertaking some activities that would help us in our developmental education reform efforts. One of those things was to define some common placement guidelines across the system. And when we say placement, we mean placement into math and writing courses. And those early math and writing courses are really important, as you know, in students' academic trajectory and have huge consequences for their ultimate degree completion, time to completion, cost to completion, and ability to complete at all. So we really want to get it right. This set of guidelines comes out of a lot of work over the past year and a half or so from the committee, and really kind of this year, this spring term and over the summer were developed with that committee, and I'll kind of walk through what that process has looked like. But we are bringing these guidelines for you today, not as an action item, but really as a way to communicate back to you what you charged us with in November, and also highlight for our campus leaders and all of the academic leaders here today, because this is an important one, and like I said, we want to get it right. Our goals for developing common system placement guidelines are really that, and you can read these here, I'm not going to read them out loud too, but I'll describe in brief. Placement really matters, and there are good ways to do it, and there are not so good ways to do it. We have learned a lot as a system over the past several years on what works and what is actually not as effective. And we want our policy and our practices in our system to be supporting institutions into those best practices. We also know that as we increasingly undertake initiatives and priorities that create more systemness in the Montana University system, like the LMS, like the seamless system, like cross-registration, like transfer, we know that having common placement guidelines and the ability for one institution to accept the placement determination of another institution reduces barriers for students. And we see now and will continue to see students moving among and across our institutions, and I suspect we'll see that at greater rates. And so we really want to have the mechanisms in place to support that. This set of guidelines that you'll see here and that Lauren will describe in brief, like I said, were developed kind of over the past year and a half that this group has existed, but really more intensively over the past 9 months. We brought our teams of campus leaders together for the spring semester to participate in professional development. One of those kind of tracks of that professional development was around placement. We had several sessions that teams attended. That all culminated in a convening held at Missoula College. Thank you, Dean Gallagher, for your support there. And at that convening, we held a few sessions that were facilitated by Leon Frost from Great Falls College, as well as by Connie Richardson, who is a once faculty member, then expert of developmental education reform and placement specifically nationally, has worked with Lauren from the UT Dana Center in the UT Dana Center in Texas. And she kind of led our system in thinking through what our guidelines ought to be. And we had kind of a huge discussion over 2 sessions with about 60 people from the MUS. And out of that came this set of guidelines that we have refined over the summer and are now bringing to you for consideration. What I want to communicate to you beyond what is in the details here in this document, and that what you may see in front of you as a policy recommendation over the next couple of meetings, is that what this means, what this set of common guidelines means, is better outcomes for students in an area that we know is tremendously important in their academic trajectory. So I'm going to hand it over to Lauren to kind of briefly gloss these guidelines, and then we'll stand for any questions or comments.
Well, thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I appreciate being able to speak with you about this today. I want to emphasize that, number one, I'm not going to read through these placement guidelines. I just want to highlight a few important points. One of them is that we are not trying to be prescriptive. Each institution has unique infrastructure issues, and it's not always possible to do the exact same placement method. However, if we can all follow these basic guidelines and best practices, I think it'll result to a really good outcome. The default we want across the entire system is to place students into college level math and writing courses, whether they're co-rec or whether they're regular college level classes. Of course, that's to satisfy the goal that we want our students to pass their first gateway math and writing course within the first year. So we are encouraging campuses, if they have not already adopted co-requisite courses, that might be a great avenue for them to head. One thing that's very important to say is we're not saying that there cannot be prerequisite courses, i.e. less than 100 level courses, especially for those heading into the STEM field. You can't take somebody who doesn't have basic algebra skills and put them in a college algebra co-rec and expect any degree of success. The fact is we are open access institutions for the most part, and we have many students, and again, I'm speaking from the math perspective, it's the world I live in. We have many students coming in to college who can't do fractions, decimals, and percents. We want these students to be successful. We want to meet them where they're at and help guide them. So by no means are we saying that there should not be prereq courses, but the default should be to offer these co-rec support courses and provide the wraparound supports needed in order to help these students be successful. Moving forward, we also want to look at placement in a more holistic manner. It's many factors affect placement. One of the things that many of our institutions are looking at are multiple measures, whether they be ACT or SAT scores in some sort of combination with high school GPA. We've learned that high school GPA is actually one of the best predictors of success in college. We also need to take into account the students' career and educational goals, as well as their college readiness skills, grit, time management. All of those things really play an important role in determining a student's success. So we're asking various campuses to really not just do one high-stakes placement exam. They don't work. We want to have more of a process and frame it more as a pathway to placement as opposed to a one-and-done placement. One moment. So I think it's really important that we look at this as reframing placement as a pathway. Very often, many of our students who come in haven't done math for a while. It naturally leaves their minds. And so oftentimes all they need is a refresher in order to get those skills in order to be successful in their current math course. And last but not least, one thing that I want to mention is I've also had the privilege of working with a group across the system on our course sharing. And you know, it really occurred to me that if a student takes a placement test at their home institution, but then registers for a course through our course sharing at another institution, we want that placement to hold. We certainly don't want to have our students take another placement test. That's creating more barriers, but we also want them to be successful. So this alignment that we have and that we're aiming for is very, very important, I think, especially as we come together as a system. Lastly, there's already a lot of commonality across the system. Missoula College, MSU Gallatin College, MSU Billings City College, Dawson, we're all doing a similar placement method at this point. So just to highlight some of the cool things about it, and then I'll stop talking because I too could talk forever about these things. One of the cool ways that we're looking at this is we have students, if they can place into their course using some combination of ACT, SAT, high school GPA, great. They don't need to take a placement. If those measures do not directly place them into a college level course, be it co-rec or otherwise, we have them take an initial diagnostic. But that initial diagnostic then builds a study plan that students can work in order to increase their placement level. So even if the students don't initially place into a college credit-bearing course, they have the means and the access to work in the study plan in order to improve their placement. So I think it sets a very positive tone for our students.
Thanks so much for describing that, Lauren. And just to close up here, to give you a sense of where we are in this process, Lauren and I and the steering committee have communicated to our provosts at each campus these set of guidelines, and you'll see some of the recommended kind of activities that we will also undertake as a system. I'm not going to go over those today. But our provosts have these in hand and are at work on gathering feedback from all of the relevant people on campus, from advisors to faculty to deans to registrars. I mean, you can imagine the amount of people involved in placement. We will take that feedback later in October. The steering committee will synthesize that, come up with a new draft, and then we will work through an implementation plan and bring that along with a policy recommendation for your review either in November or the following meeting. Happy to stand for questions and any comments, Chair Buchanan. Or, oh, sorry, Chair Southworth. I forget what committee we're in right now.
No, you're good, you're good. Thank you, Director Miller and Lauren. Really obvious, lots of thought and care went into this. Questions, comments from the Regents?
I just have one comment. Thank you for being on the team to do something like this that's so incredibly important to develop those access points. Anyway, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I think that concludes the two-year community college. Chair Dombrowski, I'm going to power down.
Thank you so much. What a great committee work today. I could have a lot of words, but in the interest of time, we are now at the public comment portion of our meeting. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine, Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment?
There we go. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and guests. My name is Melissa Ramirez, and I'm a student at Montana State University and get the honor of serving as Vice President for the student body. I stand before you today on behalf of the Montana Associated Students, or MAS, as a newly elected president to discuss our goals and report on what we are currently doing. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for your dedication to our institutions and their missions. The work of this board plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of our universities and by extension, the lives of their students. Today, I would like to discuss what MAS is doing now and our goals for this year. We met a couple weeks ago to elect both the Leadership Council of the body and the Internal Regent Selection Committee. The committee then met last week to agree the layout of the regent selection process. The committee members decided to use a process laid out in MAS bylaws and opened applications on Tuesday, September 12th, and will close on Tuesday, September 26th. The committee will then proceed with the interviews the week of October 1st. This year, we hope to strengthen and utilize MAS as a tool to support students at our institutions. We hope to strengthen connections at all universities to collaborate on projects and initiatives for the betterment of our students. Whether it is giving advice on programming or creating our own projects, we're all excited to work together over the course of the academic year. We look forward to connecting with the members of this board and people across the state. As president, I have the privilege of witnessing the growth and evolution of our body over the course of the year. I'm excited about the potential that the collaboration of student leader holds for our institutions here in the state of Montana. And thank you for your time and your dedication to the betterment of our universities. I look forward to working alongside you and other folks across the state to make even more improvement in our schools. Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate that. Is there any other in-person public comment? Is there any online public comment? All right, we are about to transition into our executive session, but before we do, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Cook to inform us about warm cookies, soft serve ice cream, or anything else.
Yes, we have a reception over at the Mineral Museum. It's slated to start at 5, but I have good news for y'all. They're ready to roll now, so we'd love to have you join us. We've got a slew of food and some entertainment and lots of minerals for you to observe if you want to check out our Mineral Museum. So we're delighted to have you. Thank you.
Again, thank you for a great day. I have a little housekeeping. Apparently, if you have your pass in your car, you can park on Park Street. We didn't know that today, but you can use Park Street as a place to park your cars tomorrow. As I mentioned, the board will now go into executive session. As the presiding officer of the Board of Regents, I have determined that the executive session discussion relates to a matter of individual privacy and that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceed the merits of public disclosure. This time I'm going to close the meeting and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you. Good morning. everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our meeting. Again, thank you, Chancellor Cook, for you and your staff's. We had a wonderful breakfast this morning with many community members, and we had a great conversation about the need and the continued desire to partner honestly with the communities, our employers, and the university system. So again, thank you for that. So I'm going to turn it right over to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, Chair Buchanan.
Chair Dombrowski, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Just to tag on your comment, Karen from Highlands College was not with us at breakfast, but boy, was she there in anecdotes of the leadership she's providing. So big thank you to Highland College and everything that's going on over there. We've got a fun agenda today. We'll start with consent items. We've got a list of emeriti faculty, a couple staff items, and a tenure item on that list for consideration. Any member of the board wish to pull any one of those items for further discussion? See that, how quickly we can get through our agenda there. We'll move on past the consent agenda. Pretty neat opportunity to be a part of a board when an item that we're about to review hits the agenda. We had an opportunity this morning to have breakfast with the Lance family. Thank you so much for making the effort to join us here and come back to Montana to be a part of this. Naming of a business or of a building or of a program within our system is a big deal. It's a really big deal, and it's something that when we do it, not only do we get to take a lot of pride and work with the folks that are so giving to put themselves in that position, but we also got to honor a process in that. So prior to entertaining this item, I'd like to ask Deputy Commissioner Teal to walk through the process that we've gone through as we entertain action item A.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. As you mentioned, honorific naming of a building is a big recognition, and it's one that we take pretty seriously in terms of our process, our consideration, our opportunities for public input. And just so you as the Regents know, when an honorific name gets to this point of being on your agenda, there's required to be several opportunities for public input, both in person and in writing. And you'll see on this agenda as an attachment the summary of the public input that was received through that process that the Commissioner's Office in Montana Tech undertook to get that comment. And with that said, I'd love to invite Chancellor Cook up to the microphone to introduce the item, to talk a little bit about the proposal and the gift. And Chancellor.
Good morning, Chair Buchanan, Chair Dombrowski, welcome. As you all know, the board is well aware of the transformational gift we received from Ryan and Lisa Lance in April of $31 million. And you had a little bit of an opportunity to meet with Ryan this morning over breakfast and his great family, and we're so delighted to have them here with us today. Ryan is an incredible alum and one of Montana Tech's best and brightest, and we're all incredibly proud of the work that he's done and the long, successful career that he's had. Ryan is a Great Falls native. He graduated from Montana Tech in 1984 with a petroleum engineering degree, and he currently serves as the chairman and CEO of ConocoPhillips, guiding the firm's transformation into the largest independent oil and natural gas exploration and production company in the world. And that's obviously something that we're all incredibly proud of, to have that Montana Tech stamp of approval on him, pedigree. 39 years of industry, executive, and technical experience with ConocoPhillips, along with predecessors, Phillips Petroleum and ARCO, and long and involved commitment and involvement with Montana Tech. Served on our foundation board. He's been a mentor to me since day one. I actually met Ryan and some of our other alums in Whitefish before I even started at Montana Tech the weekend before, and we golfed, and it was a great experience for me. I will say it was a little scary because it's meeting all these, high-powered alumni of Montana Tech, and my golf game is not the greatest, and Ryan will probably tell you that's the case. But anyway, we really are grateful for all that Ryan and Lisa have done for this institution and the support they've provided. Our strategic plan includes 3 goals: student success, programs of distinction, and a healthy and vibrant campus ecosystem. This gift embraces all three with a special emphasis on student success. Ryan's passion for Montana residents to achieve a four-year degree is personal. Many Montana Tech students today and for generations to come will also benefit from the extraordinary, or have extraordinary benefits from this gift. The Lance Scholars Program will provide Montana resident students and transfers the opportunity to receive a four-year, $4,000 per year scholarship. And so this opens the doors and for access and affordability to many Montana resident students to come to this great university. This generous gift is one of the largest, and perhaps the largest within the Montana University system, to have a direct and immediate impact on individuals who choose to come to Montana Technological University. Sorry, it's super exciting to be able to think about the opportunities that this provides for our students. This gift will also support an endowed chair in energy, the Lance Energy Chair, the first of its kind at Montana Tech, which will expand our expertise in STEM and establish the institution as a leader in energy, environment, and sustainability. The position will also foster collaboration with within academic programs across campus and develop unique multidisciplinary opportunities to expand research, to modernize the curriculum, and further industry engagement and commercialization, all of which will help today and tomorrow's energy workforce. Additionally, Digger Athletics will receive $1 million towards athletic scholarships, which provides greater access for our students, athletes to compete and excel both on and off the field, the court, the track, or whatever domain that they are involved in. So I would like to, at this time, request under item 208-1501, R0923, the following for consideration: that Montana Technological University respectfully requests authorization from the Montana Board of Regents to amend the School of Mines and Engineering from a school to a college, and to name the college the Lance College of Mines and Engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Cook. Since we're blessed with their presence today, we figured we would elevate this to a vote this morning. So, Madam Dombrowski, I pass the action item A to you for a vote of the board.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I will entertain a motion to approve action item A as described by Chancellor Cook on the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Is there any discussion from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I would like to, I really appreciate the spontaneous applause. That was terrific. I'd like to invite you up, Mr. Lance, to the podium. And as he's coming up, I want to say on behalf of the Board of Regents, what a fine, wonderful gift, and the focus on student access. As you could see from Chancellor Cook's description, we couldn't be sort of more proud and thankful to have you allow us to allow students to have that access. And I'd also like to congratulate you on being a new grandparent. I had a chance to talk to your wife, Lisa, for a few moments, which is another wonderful, wonderful opportunity. So again, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Joyce, thank you, and Commissioner Christian, thank you. Board of Regents, thank you. Les, thank you so much for your leadership. And I'll be brief because this is, I know you have a lot on your agenda, and this is really a humbling and quite an honor and a privilege to be a part of this great institution and be able to give back to something that has been really staked my career in this business and started me off on the journey that has taken me all over the world to many different places. And with the support of my wife, Lisa, and my family, to be able to give back is truly an honor and a privilege. I'm a fourth generation Montanan. My mom, my dad, my sister all went to Bozeman, and so I broke the mold. And I came to Tech to become an ore digger, and went straight around the world and had the opportunity to lead a great company for the last 12 years. But more importantly, as Lisa and I were thinking about what can we do to give back, it's really to try to give back and change the trajectory of institutions that we love. And certainly Montana Tech fits into that category. And how best to do that, but to try to put more butts in the seats. So how best to try to do that to entice more and more Montana graduates. And we're not done here. We'd like to go beyond Montana eventually, and beyond the United States, and really support what the foundation that Montana Tech is doing for kids, so they can take ordinary and become extraordinary. And that's really the opportunity that we see in front of us. So I really appreciate the recognition. This is about the school, it's about the kids, and it's about them first, but it couldn't happen obviously without your support. So from my family to everybody here today, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. What a great way to start a meeting. Thank you again to the Lance family. We'll now move back into the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski, and again, thanks to the Lance family. And I see we're not letting you take a day off. You're helping with an energy panel tomorrow. Thank you for your commitment of time and of course, your resources to this great university and state. Excellent. So moving on to a review of action items. The rest of these items will be deferred till action for tomorrow, but we want to introduce an honorary doctorate being proposed by MSU Bozeman. Madam President, nice to see you this morning.
Yes. Good morning, Regent Buchanan, members of the board. One more time, I would like to, on behalf of all the campuses of the Montana University system, thank the Lance family. What you do with this gift is absolutely transformational, and we're always moved when our alumni come in and remember what those institutions did for them. You don't have an obligation to give, but that generosity will go a long, long ways. And congratulations to Chancellor Cook and to the rest of the Butte family. Good job. Another important message, in your consent agenda, you have also three emeriti. And if I may, I just wanted to share with the Regents. This is an extraordinary cohort of faculty members that are retiring from Montana State. Here you have the best of the best. Individuals who have not only served Montana State University, but the rest of the state, the nation, and the world. Dr. Lageson devoted 43 years of his life as a geologist, well-known researcher in alpine and snow research. Amazing individual. Craig Stewart, a wonderful member of the Education College, devoted over 30 years to physical education, mentoring and coaching coaches, literally a coach of coaches. And Dennis Ake, world-renowned film producer. Between the three of them, I think that we can total more than the 130 years of existence that we have had at Montana State University. And I just wanted to salute them and thank them for their incredible contributions. And then on that topic, we're bringing to your consideration an extraordinary faculty member to receive an honorary doctorate. Dr. Eric Funk is one of the most revered, one of the most beloved faculty members at Montana State University in the School of Music. One of the most rewarding things is when we opened registration, if I could show you graphically how quickly his sections feel, it's absolutely wonderful. And it's not because he's an easy grader. It's because of the quality of experience that he offers our students day in and day out. A native of Deer Lodge, Montana, Eric is known around the world as a contemporary classical composer. And on top of that, he and his wife have done so much for Montana State University. Eric has a heart of gold. I will correct that. He has a heart of blue and gold. And we are very honored to bring this candidacy to your consideration.
Thank you, President Cruzado. Any questions or thoughts from members of the board? Yes, Regent Rogers.
Yeah, I'll just underscore, Eric has been such a foundational member of the Bozeman community and been inspiring generations of students and giving a new view into musical education, performance, the love of art and culture. He has enriched our community, and I'm so excited to see this item in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Regent Rogers. Any other comments or thoughts? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, President Cruzado. The meat of today's agenda will kick off right now. I again want to just start off by thanking campus academic staff, the effort, the thorough preparation that goes into preparing our request to plan for proposals. It's always a marvel to me, the amount of energy and professionalism put into it. So I guess we'll dive right in. I might kick it to Deputy Commissioner Thiel to see if he's got any opening remarks as we start reviewing these requested plan proposals.
Mr. Chair, just to echo the process that gets us to this point and kind of where things go from here. The process that gets us to this point is careful development of these ideas at the campus level, vetting through their curriculum processes. Those come to review at the Commissioner's office, review by peer CAOs, and as you'll hear today, I think that those often lead to some good conversations about either sharing ideas for innovation, discussing where there's overlap or duplication, discussing what are unique strengths of the academic programs that we are developing at different institutions, and trying to ensure that we're developing programs that are high quality, serving the state, and developing kind of the unique character of the program mix that each campus is bringing forward. So I'd be glad to start us off, or
please.
Okay. We'll start off, and I'll invite Provost Eskandari from MSU Billings to the podium to introduce the first item.
Good morning, and thank you. Madam Chair Dombrowski, Regent Buchanan, and members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity today to present very briefly this request to plan. We're bringing a request to plan today for your consideration to split an existing program that we have, Master of Science in Clinical Rehabilitation and Mental Health Counseling, into two separate options. So one option is the mental health counseling option. The other option is the rehabilitation counseling option. Our program has been accredited by CACREP. CACREP stands for Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs. Our program has been accredited since 2017. In fact, accreditation has been incredibly important to our program. Since becoming accredited, the students have been seeking out our program. Our program usually has a wait list. Enrollment in this program has grown dramatically. If we use 2016 as the benchmark year before accreditation, up until now, the program has tripled in enrollment, going from less than 30 to over 90, so accreditation has been incredibly important for us. And this need to split this program into two separate options is really driven by new standards that CACREP will put in place in 2024. Our faculty, under the leadership of Dr. Paula McMahon, our department chair, they've been in close contact with representatives with CACREP. In fact, they've seen the drafts of the standards that will be put into place in 2024. So they've made sure that the proposed two options will meet all of the curricular requirements. The new standards basically will require two separate curricular pathways or options for individuals who want to become LCPCs, licensed clinical professional counselors, or those who wish to become rehabilitation counselors. I'm not going to go through the details of the differences in the two options. I'll simply want to mention that the Montana Department of Labor and Industry has identified these professions as high-demand occupations with projections of growth of 15 to 18% by the year 2030. So really, our proposed options are meant to continue to meet this growing demand. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or thoughts from members of the board? Yes, please, Chair Dombrowski.
Maybe it's splitting hairs a little bit, but is this done because of accreditation, or did this feel like it needed to be done to maybe open up more slots for students?
Chair Dombrowski, thank you very much for the question. It is a bit of both. It is done. Accreditation is incredibly important. Students who wish to become LCPCs need to be finishing the program from a KCREP accredited program. Now in Montana, there isn't that strict requirement. However, there's that requirement that you still graduate from a program that has its core competencies aligned with the KCREP standards. So partly driven by KCREP accreditation requirements, partly driven by what the students wish to have in terms of the accreditation of these programs.
Thank you.
Great, Provost Eskandari, thank you. I take an opportunity to congratulate you on your leadership. I heard you referenced by a member of your faculty the other day as a unicorn provost. So thank you very much for all you do for MSU Billings. Seeing no further dialogue on this, we'll prepare to move that forward for action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Helena College, bringing a proposal to us. Good morning, Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the board. Helena College is very pleased to be in front of you this morning to bring forward a request to plan for an Associate of Science in Occupational Therapy Assisting. There are currently no programs in OTA in Montana, so people interested in this career field are looking out of state for the training that's required to receive that eligibility to work in the field. The job outlook is very strong in this field, much faster than average growth predicted over the next 10 years. And the median wage is really pretty good as well at over $60,000 a year. We recognize that this is a request for an Associate of Science that's named, which is outside the norm, but in this case it's warranted. The coursework required for students to allow them to prepare for the National Board Certification in Occupational Therapy. That's part of that curriculum, lends itself to an Associate of Science, but the naming is also, could be a terminal degree because this gets them right to work in the field. The accreditation standards for this program, this is an accredited program through the Council for Occupational Therapy Education, and that is where that curriculum is dictated. We're also really excited because this is a transfer degree as well as a terminal degree. We're already in conversations with the University of Montana and UM Western about how this could transfer into a bachelor's program to allow people to continue to move forward in their career. An additional benefit of this program is that the prerequisite coursework lines up exactly for that as an ASN, an Associate of Science in Nursing. And so for our students in particular, this provides another opportunity for another healthcare field. And it gives us a chance to work with the other colleges around the state since that is a set curriculum for nursing. We have very strong industry support for this program. In fact, we were contacted by the industry with an ask to create this program. And so we've already have commitments to provide opportunities for clinical placement and work-based learning for our students. And just to illustrate, I got a text just this morning actually from the consultant we're working with in the field. Just to give you an example of the demand, Helena has not been able to find, the school district has not been able to find an occupational therapy assistant to work with students. So they're working with the Billings School District to bring someone in virtually. They really want to hire. And over the summer, they had 6 rehab companies looking for help in this field. So we know the industry is really demanding this, and they're prepared to support us in this endeavor. So with that, thanks for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Again, very well rolled out. Any questions or thoughts? Excellent. Thank you so much for all the work behind this. Moving on to the University of Montana, a request for authorization in a natural resources law and policy. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to members of the Board of Regents and OCHI and all of my colleagues across the state who have engaged in multiple conversations on these requests to plan. We have 3 requests to plan from the University of Montana in Missoula, and they all represent unique strengths, or distinctive strengths, I should say, at the university. The first is a program designed by faculty in the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation, as well as the School of Law, pairing our truly unique offerings in those 2 colleges to create a new program in natural resources law and policy. So this would be a 4+1 program, and this has emerged from student requests and maneuvering to create such a program for themselves. So this is both responsive to the student demand, the evolving nature of natural resources law and policy, not just in the state, but nationally, and the body of research that our faculty at UM do. So I'm happy to answer. I'm not sure how you want to go through these, if you want to take questions at each RTP or if you would like me to present as a whole body.
Yeah, thank you, Provost Lawrence. Let's entertain them one at a time so
Okay.
that we can give it the attention it might need. Any questions or thoughts as it relates to this item? Well, after all that, let's move right on.
Okay.
Thanks, Provost Lawrence.
That sounds great. The next RTP we have is coming from our College of Business, and this is to create a bachelor's degree in sports, hotel, events, and entertainment management. We are looking at the evolution of our offerings at the University of Montana, particularly in entertainment management, sports management, and the student demand. So we currently offer a certificate, which last year I believe had 22 graduates, and seeing that demand and looking at our strengths not only in the College of Business, but also in Missoula College, in the culinary arts, and offerings that we have across campus, we believe that this would be a very strong and niche program for the University of Montana. We also have, and I know my colleague, Dean Tillman, could speak to this probably much more eloquently than I could, but we also have, emerging programs in our College of Arts and Media that dovetail potentially with this program.
Again, Provost Lawrence, thank you for that introduction. Regent Dombrowski.
Is it safe to assume that those who achieved a certificate will be able to stack onto the top of that to get their bachelor's degree?
I think we would want to make sure that that would be possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, one of the important pieces of this process is that the request to plan gives an opportunity for the board, the commissioner's office, other campuses to provide early feedback as the campus is developing a program. And I just wanted to let the board know we had a very good conversation with Dean Tillman, with also Dean Tricia Seifert from MSU Bozeman. MSU has a bachelor's in hospitality program that has an option in lodging and facilities management. So we wanted to ensure as this program is going forward that we had some good comparison or articulation as to how those programs differ, what industries, what students are each program looking to serve. And some of the guidance that we're giving UM moving forward from this is to say really to emphasize in this program's curriculum and development UM strengths in the entertainment management field, sports fields, media that are traditional strengths of the University of Montana, just so that we have that clear comparison between program offerings that are serving growing industries in our states that draw on some big investments and also strengths of these 2 campuses. Felt like that was a productive conversation, one where we left with a good mutual understanding of the trajectory.
I appreciate that context. It was a hearty conversation. You're absolutely right to draw some attention to that. Any other questions for Provost Lawrence on this item? Thank you. How about we move on to the next one?
Okay, our third and final request to plan is a minor in democracy studies. Our former history chair has headed up the organization of this, and this would be a multidisciplinary approach in democracy studies. As many of you know, we do have the Mansfield Center at the University of Montana, and part of their mission is to really inform and ensure that we engage in robust democratic practices, including civil discourse, and that is front and center in this proposal, as are a number of courses across history, political science, and other disciplines. We're seeing this as a very profound need in this time, and there is a lot of energy behind this and commitment to ensuring that we're doing everything we can at UM to ensure that our students are well informed and well prepared to engage in democratic practice.
Excellent. Any thoughts or questions from members of the board? I think if I recall our conversation, suggestions that this becomes a major or required or the item
Yes.
importance is relevance to this subject.
Yes.
Provost Lawrence, thank you so much. I have seen no further discussion on these items. I think we'll wrap that up. Thank you so much.
Thank
to
you
your
so
team.
much.
We appreciate it. I think just piggybacking on Joe's comments about the collaborative nature, I think that this list of items was not static. We've seen some folks elevate some ideas and concerns on a lot of subjects, and just thank you to all the teams for the humbleness and for the thoroughness and how these proposals are put forth. They're not taken, no proposal is taken lightly, and it's just so obvious that not only do the campuses identify critical need, but the capacity to deliver these programs. And again, to each of the academic teams on campus that stewarded these proposals and the other proposals that were discussed, a hearty thank you from this committee and from this board. All right, wrapping up our action items. Look at this, we're moving through our agenda. Moving on to the information item, I'll lob this one over to Deputy Commissioner Teal for item A.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I'll actually, I think, take these items as a group. These are all, I think, important other aspects of, again, the collegial process we have in the state to discuss our academic priorities, to discuss and review academic programs that are coming forward to make sure they're serving the state's needs, that they're high quality, and also to think about the campus level processes that serve students. And so item A is the academic memo. This really is the next step in this request to plan process. It's where campuses are either taking shorter certificate programs or other changes to their academic programs that you've delegated to the Commissioner's Office to review and approve, or programs that come through this request to plan process as they go through deeper development are finally reviewed by the Commissioner's Office, discussed by the CAOs, show up on this memo when they receive their final approval. The second item is a really important part of our process. This is item B. It's our academic priorities and planning process. So we all see proposals come forward for academic programs one by one, and when that happens, it can be difficult to kind of see the forest for the trees, to understand what the direction of each of these campuses is, understand some of the processes that they put in place to both select what they're going to prioritize in terms of academic program development, also sometimes to identify programs where there is no longer such a need, and to shift campus resources in a direction where there's a greater need or demand. And so each year we go through a process of our provosts working with faculty to identify kind of the academic vision of the campus. Where are we moving academically? What are we hoping to achieve? What are the areas of uniqueness that we're standing up? What processes help to develop that and have a good conversation about that at the campus level? And for the board, for the Commissioner's Office, for their fellow campuses, noting what proposals are on the horizon, are likely to come forward in the coming year, so that we have some sense of the unique strengths that each campus is developing, and also so that if there are conversations that should happen early for opportunities for collaboration or opportunities where we're moving into similar spaces and we want to coordinate to ensure we're being most efficient, this gives some early warning, some early notice of key contacts, who's developing proposals, so that we can facilitate conversations early on, well before they would come to the board's table. And then finally, our accreditation report. I think you've heard a couple of times, accreditation is a very important process. It's an opportunity for campuses to self-reflect, for campuses to get good comment back from experts, thinking about, do we have the right processes? Do we have the right data? Do we have the right governance, the right budget to offer the quality education that we all seek to offer? And so our accreditation report is giving you as a board an update of where campuses are in that accreditation cycle. You should also know that on our website there's links to each campus's accreditation page, to some of the feedback that they receive from MWCCU. Northwest Colleges and Universities, our accreditor for all of our institutions, on each stage as they go through the 7-year accreditation cycle. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to open up for any questions on these academic review items.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Just a comment. Having been on the board and in this committee for a few years and kind of seeing the shifts and changes in sort of our process and the efficiency and the collaboration across the campuses, I just wanted to elevate, I guess, appreciation for item B here, the overview of sort of the overarching plan for each of the campuses, what they're thinking in terms of certain needs, their areas of excellence, and how to develop in a really thoughtful and strategic way at a kind of long-term the direction that the campuses are going from an academic programming perspective. So it was very hard to be able to see that as we got individual items together, and we still really focused on the duplication and demand and all of that, but I really very much appreciate how this is constructed. It just really allows us a better sense of where we're going as a system.
Well, Regent Lozar, one thing I will say on that front is that it's a good amount of work for campuses to put this together, and so thank you to the provost offices in particular for pulling this information together. I do think that at the campus level, they also find it a useful exercise. It's useful to have this process, this point in the year of summing up what's coming forward and seeing how it all fits together, and also articulating some of the, I think, thorough and thoughtful process that happens at the campus level to bring forth academic proposals.
Any other comments or thoughts from members of the board campuses? Okay, well, thank you. Again, Deputy Commissioner Teal, excellent work in summarizing some, the level of preparedness for this. It's almost lost when we come to one summary point in these meetings. Thank you so much for all of your work on that. It's a good chance to, again, thank you for your leadership as we start to look at the work plan for the calendar year. I was intimidated in looking at the Budget Committee's work plan yesterday. You guys are taking on a whole plate of activity as well. So grateful to every committee for the work that you're doing, and Regent Southworth and the 2-year committee as well. But I think as we review this morning, it's going to be easy for each of us to reflect on our strategic planning session this summer and elevating some of the focus points for this committee and for this board for this coming calendar year. So with that, I guess I'd lob this back again to Deputy Commissioner Teal to help us give a quick review of what we're planning to bite into for the coming academic year.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan, members of the committee. As Regent Buchanan said, I think that this, for me and for the committee, is intended really as a guide to some of our major academic research student affairs work streams for the coming year. And none of them should come as a large surprise. A couple of them you will see in our coming presentations emphasize some of the good ongoing work that's happening. I'm not going to dive into great detail other than to just kind of hit the headlines. I think the headlines are a continued focus on student success both at how working with campuses we're navigating and looking at our policies and procedures, the data that we're gathering that inform best practices for student success, as well as continued efforts to support programs like Montana 10, programs like Hilleman Scholars to build an evidence base around how enhanced supports for students can drive student success, can make it more likely that the students who we welcome to our doors leave our doors with a high-value credential that helps them in their further lives. Second is college access and affordability. This also is on the budget agenda. It's woven through everything that we're talking through. and also woven through our shared policy goals with the legislature. Thinking about how we are ensuring and enhancing resident student access, how we're making that path clear. And I think an important part of the ARSA work stream this year is thinking about one of the major concerns from our surveys of Montanans we know is the cost of college and the resources available to pay for college, the financial literacy of students in terms of understanding some of the choices they're making when they pay for college. And so hoping to have a good work stream of assessment data to understand college affordability in our state and to continue to think about opportunities using data, using the portal, using other tools to communicate I think the high value of Montana institutions of higher education, to evaluate how we're supporting students in paying for college and coming and accessing that value. Third is research and innovation, and I think we'll certainly highlight this in November when we are in Missoula. It's a very exciting time in our state for research. News reports out today on some, again, record-breaking numbers in terms of the research expenditures, the grants received by our faculty and staff on doing cutting-edge science, and enormous opportunities on the horizon. Great collaboration with the Montana Chamber, the Department of Commerce, business and industry around the state, to bring to Montana new opportunities out of the National Science Foundation, the Economic Development Administration, to accelerate how our research is entering the market, how our research is entering actual application in our state and across the globe. And so research and development is going to be a continued focus with really exciting opportunities that huge teams across the state are working hard to bring to Montana. And then finally, teaching and learning. We've talked a little bit about our seamless system efforts to have a more common learning experience, a single learning management system across our institutions, to better facilitate our students' ability to access courses across the entire Montana university system, no matter their home institution. Also thinking about how are we supporting smaller institutions, how are we bringing resources to faculty about best practices in pedagogy, how are we hosting conversations around this practice of teaching and learning. And so, Mr. Chair, those I think are our summary, our discussion as a committee, some of the key pieces of work that the ARSA team at the Commissioner's Office is carrying forward. Happy to open up for questions, discussion, ideas on kind of this map for the year.
Thank you so much. Deputy Director Teal. Any comments or questions from members of the board? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Just one item, just thinking about from the perspective of the Budget Committee, the very first bullet here, which is expanding and scaling Montana 10. Just really look forward to working with ARSA and figuring out how we can do that from a budget perspective. Obviously, the outcomes are pretty clear that this program is working, and to scale, we have to figure out how we're going to pay for it. So look forward to partnering with you all on that.
Excellent. Again, the work begins. It doesn't begin. A nod to you, Deputy Director Teal. The amount of work, the breadth of topic is just impressive, and your team at OCHI continues to impress on that. So thank you very much to each of you who've leaned in so heavily on all those topics. We look forward to another successful academic year. Moving down the agenda, we'll move into strategic priority items. And before I introduce item D, maybe ask Christine to head to the podium. I again want to recognize President Sangri-Billy from Stonechild College for joining. Thank you for joining us today. This collaboration is imperative for us, and I think that the work we've done with our tribal partners is fantastic, and there's obviously more work to do. Your commitment to joining us in Apply Montana and joining us in the Common Course numbering efforts. I mean, these are huge efforts to help make it seamless so that the students you represent are have the same tracks and same opportunities as the rest of the students around Montana, and we just can't thank you enough for your leadership. I'd also like to take an opportunity to recognize the passing of a great Indian educator. Regent Rogers drew my attention to it this summer, and just taking a chance to reflect on the life and commitments of Earl Barlow as the Indian educator, passed away at age 96 this July. Just opened so many pathways for the tribal members of the state of Montana, and just elevated for all of us the importance of making sure that we recognize all of the citizens of the state of Montana. And so I really do want to thank Regent Rogers for giving me the opportunity to reflect on the impact that Earl Barlow had on the state of Montana. And we thank him and push him for all of the efforts that he and those he's inspired to continue to provide to the American Indians in our state. Thank you for that opportunity. Director Miller, are you with us this morning? Thank you. Regent Lozar just referenced Montana 10, a project that is yielding some impressive data and some impressive outcomes. We're in the middle of a lot of transformation with that effort. We look forward to today's report. Thank you, Director Miller.
Chair Buchanan, members of the committee, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the time today. So I have with me Alyssa Ratledge from MDRC, our evaluation partner, the group conducting the evaluation of Montana 10. I'm going to hand it over to her in a moment, but before we get started on that, I'm going to go through a few of our outcomes and where the initiative is right now. And, oh, right here, got it, thank you. So as you know, Montana 10 is our system signature student success initiative, and is really aimed at dramatically increasing retention and completion, specifically for low-income students in Montana. We know that low-income students in Montana graduate at far lower rates than other students, and we also know it often takes them more time and more money to degree. So Montana 10 is kind of the remedy to that. We also know, to speak to Regent Lozar's question just a moment ago, that we don't operate in a landscape where we have unlimited funding. We need to think about how we make smart investments in the right strategies that yield the impact that we want to have, and also have a positive return on investment. Alyssa will share with us a little bit today about some of the research findings and evidence from similar programs across the country that can help us get to and understand what we might anticipate in Montana, both in terms of those impacts for students and in terms of the return on investment for our state and our system. So just as a quick reminder, this is a brief model of what Montana 10 is from a student experience. We know that low-income and other underserved students in particular experience barriers to completion. And the barriers that most often cause them to stop out or take a longer time to degree are financial challenges, academic underpreparedness, and not feeling like they belong or that they don't have a career purpose. So we've built Montana 10 intentionally to address those exact issues, and we have a set of strategies that meet the needs of those students. Again, Alyssa will talk a little bit about what the research tells us about this comprehensive set working together and why actually having all of these and having this specific combination is really important for student outcomes. Now, I know he is not able to be here with us today, but Regent Bao is always asking, what are our metrics and how are we doing on our success with those metrics? So I'm kind of sad that he's not here because I really anticipated his question. So right now, Montana 10 is far exceeding our expectations, I would say. The program is narrowing achievement gaps for our students. You can see in this chart that the blue line is general population students. The orange line, which is difficult to see, but I'll explain why in a second, is our Montana 10 cohort. And the red line is other Pell students. This is for our cohort of students who entered the University of Montana in 2020. They're now entering their final fourth year for on-time graduation at UM. And what we see across their time is that group of Montana 10 students has caught up to the general population. So Montana 10 has effectively narrowed the achievement gap that we see persisting for low-income students at the University of Montana. Montana 10 also puts students on a more likely path to graduation. I wanted to show this because it shows some early outcomes from our MSU Billings and City College cohorts. You'll see here that students in those cohorts that started last fall, they have more than 10% gains in persistence from fall to spring. So it's not just working in one place, it's not just working for one group of students, it's working across our state at different kinds of institutions with different kinds of students. And finally, we're not only helping students graduate, but we're helping them do so on time. We're reducing time to degree. This chart shows credit accumulation, and this is, I should say, this is all taken from our dashboard. Eric Meredith in our office is just amazing and has built a dashboard where we very closely track our outcomes. This shows credit accumulation, and you'll see that Montana 10 students, this is from our Helena College cohort from 2021, and our Missoula College cohort from 2022, their credit accumulation, which is a proxy for on-time degree completion, we've narrowed those gaps between Montana 10 students and general population students, and we've also outperformed, Montana 10 students have outperformed their Pell student peers. So we have been, as you know, in the process of growing and expanding Montana 10. This year and next year, we are undertaking an evaluation. We're doing an evaluation of Montana 10 to rigorously understand the outcomes that we're having. We want to build a really strong evidence base to make sure that we are making the best decisions possible for our students, but that we're also making the best decisions possible with the investment that I think we'll want to see in Montana 10. Really importantly, our evaluation will also help us map the program and understand how we implement the program with fidelity. Those strategies that you saw on the first slide, it's not rocket science. These are not brand new strategies, right? They're specific ways of doing things that have a strong evidence base and that we know are tied to positive outcomes. But we also know that if we don't do those things, if we don't implement those interventions with fidelity to the way that produces outcomes, we won't see that. So part of our evaluation is being able to understand exactly what is going on in that student-advisor relationship and advising sessions such that we know we can replicate that and that we have a map to do so. We will also do a cost analysis as part of our evaluation, and I just have to say, I'm really grateful for a lot of external funding from philanthropic organizations that have supported the evaluation. It's a lot of work, and Alyssa and team have done tremendous work in getting that external support to be able to do the evaluation and do the cost analysis. So this year and next year, we have what I like to think of as our evaluation cohorts. We are bringing in 1,000 students across 7 campuses over the next 2 years. We have expanded eligibility. I think Regent Buchanan in November of 2021, I think, you said, why aren't we doing this for students who aren't Pell eligible, but other students who have need? And we took that thought seriously and expanded eligibility. The scholarship looks a little bit different to stay within our budget model, but we now have expanded beyond Pell, students who are still low income but don't quite qualify for Pell. We've also expanded our credit limit eligibility, so if students have a few more credits, but they have stopped out, they can come back. We have 2 new campuses right here at Montana Tech. Chancellor Cook, thank you so much for your support. We're also now operating at University of Montana Western, and Chancellor Reed, thank you for your support, and the teams there as well. So we're now totaling 7 institutions. After the cohort that comes in next year, the program will serve more than 1,500 students across the Montana University system. Right now, this is 339 new students have entered Montana 10 across those 7 institutions this fall. And I should say this is and counting. I just was madly texting our program directors this morning to see if they had a up-to-the-moment update. And I think we have, since I got this number last Friday, I think we have 2 new students at University of Montana, a handful at MSU Billings, and a few at City College. We will continue bringing in Montana 10 students until Census Day at all of our campuses, and then we will start recruitment again for spring 2024. So that's where we are with our evaluation cohorts. Before I close and hand things over to Alyssa, I really want to recognize and thank the teams at all of our institutions. These folks are just tremendous supporters of students. Their hearts are in the right place, and they have the expertise that allows Montana 10 to be so successful. So if you see any of these folks on your campus, please say thank you and acknowledge the great work that they do. I will also say what's not on this list is every person basically at our office. I think Tyler and Shauna are very valuable in thinking through the budget parts of this. Allie and Hannah and I, where's Allie, have spent quite a lot of time on the legal institutional review board part. Our whole ARSA team, Joe, Teal, and Brock before him have just been such supporters. And many, many, many offices on campuses, our financial aid folks, our business services, our advising teams, our faculty. There are so many people that have gone into making Montana 10 successful, and I think that we are all motivated to collaborate and work on this together because we see the promise in it and we see our commitment to student success. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alyssa to share some information about the evaluation as well as some findings from a similar program in Ohio. Alyssa, I'll let you talk here in just a moment. I do want to say, before I turn the mic to Alyssa, that we are extraordinarily lucky to be working with Alyssa and MDRC. They are the gold standard of social science and higher education research in the nation. And not only do we have the privilege of working with them, but we have the privilege of being, I think, sought out and a willingness on their part to be collaborative partners. MDRC has done, I think, 30 randomized controlled trials, many of those funded through Institute for Education Sciences from the Department of Education. They have an outstanding team of data folks, research folks. They do a lot of work on taking research to practice. They've helped build capacity and expertise of all of our teams through we ran a Montana 10 Academy last summer, and we are just beyond grateful to have your expertise and partnership in this. So welcome, Alyssa.
Thank you so much, Christine. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Regents, I'm so thrilled to be here today. I, by contrast, feel very privileged to be working with Montana. So I have worked with MDRC for about 10 years. I've worked on several randomized controlled trials and other kinds of research studies in higher ed. Our organization is a nonprofit, nonpartisan group that focuses on evaluating college and other social science policies, programs across the country. So I tend to focus predominantly on random assignment studies, which this is one. We also do a lot of qualitative studies and technical assistance, which Christine alluded to. Last summer, we ran a technical assistance strategy across the summer months for all of our Montana 10 staff, which was really wonderful. I can't speak more highly of the Montana staff who are running the program here at all 7 of the campuses. So we tend to think about a couple main goals for post-secondary education. One is our primary goal is to increase graduation rates for low-income students and to identify the policies and programs that do that. So I think all of us have a lot of ideas about how this works, and one of the things that we do is sort of prove that it works with a goal of being able to sustain and expand those strategies long-term. we're really trying to think about strategies throughout the post-secondary pipeline, and that's one of the things I'm so excited about when it comes to Montana 10. We're looking not just at access to college, which is vitally important, but also our retention, our credit accumulation, and getting students through to graduation. So really providing that support across their college career so that they are able to earn their degree, transfer, enter the workforce, achieve the goal that they have, and then to do that with reducing college equity gaps that we see across the country. One of my areas of specialization and one of the reasons that I'm so excited about Montana is I do a lot of work with rural higher ed, and I think it won't surprise anybody in this room to know that for our rural colleges, our rural serving colleges, and our rural students, we just don't see a lot of them in the national landscape when it comes to research. We don't have a lot of best practices that are generalizable for our rural colleges. And understanding the rural equity gaps in Montana, the equity gaps for our Native American students, and how to really help those students achieve their dreams equitably is a really large part of the work that we do. So, big picture, we've seen a lot of research that shows that our short-term interventions often lead to positive effects, but they're pretty modest. So I'm thinking of things like short-term scholarship programs, advising programs, first-year experience programs. Oftentimes they work, right? And then they end, and we're not really seeing the kinds of graduation impacts that we would like to see. By contrast, we do see that our comprehensive programs, our multifaceted programs that are sustained over time, are much more likely to produce long-term impacts and large impacts on student success. It kind of makes sense, right? When you come in your first semester, maybe you have a financial aid need. Along the way, maybe you have an advising need. You need someone to help you with your time management. You experience a problem that someone needs to help you with and you don't know how to navigate. So it makes sense to really think about all the types of barriers that students might experience and how we can sustain the support for those barriers over time. So this chart is a little small to see, I apologize, but if you look at the trend line here, you can basically just see that if we try to quantify this across all of the rigorous studies that MDRC has conducted, the number of intervention components has a very strong correlation with the overall effects on credits earned. So the more support you're offering to students, the more types of support you're offering, the more credits those students are going to earn. That contributes to their likelihood of graduation. But one of the things I'm so excited about here is we know that not all types of colleges are represented in this work. So you can see here that our town or our rural colleges, as well as our small-sized colleges, just so infrequently are able to participate in rigorous studies. And we really want to add to the research literature with the Montana 10 intervention and study. I personally am so excited and thrilled that the Montana 10 study will include basically every type of public institution in the state. We have our large flagship institutions, we have our dual focus institutions, we have our community college. We're really seeing everybody, and that's pretty special. So I want to talk a little bit about why we do this. It's a lot of work, right? It takes a lot of time, and in my opinion, I think it really produces a reliable finding that you can take to the bank. So first, we're going to quantify what the impact on student outcomes is, and we're going to do that in an experimental and high-quality way. So essentially, we're going to use the highest level of social science research evaluation methodology and say, here's what Montana 10 produces. From that, we'll be able to contribute to the national literature on rural colleges and rural students. That's a huge hole in the literature from my perspective, and I think this will be enormously valuable to others here in Montana, others in surrounding states, and others across the country who are serving rural students or rural communities. Finally, I'm very hopeful that the study will be able to demonstrate the value of Montana 10 locally and nationwide and to help think about the sustainability and expansion. And I really see that as taking two distinct paths. One is we're going to know how much it works, right? So what is the impact on enrollment? What's the impact on credits? And most importantly, what's the impact on graduation? But we'll also be able to understand what are students and staff experiencing? How can we understand how the program is implemented in different types of institutions, different sizes of institutions, and for different student populations to make sure that long-term Montana 10 is implemented with fidelity and really reaching and supporting students and colleges with varying needs. So I'm going to walk briefly through this study. If you have questions, please feel free to ask now or catch me after the presentation. So we're going to conduct a randomized control trial. We've actually already started intake, as Christine mentioned, for our fall cohort, and the colleges did a really phenomenal job of incorporating research practices into their standard intake. I was so amazed by their ability to talk to students thoughtfully about both the program and the study, and then to implement a really robust intervention for those students. The reason that we want to implement this type of study is that it produces an unbiased estimate of the effects of the program. So what that means is we're really thinking about what the impact of this intervention is and not external confounding factors. So I'll give you an example. A lot of times our programs, and this is true everywhere, are essentially operated first come, first serve. So as a result, you might have the most motivated students, the students with the most reliable transportation to school, the students who are most plugged in to what's happening on campus, and those students do look really different from the students who show up 2 days before school starts and try to enroll in classes. Those students who show up 2 days before school starts really need our help too, and we want to make sure that we catch them and then understand what the impact of the program looks like across all of our student populations. We're going to take a look at a couple key things. The first is what the effect of the program is on students' academic outcomes, namely enrollment, credit accumulation, and graduation. We'll also look at transfer for our students who are interested in transferring, so that would be our two-year students, whether they're at a two-year school or a comprehensive. We're going to learn a little more about students' experiences in the program, really what it is that they experience, how different it is from business as usual at the college, and then really think about how the program is meeting the needs or could be improved to meet the needs of our subpopulations of interest. So that would be our rural students, our Pell-eligible students, our first-generation students, our Native American students, and of course students who hold all of those identities, which is very common here in Montana. Then finally, we're going to look at the cost of the program, its cost effectiveness. So essentially, are you investing more money but getting more degrees out of it? And then how does it produce a return on investment for the state, and if so, how much? So I'm going to tell you a little bit about a study we did in Ohio that can give you a preview of what this looks like, where we really did look at each of those components and found how much we could measure the impacts to be, the cost per degree, and the return on investment. So you may be familiar with the CUNY ASAP program or the ASAP demonstration in Ohio. I was fortunate enough to work on both of those studies several years ago. In some ways, those programs are similar to the Ohio model and to some other models across the state, where simultaneously you're trying to address a number of different barriers to success that students would face. So in Ohio, this looked like a set of financial supports, much like Montana 10, a tuition waiver, a gas and grocery card, textbook support, student services like advising and tutoring, course enrollment structures, so they offered a first-year seminar, they tried to offer students early registration, and then students in turn had to enroll full-time, take their developmental or remedial courses early, and create a plan to graduate in 3 years. So it really was a mutually reinforcing program model there. What we found is that these programs just about doubled students' likelihood of graduating at the 3-year mark. So these are 2-year students, many of whom had developmental or remedial education needs that slow their time to degree. And what we see here is that almost 15 percentage points more students graduated, and that grows over time. In addition, a really exciting thing you'll see here is that at the 6-year mark, students were also earning more money. So they're working in the same rates, but they're earning more money as a result of the program. So what that means is that these students are earning their degree, earning it more quickly, entering the labor market, and accruing a direct value to themselves in terms of their earnings. This is pretty remarkable for another reason too, which is a little inside baseball, but there's a lot of debate in the research field about when you should start looking at earnings. And pretty much everyone agrees 6 years is too early, right? If you start in school, you have remedial education needs, it'll take you 3 or 4 years to graduate. Maybe you transfer, it takes you some time to finish your bachelor's degree. Many people believe 6 years is simply too early. And we can already see when we think about our multifaceted student support programs that even at the 6-year mark, because it's helping students graduate more quickly, enter the labor market more quickly, use their degree, we're seeing earnings impacts as soon as 6 years after they enter college. That's a really big deal. These charts show something else very exciting, which is, as a reminder, these programs operated only in two-year colleges. We can see that over time, there is even an impact on bachelor's degree receipt. So this means that students who participated in these multifaceted support programs in their two-year career actually earn their bachelor's degrees at higher rates, even though there was no analogous support for them in the four-year school. So it's building up the support that they need, it's building their confidence, giving them the tools, offsetting some of their financial anxiety, and that carries through to their bachelor's degree receipt as well. This is very rare. It's very rare to see impacts on bachelor's degree receipt for community college programs. So it really speaks to the ability of programs like this to create some additional impacts down the road for students. Then, as I mentioned earlier, we see that the program group is earning about $1,900 a year more on average already at the 6-year mark. This doesn't sound like a lot of money, but when you think about how soon after graduation it is, and as a caveat, about 1/3 of students are not working legally at all, not found in unemployment data at all, this is actually a very large impact on their earnings so quickly after starting college. So here's my takeaways from Ohio, and I would say we see a similar thing in New York. We saw some of this in another program I worked on in Detroit that was similar. We're improving graduation rates really substantially. We're seeing students earn their bachelor's degrees at higher rates. We're improving earnings, and we're improving the cost effectiveness for degree. So in both New York and in Ohio, that initial outlay reduced the total cost per degree by producing so many more degrees. This may or may not be a full return on investment. In Ohio, for instance, colleges through their performance funding scheme recouped about 75% of the investment. But thinking about what that means overall, essentially a 25% more investment for a substantially increased graduation rate, really matters for a lot of students and for a lot of colleges. So we're really hopeful that we would see some of that here in Montana as well. I am really hopeful that we'll see some of this happen at a time when, as you know, enrollment rates in a lot of places are stagnant. Completion rates are not improving the way that we had hoped that they would 10, 15 years ago with the improvement in access. We did see that happen in Ohio. I'm really hopeful we'll see that here in Montana as well. That'll really help us think about what our investments look like here in Montana, but also educate the nation about how these programs can be implemented in such diverse types of institutions, serving new types of students, like rural students who are not well represented in that literature right now. I hope to be back here in 2 years to let you know what the impacts are on enrollment and credits, and then probably 4 years from now, we can start looking at graduation. But until then, I'd actually like to conclude by sharing with you a student's story. So on Monday, I was lucky enough to visit MSU Billings and hear from some of the current Montana 10 students about their experiences in the program and learn a little from them about what they would like to see be part of this study. And one student gave me permission to share her experience with you today. So this student shared with me that she did not think she could afford to go to college until she learned about the Montana 10 scholarship. It was a total game changer and decision point for her. She was so thrilled to have scholarship coverage and get her degree at MSUB. In her first semester, she experienced a personal tragedy that derailed her academics, and she failed her classes. She got a really scary letter about something called satisfactory academic progress. She thought she flunked out of school, went totally dark. Her Montana 10 advisor reached out to her repeatedly, even when she didn't respond. This person kept reaching out, reassuring her, tried to connect her with a campus therapist, and after a few reminders, she did connect with that person. She helped her complete a SAP, or Satisfactory Academic Progress, appeal. This student did not know you could appeal satisfactory academic progress. This was a huge change for her. But most importantly, this Montana 10 advisor encouraged her, built up her confidence, talked to her about returning in a way that felt right to her. This student decided to re-enroll at MSUB this fall. And she told me, "I wouldn't be enrolled without Montana 10. They are the reason I am overcoming. Now I'm back into college like never before." This student's story shows how Montana works both to get students in the first place, but also to support them along the way. Almost every student, and I'll include myself, I as an undergraduate experience many barriers to success. Having someone who can help you do that, and deal with that, get past that, and stay in college really matters. And being able to have someone who's going to do that over time and proactively reach out to you about that made a big difference for this student. I'm hoping in the next couple years we'll hear more from students like this and be able to quantify that impact as well. Thank you, everyone, for having me today.
Chair Buchanan, I'll turn it back to you for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Director Miller and Alyssa. Thank you so much for the partnership and the depth of expertise in this lane. That's a pretty compelling anecdote you just shared about the student at MSU Billings. I know I've got a few thoughts and questions, but let's start with members of the board. Yeah, please, Chair Dombrowski.
I have to agree, Christine, that Regent Bow would be thrilled. I mean, this is exactly what we've been talking about as we've been, I would say, very pleased with Montana 10, and yet knowing that we're going to have to prove it. It's unfortunate that it takes so long, but I mean, I get that. And just want to thank you for your leadership and your continued focus on moving this along. I think you felt the board's support, and I think you also felt the board's challenge to measure the success. So just a comment and a thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski. Regent Rogers.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Wonderful presentation. We're so excited to have you researching our program and really looking forward to seeing those outcomes. Not that I need these answers now, but as we continue down this path, having a sense of scope and scale of how many students could be impacted by this program, not, as to Regent Buchanan's past point, not just Pell eligible, but also low income in general, and understanding the cost to bring this to a broader scope of audience in the Montana University system. I just cannot get over a great sense of hope that this could address so many different areas, from enrollment to retention to graduation to saving the state and students money, but also potentially supporting some of our mental health concerns that we're seeing proliferate across the nation and in our student populations as well. But I'm so encouraged by the information that you've shared today. I'm so encouraged at what other programs in the nation that are doing similar interventions are achieving, and I'm so glad that we will able to really quantify that impact here in Montana, and if it's working, seeing the future boards deciding whether or not we can expand that to more populations.
Regent Buchanan, could I please, thanks, Chair Rogers, or Regent Rogers. So yeah, I just wanted to comment here because I think your questions and something that I hope we continue to grapple with and develop plans for, your question about expansion and what number of students can we serve and what does our budget allow us to do? And those are very difficult questions. I think, my understanding of Montana 10 is that part of its success happens because we have a cohort model where we have a group of students who are supported, they connect with one another, they feel like they belong to a program that cares about them. I think Alyssa's example really demonstrates that. So I do think maintaining that cohort model is really important. If we try to scale up to, every student in the Montana University system, I mean, how wonderful would that be? I think we would lose some of that. At the same time, I also think what we've learned through Montana 10 in terms of our student support practices, how our institutions are structured, what are the systemic barriers to access and retention. I mean, just, the fact that our students, they don't know what satisfactory academic progress is. They don't know, and that's not a fault of our campuses. That is the system that we live in, and not the Montana University system, the higher education system. So I think we can do a lot institutionally and as a system to change how we do things so that even if not every single student in the MUS is part of Montana 10, that we can change some of our institutional practices and structures so that students might not need as much help navigating financial aid barriers, or they might not need as much help on knowing how to access mental health services on their campuses, or that all advisors have access to the just vast amount of data that our institutions have and use that data to support them. And they don't necessarily need to be in a special set-aside program to do that. So I really see a lot of opportunity to identifying the cohort and the group of students who can benefit from a pretty, robust program. And I also see a lot of opportunity for institutional transformation, and that will take time.
Excellent comments. Regent Southworth.
Yeah, just kind of, Regent Lozar kind of brought this up in the beginning, and lots of excitement around Montana 10 for very good reason and great presentation. I think from a Regent's perspective, for us to be the best ambassadors we can for the program, and maybe we do know some of the economics behind this, but just to, as program matures and data gets laid out, understanding the burn rate per student, something like that, so that, we can be, using our positions to be great stewards for continued success, when we're speaking to Helena, different things. So just us having the ability to have the math to talk individually, budget, bigger program, scaling, however that works, I just think that, at least for my brain, to tie the economics to the good results it just gives me an arrow in my quiver to be able to articulate to partners outside of this room. Thanks.
Thanks, Regent Southworth. I think we can do that.
Great comments. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Just a couple thoughts. The first, Christine, I very much appreciate the perspective you just shared. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to jump into figuring out how to scale something in the same model and try to figure out the budget when, in many ways, what we're talking about is institutional transformation, of identifying those barriers to success and removing them. And I think we're going to learn a whole bunch about those barriers and some of the best practices through this analysis. So, Alyssa, appreciate all the work that you're doing. So that was just a good reminder, Christine. I mean, it's in some ways it's similar to the journey we started, 10 years ago with Complete College America, which was very similar. These very unique interventions that have been applied all across the university system, and we've seen some really good outcomes. So I think just thinking about it broader gives us a pretty good lens to think about sort of, again, how do we scale in a very, very thoughtful way. The second thought, maybe probably 4 years ago, we were here at Montana Tech and we had a meeting with students. We had lunch with students, and the main thing that we talked about was advising and the big challenges that they were experiencing on kind of high quality advising. And we also followed up with some of the faculty saying, we're trying to find that balance between, teaching and advising, and those are two kind of different skill sets. So I think when I think of Montana 10, advising is a really, really key part of the program. So as we're thinking about, one, the analysis, and two, potential scale, I think it would be important for the board to understand what are some of the needs that we have in the system with regard to advising, and what have we learned in Montana 10 to, again, expand the advising capacity of the university system to meet the changing needs of our students. So just a couple of those things that I think we'll keep our eyes on as this analysis continues.
Chair Buchanan, could I actually just thank you? Thank you so much for those comments, Regent Lozar. And I think, yes, definitely, that is something that we pay a lot of attention to and do surveying and work with our Montana 10 advisors and with other advisors who are not Montana 10 advisors across our campuses. And I just wanted to say two things. One is that I think some of these questions that we're asking right now, like how do we remove institutional barriers? How do we build capacity for advisors? How do we enhance those units on campus that interface with students and really make a difference in retention? Of course, Montana 10 is not the only one asking that. Our campuses and our amazing staff and faculty are doing that every day. And I think we have really good dialogue, and it's a really iterative program where we learn a lot from the institutions that we're in, and I think are able through Montana 10 to kind of elevate some of those practices and strategies that have come from campuses, whether that's Hilleman Scholars at MSU or TRIO programs or athletics. And so I don't want to suggest that Montana 10 is somehow like thought of these things and nobody else has, but I think we can use it as a microscope to zoom into what are the most impactful strategies and how can we address those at the system level. I will say on the advising front, I've been connecting with kind of an existing advising community of practice that operates across the university system, and I think they would have a lot of really good ideas in addition to what Montana 10 advising, what the Montana 10 advising structure is, to be able to pinpoint some strategies that we as a system could undertake. Yeah, I'm happy to share those more later.
Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. You know, I wanted just to provide a couple of comments, and one is, as a higher education researcher myself, I can say the research around these type of interventions, starting with the City University of New York ASAP program, it was showing an impact that in higher education research over the past 30, 40 years, we have not seen. I mean, talking about doubling graduation rates at two-year colleges. That is incredible. And just think about the value that you're demonstrating there. What that evaluation, which MDRC conducted, showed was that not only are you doubling graduation rates, you're doing it with an investment that means that in the end, the cost per degree is lower. So because we're delivering so many more degrees, we're getting so many more students over that finish line, our expenditure as a state, from the state perspective, is lower per success, per what we're meant to achieve. And turning that over, thinking about the flip side, what that means for students, lowering the number of students who come to higher education and quite frankly leave with higher education having harmed them. They came, they spent their time, they spent their resources, they didn't get what they came for. That's I think almost a moral burden for us to try and figure out how we reduce that, particularly for the students that Montana 10 focuses on, our first generation, our low-income students who can most benefit from higher education, but if they're not served well, can also be most harmed. And the last thing that I'll say is that because of this board's decisions, Montana's in a pretty important place when it comes to the implementation of these type of programs. That CUNY ASAP study, that inspired the Biden administration to propose a $63 billion appropriation to scale these type of interventions nationwide. That appropriation didn't come through. I was kind of upset about that. But that was studying a set of colleges in New York City. We are the first comprehensive system, 2-year, 4-year research universities, seeing how this works in a rural western state, seeing how it works across these different institution types, and with some early and promising evidence that this isn't a fluke, this isn't something that just works in New York. If we adapt it correctly to our context, it works here and it works across these different sorts of institutions. And I think we're very grateful for MDRC's support to understand how that's working, understand, yes, the business case, the state return on investment case, the student return on investment case, but to tell that story nationally, because I think we'll need to build not just state funding cases, philanthropic funding cases, but also some of the national funding cases that these type of programs are transformative of higher education, transformative of many students' experiences of higher education, and very much worth expanding.
Excellent, excellent. I have a quick question. I found it interesting that you're still to today recruiting kids into the program. I'd like to understand that. I mean, are we putting up a sign, if you're Pell eligible, come see it? Like, how does that work?
I mean, kind of, yeah. Okay, I'm joking a little bit. Thanks for the question, Regent Buchanan. So one thing I want to say is that we will cut off recruitment for each campus at Census Day because that's an important date for adding and dropping classes. As you know, part of our model, we ask students to participate in a first-year experience. Oftentimes, that's a course, a 4-credit course, so they can't register after that date. We also want students to take math and writing. We also want them to participate early in orientation activities to kind of like situate them in their college experience. So we don't want them starting like just at any old time. Our recruitment process is typically post-admissions. So what that means is that our teams work very closely with institution admissions offices to identify students who are eligible based on the fact they have to be Montana residents, they have to demonstrate low income as determined by the FAFSA, either be eligible for Pell or have below a $12,500 expected family contribution, which is an indication of low income status. And they have to have 24 or fewer credits. So we look at all of our admissions data, we identify that set of students, and then we reach out to them and we let them know about the program. We hold sessions for them and their parents to come. We table at events at campuses. It's a really intensive effort. I probably, a few times a week from when we started our recruitment in the spring and still now get phone calls from parents saying, my student found out about this. It seems like a scam. It seems too good to be true. Is it real? And I'm very pleased to be able to tell them that, yes, it is real. So those recruitment efforts are ongoing until Census Day at each campus. Right now, we just have Western and MSU Billings and City College who have yet to reach their Census Day. So I just was kind of looking at our numbers, and like I said, we had 339 students in the program as of last Friday. We've actually recruited, I think, around 730 students. Some of those are, no, a little bit less than that, about 700 students. Some of those are in the control group. So for these two cohorts, it means that there will be some students who don't receive services, and that's for us to be able to demonstrate, yes, it does have impact. But if you look at those numbers compared to our Pell eligible population last year, we've recruited for Montana 10 about 1 in 3 of our low-income students at those 7 institutions. So every third student who is low-income has been recruited into Montana 10.
Any further thoughts or discussion points? Thank you, by the way. Every member of the board weighed in on that. I think that demonstrates just how excited we are about what we're assessing. This is really working. Alyssa, we just can't overstate our gratitude for your partnership, your expertise, and let's keep it in 2 years. Get here a little bit more often than that, okay? Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks, Alyssa and Christine. Excellent discussion. Which brings us to our last item of the day for the ARSA committee. I imagine Director Miller, you're going to be spearing off Section E for us. Mental health efforts. Thank you so much to all of, again, thank you, Alyssa, and thank you, Director Miller, for wrapping up ARSA with this important topic.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I have Dr. Betsy Asserson here joining me to share an update from our MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force. So today we are going to give an update on some of the activities of the task force. As you all know, since our summit held last September in coordination with this meeting actually at MSU Billings, which again, thank you, Chancellor Hickswa, for your support of that and your whole team. The task force really kind of undertook not just a shift in how we understand student mental health and how we approach that as a system, but also in how our task force operates. One of the things that we would like to do, as you see here, is kind of give an annual update on some of our activities, our progress, the trends that we see in student mental health. And part of the reason for that is so that we continue to highlight what is really important and what our system is doing to address student mental health. There's a lot of concern, there's a lot of need, there's a lot of activity going on, and I think having an annual report on some kind of clear work plans and priorities will really help our system and this board track what we're doing and see some of the impact of that over time. So I just wanted to note that kind of at the outset. Our task force has been thinking about that since our summit last fall, and then we spent the rest of that fall kind of doing some strategic planning activities and not only identified some of the most important areas for student mental health that Betsy and I will share with you today, but also how we wanted that task force to operate and kind of communicate with this board. So we're going to get into some of those priorities from the task force and share some of the activities that we're doing. But before we dive into that, Dr. Asserson and I wanted to share some of the trends that we see in college student mental health and well-being. I pulled out some of this data from the National College Health Assessment. As you've heard me say before, almost all of our campuses in the Montana University system over time, but for the 2 cycles, once in 2021 and once in 2023, have administered the National College Health Assessment. Funding for this has come from our partners. There's an organization called NASPA that does a lot of work in Montana through a coalition that they have called Healthy Colleges Montana that supports student mental health and well-being and student health more broadly. They have provided funding to our campuses to be able to administer this survey. It's really valuable for us at the system level and at the task force to be able to understand what's going on with our students, what are our major needs, and this data is tremendously valuable at the institution level to be able to help guide their programming and inform their strategies. I pulled out a few things for you here today. I'm not going to go over so much of this in detail, but I just wanted to give you kind of a snapshot of some of the well-being challenges that I think our students are facing. And I also wanted to point out some of the really positive things that we see in our students and in our campus communities. You'll see here that some of the biggest factors impacting well-being factors that impact student academic performance are procrastination, finances, health of family members, career stress. And we see that kind of being persistent over time. We do see finances in this most recent survey being more of a stressor for students. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of ways to explain that, but when we talk about affordability, when we talk about students having to make choices between working more and going to school more, I think that that's not just a choice. We really see that impact their mental health and well-being. We see loneliness. We know that that is a really big challenge for our students. And I would say that that's something that, you know, we were just talking about Montana 10. That's something that Montana 10 tries specifically to address. There's a lot of work on campuses to help students feel like they belong and that they have people supporting them. We do see a rise in basic needs insecurities, especially food insecurity. That's not totally unpredictable. I think after the COVID era expansion of the SNAP program kind of went back to normal, we see students being able to access fewer resources for food insecurity. And I will say that 51.7%, that's not atypical for college campuses. We see some campuses a little higher across the country, some campuses a little lower, but that's a really big issue for our students. And then on to some of the more positive things. We also see our students being tremendously resilient and experiencing flourishing. And as we take this kind of broader perspective on student mental health and well-being to think about not only how we address crisis situations or address acute mental health challenges, we also want to think about what we can do to support thriving and flourishing and resilience and all of those kind of positive things around mental health. The last thing I want to point out, and as kind of a segue to Dr. Asserson, is that we do see an increase in students seeking services. And this is a really positive thing. We might have some alarm over, oh my goodness, we see a lot of students looking for more services, but we actually understand this to be really positive because we know that it's positive that students are engaging in help-seeking behavior. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Betsy to go over some of the trends that she sees on a clinical, from a clinical perspective.
Thank you for that, Christine. So yeah, in line with what Christine was sharing, certainly we know that this is great news, right? That we have more college students who are seeking services. They're doing the thing, excuse me, that we've asked them to do. And I think is important to acknowledge that and our students are really stepping into that and taking those opportunities. We also know that college is a time, like students are gonna struggle. Our goal is not to have students not struggle. They are gonna have hard times. They are gonna have challenges. They're gonna have failures. And that is part of the normal developmental experience. What we're talking about additionally is how are we supporting those students who might need that clinical intervention and that support? And that too is an important piece of the puzzle. These are some of the reasons that we know kind of nationally, and I think are true on our campuses too, about why we're seeing more students seeking support. Decreased stigma, I'll chalk up as a big win for us. Like, that's still a challenge we have in Montana, of course, but it has started to change. When we look at some of our data, what students report about how they think about people seeking services, 97% think that's a really good thing for people to seek out mental health services. So certainly that internalized stigma and that awareness of accessing services is critical. And I think anecdotally, we've also experienced that on our campuses where students and families are much more likely to talk about mental health and the services available to them. I have a long line after all of my orientation presentations where people want to talk about what's going on for them and how they get help. That's exactly what we want them to be doing. We also know that as we've increased access to higher education, it has opened the door for students who maybe previously thought it wasn't an opportunity for them. So certainly those students who maybe had histories of mental health problems, students who thought that they couldn't succeed in the college setting, now see that with all the supports available to them, that has opened the door in a different way. So we're seeing students who are coming in and maybe more willing to access those services. They're used to accessing services within their education setting. And that's also a reason we're starting to, we've continued to see students seeking more services. Culturally, we know there are just many things going on in our world that are driving this as well. So when we think about social justice movements, media coverage of large-scale traumatic events, the impact of social determinants on health and access to care, all of those cultural factors too really contribute to students being more likely to access services. And the last one I wanted to highlight were the pandemic impacts. And this is a little bit more complicated. I would say we're still learning more about the pandemic impacts on mental health, but we certainly know within our traditional age college student population that the developmental disruption that they experienced and the intersection that had with their mental health, we're just continuing to see that increased need for them and the way that's playing out on our campuses, and that students do have kind of that increased need for more professional support. So this is kind of speaking to what are the trends in that mental health treatment. So, you know, as we're talking about this normal continuum of development within the college student population, we're looking at that treatment side of things, the students who might be needing access to clinical services. And this is just sort of nothing new that I haven't shared with you previously, but just kind of highlighting again just the significant increase in demand for services over the past 10 years nationally within the counseling center world. 87% of counseling centers have seen 30 to 40% increase in demand for services. I would say that's true. All of us on college campuses in the state of Montana working in mental health have seen this as well. But we also know that treatment really is effective in the counseling center setting. And so that's an important piece for us to really highlight, that treatment helps. And it makes a really big difference in students being able to succeed. Treatment is as effective as other settings, and looking at randomized controlled trials, that comparison on college campuses. So recognizing recognizing the confidence we have in the treatment that is being provided on our campuses for students. And then the last thing I just want to highlight here is that we also know academics distress is one of the things we have seen change within our counseling centers, where that impact of the pandemic, that has really been one area where we're seeing continued persistence in higher levels of distress academically. That's true nationally as well when we look at, again, clinical data for counseling centers. And so that's something that intersection of increased stress, academic distress, and how that might lead to increased mental health concerns for our students. One of the things coming out of the summit and the work of the task force is really grounding our work, again, within more of that public health approach. We are not operating within a silo, even though we don't talk about everything that is shared with us, of course, but we are a critical part of our campuses and our community and how we support our students. It takes a team effort. It's not just one office or person or department. And I think that has been a really positive outgrowth from some of the work of the task force, specifically around our support in working with faculty and our academic partners. And that's critical to enhancing student success and their mental health treatment. So when we think about faculty, more and more of them are saying to us, students are coming to talk to me about their mental health, and I'm not quite sure what to do with that. Whenever I get in front of faculty, I ask them, how many of you signed up to support student mental health when you decided to be a faculty member? I don't get a lot of hands in the air. And then when I ask how many of you are being approached, it's a lot. And that's a really positive thing that our students are feeling comfortable with that. And students are saying sometimes, the faculty, staff, those are the people they're going to first. That lines up really well with this public health approach to mental health, that we have to do this more collectively and as a team. So a lot of our campuses are really investing in and looking at how are we equipping our faculty to be prepared for those conversations, not to become their counselor, but to have a conversation about whatever that concern might be for the student. And sometimes that might mean a referral to counseling, but sometimes it really might not. We are all equipped to sort of support our students with the challenges they're facing, and those are really important. The image on the left is one of the ways we're highlighting that at MSU, and just really getting out in front of faculty of like, here are 4 quick ways you can support student mental health, and really equipping them to do that in a holistic way in the classroom by becoming trained in how to identify someone who might be at risk and how to just invite those conversations with their students.
Thanks so much, Betsy. I'll also I want to point out a couple other examples of the ways our institutions have really embraced this kind of public health approach to student mental health and well-being. We can talk more about this at a future meeting, but one of our campuses, MSU Billings, has undertaken and started an entire initiative at their institution called Belong and Be Well, that is really looking at how do we do this? What are the best practices for faculty? What do we want? What kind of training do we want to provide for faculty and staff? How do we provide those folks with the resources that they have available to them as employees to support their mental health so that they can do the jobs that we depend on them for? And really kind of thinking about the ecosystem of student mental health and well-being. So thanks to MSU Billings for that. At UM, we have a program led by Kaylee Julius, who's the director of student well-being there, where they're piloting embedding wellness specialists who are trained graduate students into academic departments to train faculty and to be available to students. And they've created a whole referral system so faculty can let them know which students might need some support. It's just really innovative, amazing things that people are doing, and it's really a great opportunity to have our task force to be able to learn from one another and kind of pull out the things that might be replicable or that are best practices for our whole system. So with that, we'll kind of move on to talking more about the work plan for the task force in this upcoming academic year. As I said, over the past year, the group has kind of underwent a strategic planning process and came up with 5 work areas that the task force is focused around. Those areas are, you see them here: suicide prevention, provider recruitment and retention, rural and small institution communities of practice, suicide surveillance data, and expanding clinical and subclinical services. So we're gonna go through these pretty quickly and then share just a couple of highlights of the activities that each of these work groups are doing, just to communicate to all of you kind of what our plans are and what's happening in the university system around mental health. Betsy, do you wanna get started on that?
Go to this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk about 3 of these different groups. The first one is suicide prevention. We've talked about that here before as well. Everyone's, I think, well aware of the challenges we face in Montana with the high rates of suicide. Certainly, we know that college is a protective factor on our campuses for students, and yet we are heavily invested in the suicide prevention programming and how we can support our students. So the work of this group is really looking at best practices and what are the things that are happening on all of our campuses and where do we want to align and make sure that we're doing some pretty critical pieces in a comprehensive suicide prevention program. The 2 points we wanted to highlight here that are, I think, kind of a top priority for that work group are looking at funding a system-wide suicide prevention and possibly mental health literacy program. And we'll update towards the end on where we're at with our Cognito program that has been funded. The importance of training is critical when we think about suicide prevention. And then supporting campuses in developing and implementing comprehensive both prevention programs, but postvention is really a critical part of an effective suicide prevention plan. Many campuses already have those in place, but looking at how the task force can support those campuses in developing and implementing those programs. The second one is provider recruitment and retention. This is a hot topic, I would say, in the world of college mental health right now. We certainly know that retaining and hiring qualified mental health professionals is a challenge, and we have some of the best, I would say, in the state of Montana. I really can't say enough about my colleagues across the state and how not only dedicated they are to this work, but really their investment and passion in continuing to serve students in this way. So what our group is working on is really how can we support campuses in addressing some of those retention and recruitment challenges. There are some ideas out there, there are some best practices for that, and working collectively on that. How do we leverage all of the great clinicians we do have in our state to want to work in the settings that we have on our campuses, and also partnering with our training programs, because we have some great training programs. You heard about one earlier today, and making sure we have those people available to us to provide services to students. And then we're going to be looking at kind of gathering some general data on that to make sure that we're aligning with some of those best practices and some of the recommendations nationally. The third one I want to highlight that I'm working with more closely is the suicide surveillance data work group. We started this last year where I reach out, to back up, we developed kind of a common data set where we're asking our campuses to just share some suicide surveillance data, and then I reach out and then our task force is looking at that data. It's not something that we share publicly, but it really informs our work and helps us kind of be addressing some of the trends we might be seeing on our campuses.
So the 2 other work groups are rural and small institution communities of practice, and the central activity of this work group is to form a community of practice, and the goal of that is really for our smaller institutions or institutions in rural places to be able to primarily rely on one another as clinical providers or well-being specialists. One of the challenges that we face in Montana, but that is particularly acute in rural places, is the lack of services and a shortage of providers. And so for a group of folks across our campus to be able to connect with, rely on the expertise of one another, share ideas, that kind of thing is actually tremendously valuable in itself. That group will also be working over the next year to identify some of the challenges and needs that those institutions have. I suspect we'll see things like access to clinical services, especially for those institutions that don't have on-campus providers, things like that coming out of that. So we'll learn a lot about rural and small institutions and their mental health services from that group. The last and final work group is expanding our clinical and subclinical services to students. We are very fortunate in the Montana University system to have many, many graduate programs in mental health and behavioral health areas. And currently, there's a lot of work being done to place some of those graduate students on campuses to provide services as part of their degree program, whether that's a practicum or internship. There are also a lot of students who don't do that service on campuses, and we would really like to find ways to expand the number of students who that's available to, and also the opportunities for them to do practicums and internships on campuses. We're going to start that work by surveying what programs that we have and kind of what's the status right now and what are the barriers to expanding that. And then the final activity that I'm just highlighting for you here is providing some guidance and models to institutions to leverage existing training and education opportunities, whether that's graduate students. We work with NASPA again on a peer health educator certificate program. There are a couple of community health worker programs at MSU and at University of Montana. And so providing models to campuses to take advantage of those training programs and integrate them into their larger strategies for student mental health and well-being. I will close this part by just saying that these are a few of the highlights in the attachment on the Board of Regents agenda. You can see the full work plan and all of the activities in that, but these are the ones that I think are most relevant for right now. So one quick thing before we wrap here, I did want to mention Cognito. So as you saw in Betsy's description of the suicide prevention work group, having mental health literacy and suicide prevention training available for all students is kind of a core essential part of suicide prevention on campuses. We have been lucky enough to have a program called Cognito that has had a training for students and a separate training for faculty and staff for the past 3 years. It is available and has been available to every single person in our university system, and it has been used widely and I think used well. I wanted to share with you a few of the kind of experiences and reflections on the value of that training to our students and faculty in the system. And I also wanted to share with you the news that we just heard that this program is actually sunsetting. They will no longer offer this training, which is, it's really unfortunate. And our task force is now kind of going through a process of thinking about what we want to do instead of Cognito. And so I imagine you all and Deputy Commissioner Teal and the Commissioner will hear a little bit about what we think our next steps and recommendations will be for making sure that all of our students and employees have access to adequate mental health and suicide prevention training.
The last thing is again, calling your attention to what we discussed at last fall's summit, which is the launching of the Healthy Mind Study. So that process is underway, where we'll be launching that this fall on all of our campuses. Again, this is a great survey that helps us assess mental health experiences for our students, but I'm very excited that we decided to also do this with faculty and staff, kind of going back to the earlier point about how faculty and staff are also experiencing this and the impact that has someone on their own mental health. And so this will help inform some of our strategies for how we kind of engage with students and do outreach efforts as well as with our faculty. And again, this was funded through the MUS Risk and Compliance Leadership Council, and we're really grateful for that and excited to see what comes out of that. Really looking to our campus leaders to help support this and encourage people on campus to take the survey if they do get the invitation to participate.
I'll just echo Betsy's statement there that we are underway with implementation and we need institutions' help in making sure that this happens and rolls out. It's not too complicated of a process, but it does require some attention, and I'm really grateful for all the folks leading this on campus. So if you see people or if you hear of this, Regents, campus leaders, others in the room, please do what you can to make sure this goes along. With that, I will close and just thank all of the members of our task force and Betsy for your work and dedication to this effort in the university system. As you see from the part of the work plan that we shared, it's a lot, and all of these people are doing this as their regular day job as well. One of the things that I and Betsy and Joe and our office have been thinking pretty hard about is how we continue to build capacity to be able to do all of the things that we know are best practices, that we know will support our students. And we are at work on trying to make that more possible in our system so that we can actually carry off all of these great plans that we have. So thank you to the members of our task force and your continued efforts, and thank you to the Regents. We'll stand for questions.
Dr. Asterson, Director Miller, thank you for your clear dedication to this topic and this effort. It's fantastic. Any comments or questions or observations? Yeah, please, Regent Dombrowski.
Yeah, honestly, behavioral health, good mental health makes for good citizens, students, et cetera. I mean, to me, it's essential. And I really appreciate the continued focus and work. And wraps around with Montana 10, it, wraps around with every single opportunity we have to invite students to be not just productive students, but productive members of society. I'm getting on my soapbox, but without good mental health at the very beginning, some of our efforts likely can go in vain. So I just would continue to encourage you, and I know it's a lot of work, but you've made tremendous progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Regent Rogers.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. I just wanted to express gratitude to the workforce. I think it's so important, and thank you, Chair Buchanan, for keeping this on the ARSA agenda. I think having a specific topic about mental health on every single one of our board meetings is so vital to help to demonstrate to the public how much we're concerned about this issue and how much appreciation we have for not only the members of the workforce, but every single constituency on campus. As you note, faculty members, staff members, everyone that's being a part of the larger solution to ensuring that we have healthy, vibrant campus communities. So just one more word of gratitude. Thank you for this work. Thank you for continuing it. Thank you for this update about what has happened since the last big conference, and we're looking forward to seeing what's next.
Yeah, the progress is undeniable too. Great work. Thank you for the great report. We appreciate your time and dedication to this. I think with that, Chair Dombrowski, I'll pass the gavel back your direction. That'll close academic research and student affairs.
Again, thank you. Outstanding work. We are at a point to take a break. I know many of you have taken breaks, but I think in the best interest, if that's okay, we'll take one until 10:45, at which time we will have our public comment at 10:45. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene here for the end of our meeting. Thanks, everyone. So as I mentioned, this is the portion of the meeting for public comment. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment? Is there any online comment? All right. See, Back on time. All right, thank you very much. So now we're going to move to our action items from our committees. So the first is the Budget Administration and Audit Committee. Oh, thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda from the Budget and Audit and Risk Committee.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Lozar. Sorry, Casey. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Is there any discussion from campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? Is there any online public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay. Action item A, request for approval of Montana University system operating budgets. I will entertain a motion to approve action A.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion from members of the board?
Just a thank you to the committee for this work. This is a lot and well put together.
Is there any discussion from the campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? And there's no one online. Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Action item B, request for authorization to construct 5 academic buildings to serve the Mark and Robin Jones College of Nursing. I will entertain a motion to approve action B.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Is there any discussion from members of the board? From the campuses? Public comment? Online comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Action item C, request for authorization to construct Gianforte Hall. I will entertain a motion to approve C.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? And any online comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And finally, the Budget Committee, action item D, request for authorization to demolish the Poly Building. I will entertain a motion to approve item D.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person comment or online? Thank you. Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, thank you. There was no action item from the 2-year, is that correct? Okay, so let's move to academic. Arsa, please. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda from Arsa.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any in-person public comment? Or any online comment? Thank you. Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. As you're aware, we've already proceeded with action item A, so we'll move down to action item B. I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Is there any in-person comment or any online comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Action item C, request to plan proposals. I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
I think I heard Regent Rogers first. Thank you. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Is there any discussion from campuses? Is there any in-person public comment? And is there any online comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Right, the next item on the agenda is consideration of appeals. Each appeal has been given a number, and for each of these 3 appeals, you have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for each appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individual involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Are there any general questions as to this procedure before we consider the appeal? I will entertain a motion to hear any of the appeals before the board. If you wish to move an appeal, please identify the appeal by number and not the name of the appellant. There being no motion to hear any of the appeals, the appellant's requests that we entertain these appeals are denied. The commissioner's decision in each of the appeals is upheld. All right. I don't think there's any more business. I'm going to turn it to Chancellor Cook for housekeeping follow-up, but first of all, express again our gratitude for a tremendous hospitality all the way around. We know the time and effort it takes from your side as well as all of your staff, and it's just terrific.
Yeah, add my thanks to that list. Great job, and these meetings do take a bit to pull together, so thanks to all that are involved in making that happen. And President Cruzado, thank you for highlighting those Emeriti Awards. I think we need to do more of that, to be honest. Those are individuals who have given a lifetime of service to students and made an impact on a tremendous amount of people's lives. And sometimes those go kind of unnoticed on consent, but very, very glad you recognize those. So look forward to seeing you all again in November.
Right, thank you. Chancellor Cook.
So I just want to say thank you, Chair Dombrowski and Regents, Commissioner Christian and your OCHI team. Obviously, the work that you all do helps us all to be successful, and so we're really happy to have had everyone here. My MUS colleagues, thank you for being here. I do want to give a special shout out to our Chief of Staff, Jody DeLay, who is the orchestrator behind everything, along with my wife, Stephanie, who's been intimately involved in lots of behind-the-scenes things this week. And then I don't know where our dining staff went, but I want to bring them in because I think that they've gone above and beyond. So, Tim, our dining services. And our chefs that made all the incredible food.
Thank you.
I also want to thank our student entertainers last night, Lucas, Maria, and Mark. I think that they added this extra special touch and really, I would say, rocked the museum maybe. But it was a lot of fun. Yeah, no play on words there. Best wishes to Helen and Kevin. We will miss you and your guidance and good handling of all of us and kicking in the rear every once in a while when we need it. The lunch is ready. I know that, and it's grab and go. I know there are sandwiches that you can take, and there are also pasties, and the ice cream machine is still firing. So make sure you take ice cream to go. And then I also want to invite you all we are doing a little celebration for the Lance College of Mines and Engineering at 11:30, which will occur over in the Natural Resources Research Center, which is just directly behind the Mining and Geology building, with a reception to follow in the University Relations Center. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure having you all. Look forward to seeing you in Missoula.
Thank you.